Chapter 1: The Captain of the Great Prison Under the Sea. In the year 1498 of the Haiwan calendar, a piece of news resounded across the sea. One Piece, Gold Roger, will be publicly executed in Roger Town, East Daxia Sea, in 10 days. After seeing the news, ordinary people just feel that the chief criminal has been executed by justice, and the world will usher in unprecedented tranquility. People in Rogtown have already begun to make arrangements to prepare for the day of execution. Go and see what kind of courage the man who is king of the sea has. The heroes on the sea also set off one after another to Rogtown, hoping to witness the end of a generation of legends with their own eyes. Gold Roger is on a warship being taken to Roger Town. Undersea Great Prison, in the prison chief's office, Xianyo looked at the face reflected in the teacup. The jet black hair, the angular face, and the dark eyes revealed a cold light. Xianyo, have you traveled through time? It's still your own body, but you have memories unique to this world. It's interesting to be the captain of the great prison. Before time travel, Xianyo also grew up watching One Piece, and was still an ace killer of a killer organization. Grandmaster various fighting and assassination skills, including firearms, swords, and unarmed combat. As soon as I woke up, I came to this world. The story of his previous life was no longer important, and Xianyo didn't care if he was plotted against him. Now there is only prison chief Xianyo, and Xianyo is not too weak at this time. As a prison sergeant, his strength is no less than that of Major General Marine. In addition to the abilities of the previous life, it can be improved a little more. But only a little. In this sea, monsters emerge endlessly, and their talents are visible to the naked eye. The bloodline inheritance of a strong family, the devil fruit that destroys the world, and a naturally powerful race. Ordinary people can't reach the level of their cultivation in a few days even if they work hard all their lives. The weak eat the strong, and the strong take all. A fist that is hard enough can break all conspiracies and tricks, and can make arrogant people listen to your reasoning. This is the law of the sea. This body is still too weak. Xianyo clenched his fists, feeling the strength of his body. Can we only rely on devil fruit? Although the improvement brought by the fruit is huge, it has the fatal shortcomings of seawater and sea floor stone. In this regard, Xianyo only regarded the fruit as the last choice, and the first thing was to cultivate his domineering well. See where your body's potential can reach. Ding! The powerful sign-in system is loaded. System. Xianyo couldn't help but his heart was beating wildly. Yes, a must-have cheat for time travelers. Can I also have the capital to stand at the top of the world? System, please introduce your functions, Xianyo muttered silently. This system will help the host to sign in with the strong person to obtain some of this person's abilities. Only people whose strength is recognized by the system can sign in. When Xianyo was still thinking about what kind of strong person would be recognized. Bang, bang, bang. Report. Captain Xianyo. The great pirate Golden Lion was escorted to the great prison by Marine. The director asked you to come with him to hand over. Xianyo's thinking was interrupted. Kid I know. Golden Lion. I thought in my mind, is it because of Roger that he broke into the Marine headquarters alone? How courageous is this? Haha, this is a strong man who has been sent to your door. If you obtain any of his abilities, you can roam the first half of the Great Channel. While thinking about it, he pushed open the door of the office and prepared to go to the jailer to hand over the matter. Ding! It has been detected that there is a strong person nearby who can sign in, please go and sign in. Ding! Red Earl Baloric Redfield has been detected and can be signed in. Ding! World Destroyer Burndy Waldo is detected and can be checked in. Hey! Are you the owner of Gujeo Hong and Momo Fruit? Xianyo was shocked by the sudden 3 consecutive bites. Just now, he was still thinking about where to find a strong person. Now they are being delivered to my door one after another, which is really interesting. Already a little impatient, Xianyo couldn't help but curl up his lips. Xia, Mr. Xianyo, you seem to be in a good mood. The director is waiting for you. The jailer looked at Xianyo, who was pushing the gate of opening, his eyes full of longing, and he looked at himself with a smile on his lips. Said a little panicked. I thought to myself, does the prison captain know that I have a perfect position to peek at my female colleague taking a shower? If he tempts me with a promotion, should I stick to the bottom line? Xianyo looked at the somewhat nervous Hell soldier, knowing that his state scared him. Patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't be nervous. I'm happy because I caught a big pirate like the Golden Lion. Work hard. Maybe in 2 days, you will be the prison captain, ha 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 ha. After Xianyo finished speaking, he took steps forward. I thought to myself that only the sea can meet more powerful people. Only by getting out of this great prison and getting rid of the shackles of the world government can we have our own power. Have you really been discovered? You can give up the position of prison captain to me, damn it. It's so confusing. The jailer thought as he ran over to follow Xianyo. Walking to the sea platform of Impelton, thick dark clouds crowded together in the sky. It's depressing and dark, and even during the day, you can't feel the warmth of the sun. On the harbor, there are huge warships docked, surrounding the entire harbor. There are no wind or waves in the windless zone, but the tranquil sea seems to swallow people up more easily. On the distant sea, a marine warship is gradually approaching. A group of people were already standing on the coast ahead. Xianyo walked over and the crowd spread out to let him come to the front. Director Trillin carries a long knife at his waist and wears an airtight dark black uniform. There is a dark mask on his face, and the only eyes exposed are filled with vicissitudes of life and fierceness. With a height of 3.4 meters, Xianyo, who is normal at 1.8 meters, feels extremely oppressive. Standing next to him is the owner of the poison fruit and the deputy director of Impel Down, Magellan. He is still dressed in the same traditional style as always, with the demon-like existence, and the sense of oppression at 4.9 meters tall is even more overwhelming. The other one, the deputy warden, Shiryu, who was chewing a cigar, also had a long knife on his waist and looked unruly. Same height and same posture as the director. Xianyo, who was 1.8 meters tall, walked to the front and the director glanced at him. Said, Boy Xianyo, don't be frightened by the locked lion later. He is not an ordinary prisoner. Don't let Marine look down on us. Stop looking down on people. I'm looking forward to seeing him. Xianyo stared excitedly at the approaching warship. Oh? You're really brave, ha 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 ha. Trillin laughed, but his eyes were fixed on the warship. As the warship docked, the gangway was lowered, and a slender figure slowly walked down. Oh Director Trillin, it's been a long time since I last saw you. I gave you a monster this time. It's quite scary. Ha 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 ha, poor Salino, you are really energetic. Speaking of monsters, you are also an incredible monster. Director Trillin cried. Chapter 2 The Trapped Lion. Kizaru. Xianyo was shocked and looked at Major General Marine, who was talking to the director in front of him. Obviously, the strength mentioned above, which is no less than that of Major General Marine, does not include this young and mature monster Major General. Xianyo looked at Kizaru, hoping to get a response from the system. Unfortunately, there was no response at all. It seems that the current Porisalino has not grown into the future Kizaru. In the eyes of the system, he is not considered a strong person who can catch the eye. Although the Golden Lion has just been severely damaged by Lieutenant General Garp and Warring States General, we cannot take it lightly. It is still quite terrifying. Porisalino had just finished speaking. Buzz. 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 An invisible pressure came on, making Xianyo feel breathless. Xianyo clenched his fists and withstood the pressure. Are you showing off your power? You are going to be a prisoner. You are still so arrogant. Magellan said. With the sound of the shackles rubbing against the deck, a strong wind began to rise from the deck. Xianyo felt like a raft in the huge waves, and it was difficult to support him any longer. The strong wind blew by, and ordinary jailers could no longer stand, swaying around, holding on to each other to prevent them from being blown away. What a joke! This is a windless zone, a jailer shouted to cover up his inner fear. Gee ha 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 ha! A rebellious laugh came from the deck. Before I saw him, I heard his voice first. After laughing wildly, a tall figure stood at the end of the gangway. Her long and flowing golden hair was like a lion's mane, and she looked down at the crowd with an unruly expression, not feeling lonely at all when she was captured. Is this the guest house you prepared for Laozi? It doesn't look luxurious enough. Laozi is a golden lion. Guards of this level cannot contain Laozi. Hey! Flash Monkey, go back and tell Sora that if Sengoku and Garp weren't here, Laozi would have overthrown this place. Gee ha 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 ha! The momentum rushed towards them, making all the jailers shaken. Within Kawa is the momentum so terrifying just standing here. Porisalino raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I'll take the message back for you, Mr. Shiki. But you're already tied up, so don't do something terrible. Porisalino tilted his head, his tone unchanged, but his eyes under his glasses could no longer be seen clearly. Ding! Golden Lion Shiki is detected and can be signed in. Ding! Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Xianyo licked his lips and looked at the lion with fiery eyes. Sign in successfully. Acquire some abilities of Golden Lion Shiki. Acquire high-level Conqueror's Haki. Acquire high-grade Armed Color Domineering. Acquire high-level Knowledge and Domineering Power. Get the Golden Lion Dual Sword Style. Acquire the ability of Piao Piao Fruit, without the side effects of sea water and sea floor stone. Xianyo's eyes widened to the maximum. High-grade Conquerors and high-grade Weapon Colors, plus the fluttering fruit without side effects, can be said to be the ticket to the top. Gee ha 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 ha! The Golden Lion laughed wildly, and was actually ridiculed by the junior. With his eyes focused, turbulent momentum radiated from the Golden Lion's body, crushing towards Xianyo's group of people. Porisalino and Magellan moved at the same time, preparing to silence the mad lion. Xianyo had just obtained a high-level Conquerors and was not yet familiar with the controls. The Golden Lion's Conquerors crushed him. The king's unyielding spirit burst out on its own, and the equally terrifying Conquerors rushed straight towards the Golden Lion and crushed it, trying to drive away the provocative lion. Porisalino and Magellan stopped. Everyone looked at Xianyo in surprise, as if it was the first day they met him. It's too noisy. Golden Lion! Xianyo shouted. Boy Xianyo! Director Trillin was also surprised. When did this guy have such power? He quietly gave Magellan a look. The Golden Lion also didn't expect that the little Impel City watchdog would have the courage of a king. Two conquerors with the same roots but different origins collided on the platform of the great prison under the sea. The terrifying momentum shot straight into the sky, and the clouds were torn apart. Black lightning dances in the air, a phenomenon unique to Conqueror's collision. This is a clash of strong men. That's right, just one sign-in made Xianyo comparable to the Golden Lion in terms of Conquerors. If the Golden Lion is in its prime, Xianyo cannot beat it for the time being. Having high-level domineering power does not mean that you can use it skillfully. Every battle with a strong person is an excellent opportunity to improve your own strength. Such as the future well-known educator, cute teacher, 3 sticks to beat the sun god. This hedging is just Conqueror's hedging and will not lead to further development. Because the Golden Lion has been arrested. Gee ha 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 ha! It's so interesting, so brave, yet you act like a watchdog. Poor control skills. Kneel down for Laozi. The Golden Lion who had just finished his harsh words was covered in purple mucus all over his body. Magellan took the opportunity to activate the poison fruit power and gave the Golden Lion a bathing gift package. At this time, the Golden Lion has been inserted into the Fatal Weakening and the Rudder headgear, and has just been beaten by Garp and Warring States mixed doubles. Wearing seafloor stone handcuffs again, all his attention was focused on Conqueror Xianyo, who was no worse than him. He was so close to Magellan's venom that he didn't notice. Xianyo's conquerors also took the opportunity to run over. The Golden Lion suffered a double blow both mentally and physically. Trillin snorted coldly, "Golden Lion, as a prisoner, you must behave as you should. Your current embarrassed appearance is the most suitable for Impelton." Xianyo also recovered from the self-explosion of conquerors. Unexpectedly, the Golden Lion was still so strong after multiple weakenings. Within Quoa, isn't it true that such a terrifying conquerors turned into some kind of monster? Porisalino looked at Xianyo with a surprised look on his face, still in the same tone. "Maybe it's the Golden Lion that inspires conquerors' talent in others." Xianyo explained. "No matter what, you are more talented," Magellan shouted enviously. The handover work went smoothly, and the Golden Lion, which was bathed by Magellan himself, no longer had the strength to continue to be arrogant. The task of escorting the Golden Lion to LV6 was originally the responsibility of Magellan and the warden who was patrolling LV4. In order to sign Redfield and Waldo, Xianyo offered to go to LV6, too. Lamentation at Shano's Awakening Conquerors. Director Trillin agreed casually. After checking in, Xianyo and Magellan escorted the Golden Lion to LV6. Xianyo is now looking forward to Waldo and Redfield. "What kind of abilities will you gain? Don't let me down. Where are the aloof Red and the World Destroyer?" Ta ta ta. Chapter 3: The Strong Man of the Old Era. Chapter 3: The Strong Man of the Old Era. Ta ta ta. Walked down the last step and stood on the platform of LV6. Cold, damp, lifeless. The most notorious criminals in the world are imprisoned in strange-shaped cells. They are extremely vicious existences and have committed crimes that even the world government will try their best to hide. And the moment they were imprisoned in LV6, they were also going to be removed from history. Both because they needed to hide their brutal crimes, and because no one could escape from Impelton. Yes, the only thing waiting for them is to die slowly in prison. Choking, choking. Magellan was at the forefront. Even though he was facing a group of imprisoned criminals, he did not relax at all. He glanced at the cell of LV6 with a serious look on his face. The appearance of Magellan made the dead LV6 become active. Bang, 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 bang. The harsh friction sound of metal and stone floor resounded in each cell, and the criminals started to move. "Hey! Magellan! Are you here to let Laozi out? If you can let Laozi out, Laozi can make you the deputy captain." A criminal in the cell grabbed the railing and shouted to Magellan. "Hey, stop making such jokes. Magellan is a loyal lackey of the world government. Why do you care about your vice-captain?" Ha 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 ha, Magellan couldn't have been imprisoned because his diarrhea stunk the celestial dragons. "What? Magellan? Are we going to be prisoners? This is the funniest story today. Ha 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 ha. Magellan. Let me out. I'm willing to work for Marine. Hurry up and find some girls to clean Laozi's room. Your service is too bad." Following the first cry, the criminals in each cell became more energetic, crowded on the railings one by one, and shouted towards Magellan. Some were venting their emotions, and some were looking for fun. After all, few people would come in this dark prison. "It's so noisy. You bastards!" Magellan said with a sullen face, and then dark purple poison surged from behind and rushed towards each cell. The criminals finally lost the ability to scream under the poisonous fruit, and could only fall to the ground and moan in pain. What a weak idiot! Should Laozi be locked up with these losers? That would be so boring. The Golden Lion appeared behind Magellan with Halashi's shackles, looked at the wailing criminals, and said disdainfully. As the Golden Lion's voice sounded, some criminals deep in the cell opened their eyes. They smelled the scent of the same kind, which was the smell of the strong. Among the criminals imprisoned in LV6, in addition to some who were imprisoned for extremely cruel crimes, there are also some strong men who really make Marine feel troublesome, such as Leadfield. The Golden Lion also felt the same powerful aura. Shiki. Redfield responded. If they were placed on the sea and two people met, the way of greeting would not be so simple. At least a clash of conquerors, followed by a clash of swords that would make the sky split. Ding! Red Earl Baloric Redfield has been detected and can be signed in. Ding! Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Hearing the familiar system prompt, Xianyo, who was walking at the end, couldn't restrain his excitement. Sign in successfully. Acquire some of the abilities of Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Acquire top-level knowledge and domineering power. Get the Red Earl One Sword style. In just an instant, the high-level knowledge color was replaced by Redfield's top-level knowledge color. For Xianyo, the change was quite big. It seems that the world has become clearer, and it seems that I can hear the inner voices of the people around me. As long as Xianyo is willing, when he focuses his ability to see, hear, and see on a certain person, he seems to be able to see through him. This is simply a simplified version of the memory fruit. Xianyo thought. Redfield was suddenly alert. In his perception, he knew that 3 people had arrived at LV6, and the one walking at the end was a strange being with a powerful aura. Redfield thought he was a strong man of the new era who was imprisoned together with the Golden Lion, so he didn't pay much attention. After all, there are powerful people like clouds above the sea, and the new world is an arena for monsters. The aura of that level does not surprise him. But just now, the existence that had been in his perception disappeared in an instant. He is very aware of how strong his sense of perception is. To avoid his perception, he must either be extremely fast, but even the owner of the marine shining fruit cannot do this, or the ultimate experience in S**X. Looking past the 2 tall figures and looking at Xianyo, who was still in the previous perception position, Redfield knew that this was a strong man with the same level of knowledge and appearance as him. Xianyo also felt Redfield's gaze, but he ignored it, because with the improvement of his visibility, he already felt another powerful presence. There seems to be no criminal in a cell built deep inside LV6, or, there is only one criminal. There seems to be a giant beast lurking there that chooses and devours people, an existence that can destroy the world and make the world government panic. I need your power, come on, let the world government feel fear again. Xianyo could no longer suppress what he was thinking. Ding! World Destroyer Berndy Waldo has been detected and can be signed in. Ding! Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Xianyo couldn't wait. He wanted to get that ability so much, the ability to double the damage. Sign in successfully. Acquire some of the abilities of World Destroyer Berndy Waldo. Acquire intermediate navigation skills. Acquire Momo Fruit ability, no side effects. Xianyo, who was still excited just now, has calmed down now. It's not that he is weak or has a scumbag character, but that he has really started planning. Waldo, who is still frozen in suspended animation, has no idea what he has contributed to the world. Of course, even Redfield, who is awake and has the ability to read minds, doesn't know. Although Redfield could not feel what Xianyo was thinking in his heart, he could feel the momentum and would never obey the world government and stay in this dark imperial city. Interesting, the sea is about to make waves again. This kid's momentum has become stronger again. How can such a strong man serve as a watchdog for the world government? The Golden Lion also thought secretly. Magellan focused all his attention on the Golden Lion and Redfield, and did not pay attention to the situation behind him. Bang! The cell door was closed tightly, and in a cell deep in LV6, the golden lion's legs were tied up with sea tower stone chains and locked to the ground. Magellan breathed a sigh of relief, and as soon as he let go of his tense emotions, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Well, Xianyo, I have something urgent, I'll go up first. Magellan covered his butt and rushed deep into the stairs and disappeared. Xianyo was stunned, smiled and shook his head, walked slowly to the steps, looked back at LV6. The strong men of the old era will also have the opportunity to ride on the wave of the new era. Feeling the strength, Xianyo walked up the stairs. Chapter 4 Shiryu of Rain. Ta. Returning to the prison chief's office, Xianyo sat down and began to think about his next plan. No matter what the situation is, one's own absolute strength is the most critical. In this sea, strength determines everything. Now that he has achieved a level of swordsmanship that belongs to the level of a great swordsman, how can he not be accompanied by a famous sword? Come here. Xianyo said. Da. Bang. A jailer pushed open the office door. Lord Prison Captain. What are your orders? Where are the Golden Lion's swords Koaki and Yingju? Xianyo asked. Report to the prison captain. The 2 swords of the Golden Lion are currently with Deputy Warden Shiryu. Okay, I understand, go down. Bang. The office door closes again. Xianyo knocked on the desk in the office, planning something. Your own strength is your trump card, but when you come out to mess around, you need to be powerful and have a background. Even those who are as strong as rocks will eventually fall into the Valley of the Gods. Roger himself is also the pinnacle of the sea, and his crew are all elite soldiers. In the naval battle of 8 Wall, facing the Golden Lion's large fleet was also full of dangers. The future Whitebeard Regiment attacked Marine's headquarters, but even though most of Marine's top combat power was paddling, they still failed miserably. All this shows that in addition to its own absolute strength, there must be an equally powerful force. When 2 huge forces clash, the king versus the king and the general versus the general. Instead of the boss being beaten by a group of people alone. Not only the power of Marine, but the world government is also terrifying. The rule of the sea for 800 years does not rely on benevolent government and caring for the people. CP0, Knights of God, and 5 elders are also very powerful. Xianyo didn't want to be beaten by more than a dozen people one day in the future, so it was crucial to develop his own power. Shiryu is a good subordinate, and his potential needs to be developed. Eating transparent fruits will lower the upper limit a bit. Xianyo thought. Just do it. Xianyo got up and walked out of the office, heading towards the deputy warden's office. Ta. When? Xianyo knocked politely and pushed the door open without waiting for a response. In the office, Shiryu had a cigar in his mouth, holding the dead wood in one hand and stroking the blade with the other. Xianyo didn't care when he pushed in the door. Such a good knife has to be sealed up along with the Golden Lion. It's really a stupid and ridiculous decision. Shiryu said, not sure if he was talking to himself or Xianyo. Hey! Shiryu! How do you feel about staying in Impel Down? Xianyo Gate of Opening asked straight to the point. Shiryu was confused, but didn't say anything, just turned his eyes to Xianyo. Under the calm face, there was a heart unwilling to accept the status quo. Following Xianyo's words, it began to faintly agitate. Well, it's not something that can't be said. It's just that it's boring for you to stay here and kill some prisoners who have no ability to resist. Shiryu's pupils shrank slightly. At this time, he had not killed criminals indiscriminately, so no one knew that some criminals were killed by him. If you want to kill those monsters on the sea. Kill those world nobles who stand high above. Only their blood can make you stronger. Shiryu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His trembling body showed the turmoil in his heart. Kill the celestial dragons. What a terrible idea. That will lead to the pursuit of General Marine. Shiryu sighed in his heart. With the top level of knowledge activated, everything Shiryu thinks is known to Xianyo. Xianyo raised the corner of his mouth with a disdainful expression and said, "If you can't kill the Tianlong people, what about General Marine? If you can kill General Marine, what are you afraid of? You don't even dare to think about it. Do you only have this courage?" Shiryu! Shano shouted. Shiryu gradually recovered from the shock, and his inner restlessness also made him understand what he really wanted. "Come on! Shiryu! Come with me and turn this world upside down!" Xianyo's bewitching voice sounded again. Shiryu bit the cigar hard, raised the corners of his mouth, held the dead wood in his hand, and shouted slightly madly. "Let Lao Zi see if you have that strength!" Whoosh! Shiryu turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Xianyo. The sword light of deadwood flashed through Xianyo's pupils. The whole room was filled with murderous intent. In the small space, Shiryu suddenly drew his sword, thinking he could take down Xianyo. The tip of the deadwood knife was about to fall on Xianyo's head, but there was still no reaction from him. Is this the only extent? Shiryu thought in his mind that if this was the end, he would continue to suppress his own nature and put Xianyo in prison. There were great ups and downs in my heart, but in fact it was just a moment. The tip of the knife was about to rub Shano's flowing black hair, but the situation was not as Shiryu expected. Xianyo, who was standing where he was, suddenly gained momentum, reaching a level that made Shiryu tremble. Shiryu's pupils shrank, and he noticed that Xianyo's position had changed. He didn't seem to move, but he just missed the sword. When Shiryu was about to change his moves. Too slow. A calm voice sounded. There was an extra fist in front of Shiryu, only a few centimeters away from his face. Then a strong wind caused by his fist hit Shiryu's face. Click, click, click. The wall behind Shiryu cracked. Gudong. Cold sweat flowed from Shiryu's forehead, and he swallowed subconsciously. If it hits, it will be terrible. Shiryu thought. How about it, are you willing to surrender to me, Shiryu? Xiano asked. I would like to follow in your footsteps. Shiryu said sincerely. Ha 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 ha, this will be the most correct choice in your life. Take your thunderstorm, deadwood, and yingshi and give them to me. Give the world a little shock first. Xianyo laughed. Bang! The office door was slammed hard. Shano walked in front, followed by the tall Shiryu. Hey! Are those prison chief Shano and deputy warden Shiryu? A passing jailer saw the two and said. The two knives carried by the prison captain look familiar. Why is the deputy warden walking behind the prison chief? Shano and Shiryu walked out of the gloomy great prison and came to the sea platform of Impelton. Warships were moored at the port one after another, surrounding the entire propulsion city. Under the clouds, the sea became eerie. With just the two of us, we can't drive the warship away. Shiryu said. You still don't know anything about the power I possess, Shiryu. Shano said with a smile. Shiryu looked at Xianyo in confusion. He couldn't think of any other way to leave Imperial. After a while. This is. What kind of ability is this? Shiryu couldn't help but exclaimed. The two of them stood on the deck as a huge warship slowly flew into the sky. Chapter 5 Defector. Buzz. 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 Beep. 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 The alarm sounds in the deep-sea great prison. This is also the first time for many prison guards, including cotters, to hear the alarm. This is an organization directly under the world government. The great prison of the deep sea, which is said to have never been breached. Imperial. Inside the prison, the guards were in a hurry, but they followed the drill procedures. Lock up the criminals and stay alert. They don't know what's going on, but what they can do is take good care of their area. Great prison's offshore platform. Then, what is that? Why is the warship flying? a jailer said in horror. Hey, are you kidding? How can you have such power? This is the ability of the golden lion. The ability of the piao piao fruit. A knowledgeable little leader said. Is the enemy the golden lion? Didn't he just be taken into custody? You have to be moderate when joking. This is the great prison that has never been breached. It is impossible for the golden lion to escape. Some jailers also said firmly. Report, report. I just saw the prison chief and deputy warden boarding that warship. One of the jailers said tremblingly, addressing his team leader. Hey! Shiryu-sama and Shano-sama. The group leader was shocked. Are you sure you read that correctly? Report. I'm sure. We saw it too. It was 2 adults boarding the warship. Other guards on duty on offshore platforms echoed this. I just hope it's really a joke. Cold sweat broke out on the team leader's head. What's going on? Director Trillin rushed to the platform, looked at the warships floating overhead, and asked the people present. Master Director. Seeing Trillin's arrival, everyone had support in their hearts and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, if the enemy were really attacking, relying on their courage alone would be of no use at this level of attack. Reporting to the director, Deputy Warden Shiryu and Prison Chief Shano have boarded the warship. Report from the team leader. What are these 2 guys doing? Trillin roared angrily, and as he spoke, he stepped on moonwalk, flew into the sky, and chased the warship. Oh! Xianyo looked at the gradually enlarging figure and knew that Trillin had caught up with him, which was also expected. Shiryu, go and stop the old man, but don't damage our car. Do your will. Saying that, Shiryu took out the thunderstorm in his hand, and the weapon color was wrapped around it. The blade was as black as ink, revealing infinite murderous intent. Bang! Shiryu stepped on the deck and flew out. Whoosh! The black sword light flashed across the sky, and the ink-colored blade was like black lightning, striking at Trillin who was coming on moonwalk. Feeling the murderous intent coming from above, Trillin did not panic at all. He did not take out the saber from his waist, and the armed color directly covered his fists. Moonwalk suddenly exerted his strength and rushed towards Shiryu with his fist raised. When one high and one low, the 2 met in mid-air, and their weapons collided, making an ear-splitting sound. Swish, swish, swish. The 2 were separated at the first touch, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged blows several times. Although Trillin was old at this time, his fighting skills and experience were far beyond Shiryu's. For a moment, it was difficult to tell the winner. When it was another hedging, and the 2 of them were pushed back by the impact and stood up out of thin air. Shiryu, are you going to defect with Shano? Trillin asked sternly. Defection? No, it's just a different way to realize my own pursuit. Shiryu replied calmly. But there's one thing you said wrong. It's not that I took him, but that I have surrendered to that adult. Old man, if you still want to spend your old age in peace, don't stop us, or you will die. Shiryu showed a crazy expression, which was an absolute respect for power. Humph! Letting you go like this would be irresponsible for the beliefs I have adhered to for decades. Come and spend your old age with me. Trillin said as he pulled out the knife from his waist, looking like he was going to use all his strength. On the platform, Magellan, who had just finished having diarrhea, also hurried over. The current warden is responsible for suppressing the inside of the prison, so Magellan can only come to support him. Looking at the situation in the sky, Magellan already understood. As the 2 deputies and future leaders of the great prison, he and Shiryu are very familiar with each other. It was unexpected and reasonable for Shiryu to do such a thing. Only the power of Piao Piao fruit. He has contacted the warden of LV6 and confirmed that there is no abnormality in LV6 and that the Golden Lion is still in prison. This makes him feel very troublesome, an existence that can have similar abilities to the Piao Piao fruit. Is it possible that, just after catching the golden lion, another golden lion will appear? Listening to the reports from his men, he also guessed the owner of this ability. Xianyo? Have you hidden it for so long? Thinking in his mind, he would fly up on moonwalk to support Trillin. Just when Trillin drew his knife and Magellan flew up. Bang! 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 Buzz! 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 The port began to shake violently. The offshore platform also began to twist and deform. The warships at the port, one after another, slowly left the sea and flew into the sky. What? Magellan stopped and looked at the floating warships. The offshore platform twisted like water, split into two pieces, and crashed towards him. Magellan had no time to take care of himself. After all, if he didn't use his trump card, his poison wouldn't have much effect on the stone. Old man. I don't want to do anything too extreme when we work together. If you just retreat, I won't smash these warships. Xianyo's voice came from the warship high in the sky. Trillin looked up. Xianyo stood on the bow of the ship with his arms folded, his black flowing hair, windless and magnificent. Damn it! Trillin leaned over and looked at the sea platform below. The chief warden has begun organizing an evacuation towards the great prison. This is no longer a battle they can intervene in. But if several warships were smashed down at this time, only a few would survive. Trillin is old, and his feelings for the great prison are unparalleled by others. He has stayed here all his life. If you continue to pursue, even if you don't know Xianyo's true strength. But beings with abilities similar to Piao Piao fruit are destined not to capture them. Moreover, the lives of his jailers would be wasted as a result. But if we just give up like this, the legend that the great prison cannot be broken will end here. His lifelong persistence was in vain. Hey! Xianyo! You have to do what you say. Otherwise, I will risk my life to capture you. After weighing the situation, Trillin ignored Shano and Shiryu and flew back. Xianyo didn't want to fight to the death with a strong man right after he went to sea. It's not that you can't beat it, but it affects your next plan. As the warship disappeared from the sky, the biggest scandal in the undersea Great Prison was born. The Great Prison, which has never been breached, has defectors inside. And they are two defectors with high positions. The impact is very bad, but there is a big problem ahead, so this matter can only be suppressed. Chapter 6 Marine's Reaction. Brew 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 brew. Click. Moxie Moxie, I am Sora. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fleet Admiral Office, Marine Vondo. Cyborg Sora picked up the phone. The phone bug turned into an old man. Fleet Admiral, this is Impel Down, and I am Administrator Trillin. The old man on the phone imitated the faces on the other side exactly the same. Oh. Trillin. The Golden Lion has been successfully taken into custody, right? Ha 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 ha. Pora Salino has already told me. Sora replied happily. He hadn't been so happy for a long time. First, Roger, known as One Piece, was successfully detained. Although he surrendered, the result was the same. Marine captured One Piece without any effort. There will be a public execution in the near future, and there is definite news that the Roger pirates have been disbanded, and there is no such thing as robbing the execution ground. This will be a great victory for justice. Punishing the criminal leader in the name of Marine shows the power of Marine to the sea. It can also deter other pirates and make those reckless young people give up the idea of going to sea. After all, even One Piece was successfully defeated by Marine. The impact of this public execution will be very positive. Another thing that made him happy was that the Golden Lion broke into Marine headquarters alone. You know, although Roger is known as One Piece, as a Marine Fleet Admiral, the threat level of the Roger pirates is actually very low. First of all, the Roger pirates are small in number and have only one ship, so the scope of their influence is very small. Their threats are more directed at world government. But the Golden Lion is different. The Golden Lion is a real pirate. He will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals and is extremely ambitious, trying to subvert the world just like rocks. Moreover, the large fleet under his command is also very large, and the scope of influence and radiation is even wider. Coupled with the high mobility of Piao fruit, and the ability to throw warships and islands towards the marine base at any time, it is very difficult for Marine to catch the Golden Lion. Moreover, if an all-out effort is made to capture Marine, the number of Marine casualties will be incalculable. Such an existence that left Marine helpless actually abandoned his huge fleet and rushed into Marine headquarters alone. Although it caused great damage to Marine headquarters. But with Garp and Sengoku in charge, his end is doomed. Successfully taking the Golden Lion into custody can be regarded as another happy event after capturing Roger. So in recent days, Cyborg Sora is cheerful every day, and even the 5 elders rarely praise him. You can apply for more military expenses this year. Listening to the enthusiastic voice on the other side, and the phone bug imitating it, I couldn't help but feel excited. Trullan knew how much his next words would dampen the opponent's mood. But things have already happened and can only be conveyed truthfully. In addition to notifying Marine, we also have to report to the world government, which is the most uncomfortable part. Fleet Admiral, I'm very sorry, there's something wrong with Impel Down. Trullan said in frustration. Sora trembled. Isn't it the Golden Lion that escaped from prison? No, the Golden Lion has been imprisoned in LV6, it is the former deputy warden of Impel Down City. Shiryu Xianyo, the former commander of the advancing city prison. After collecting the deposit the lions defected and I failed to keep them. Trullan replied. Nanny. 2 generals from Impel Down City defected. How did they defect in the Windless Belt? Kong looked confused, this shouldn't be the case, let alone the strength of the 2 generals, how they escaped from Trullan. Simply speaking, Impel Down City is located in a windless zone, and it is impossible for 2 people to drive a warship. Could it be that they flew out? Yes, this is the most serious problem. The former prison commander Xianyo awakened Conquerors when he saw the Golden Lion. And Conqueror's level is no less than that of the Golden Lion. When he defected after that, he also showed abilities similar to the Piao fruit. The 2 of them flew away on a warship. The great prison was undamaged and there were no casualties. Trullan finished his report and waited for the reply from the other party. Okay, I understand. Taking a long breath, Sora calmed himself down and replied. Things have already happened, and it is meaningless to say anything. All we have to do is to make countermeasures. Click. After hanging up the phone, Sora crossed his hands, propped his chin, and fell into thinking. After a while, a phone call was made. I am Kong, convening a meeting with lieutenant generals and generals above in the headquarters. Ta-ta, tap-ta, tap-ta. In the conference room of the headquarters, lieutenant generals rushed over. They still didn't know what happened, and asked each other what might have happened. Bang! The half-open conference room door was kicked open by someone from the outside. Lieutenant General Garp. All the lieutenants stood up to say hello. Although Garp and they are both lieutenant generals, in terms of strength and influence, they are far from being comparable. Garp swaggered in while picking his nose. Brother Kong, what's going on? Why did you suddenly have a meeting? We are about to find the Senbei treasure house of the Warring States period. Garp said with a sad look on his face. BD Garp. Don't try to get my Senbei. You won't buy it yourself. After the words fell, General Warring States walked in from the door. After receiving the notification of the meeting just now, I was in Warring States outside and returned to the office to prepare things for the meeting, only to find Garp stealing things. Warring States General. The lieutenants said hello again. As Sengoku and Garp were having fun, the atmosphere in the conference room became a lot more relaxed. Some people also asked Warring States about the content of the meeting. Warring States said, "I don't know either." Ta ta ta. A majestic figure walked into the conference room. "Empty Fleet Admiral." The lieutenants said hello again. Sora nodded, followed by Staff Officer He and a sailor holding information. "After 2 victories of justice, I think we may have let our guard down a little." Sora spoke. "Roger and the Golden Lion are not all pirates. There are still quite a lot of crimes waiting for justice. Now, a new crime has appeared. At the critical point of Roger's execution, a huge mistake occurred in Impel Down. The former deputy warden of Impel Down City, Shiryu, the former prison chief, Xianyo, hijacked a warship and openly defected." Sora said in a stern tone. The Marine used a projector phone to project the 2 people's information onto the whiteboard. Looking at the messages from the 2 men, the generals present fell silent. Institutions under the same jurisdiction of world government. The deputy warden of Impel Down City, who is in Marine, is also qualified to sit in today's conference room. He actually defected just like that. Xianyo, Conqueror's Awakened One, is suspected of having the power of the Piao Piao fruit, and his strength is unknown. The conference room fell silent again. They did not harm the facilities and personnel in Impel Down, but the defection has become a fact. The world government is very angry about this. Now we need to offer a reward for him, but it should not be publicized too much, and the reward order should be announced to the public after the execution. Now let's start discussing the amount of the reward." Empty speeches were carried out resolutely, and the meeting entered the discussion stage. Chapter 7 Heading to Rogue Town. Somewhere in the sea during the first half of the Grand Line. A newspaper delivery seagull flies in the sky. Thinking in my heart. Today's newspaper didn't sell many copies. When I go back, I have to listen to my bosses nagging again. The newspaper delivery seagull works for the World Economic News Service. This is a news agency that has just been established. Their boss is a guy who ate the animal devil fruit. Communicate with the newspaper delivery seagulls through fruit abilities. Use some cunning words and simple rewards. Let the newspaper delivery seagulls work for you willingly. The newspaper delivery seagull is dreaming of working hard for 3 to 5 years. Relying on the reward for hard work, I find a beautiful female seagull. Then buy a residence in seagull apartment, and the 2 seagulls can live a life without shame. Quack quack. The newspaper delivery seagull couldn't help laughing. Suddenly, the sky became dark. Quack. The newspaper delivery seagull looked confused and turned to look up. I saw an unknown object flying above it, blocking the sunlight. Because it is directly below, the newspaper delivery seagull cannot see what it is. Pu Lang. As a journalist, I am still very excited when encountering such UFOs. It was as if the headlines were waving to it. So it quickly flew sideways and took out the camera from its bag. Quack. The seagull delivering the newspaper was shocked. This turned out to be a warship. It also has the flag of world government hanging on it. Click. 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 Seagulls taking pictures like crazy while delivering newspapers. Hey! Shiryu! Is this direction really heading to Rogue Town? Xianyo was lying on a rocking chair, wearing sunglasses, and asked with a comfortable look on his face. Well, it's probably no problem. As long as you fly forward halfway, you will always see the upside-down mountain. Shiryu said a little unconfidently. It's okay to let him kill people, but it will be difficult for him to be a navigator. Xianyo, who was so arrogant just 2 days ago that he wanted to turn the world upside down. As soon as I went out, I got lost and didn't know which way to go. As for Shiryu, come on, I've been in the great prison under the sea for so long, and it's even more impossible to know where it is. As a last resort, Xianyo could only descend. I randomly found a pirate group and asked Shiryu to ask for directions, and I got the general direction. The pirates who were asked for directions were of course sent back to the sea. Just added some basic resources. After all, the two of them came out in a warship without even a bailie on them. We must arrive at Rog Town before the execution. Xianyo issued the command again, but he could not see any sense of nervousness as he lay on the rocking chair. Captain, there is a little bird secretly filming us. Shiryu said. Ah, I feel it too. It seems like a news bird. Invite it over and let it write a column for us. Understood, Captain. Shiryu also knows that at this critical moment, it is impossible for Marine to announce the news of their defection. But since you have chosen to be famous, how can you be willing to remain anonymous? Whoa, whoa. Before the newspaper delivery seagull could react, the bird had already appeared on the deck. Hello, Mr. Newsbird. My name is Xianyo, a very ambitious person. The newspaper delivery seagull stared blankly at the spaceship going away. There are 2 more portrait photos in the camera, and a self-introduction in the backpack. There is also a letter to be given to the president. A small world economic news agency, what is worth caring about? Shiryu asked confused. In his opinion, if there is any problem, just stab someone with a knife. Strength determines everything. Yo ho 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 ho, little Shiryu, you are still too young. Intelligence ability is also an important indicator for establishing a foothold on the sea. Don't underestimate this news agency. Their president has great potential. I am very optimistic about him. Xianyo said in a strange tone. Shiryu had black lines all over his head, and his offbeat tone made him feel physically uncomfortable. He endured the discomfort and said, Captain, don't make such a joke. Allah Allah, I know. Xianyo raised his hands in agreement. But Captain, if the World Economic News Agency becomes very powerful in the future, how can it obey our will? That's not simple. If he doesn't obey me, just go and chop him down. Should I say that I am worthy of being a captain? Shiryu laughed. Captain, if you go to Rog Town at this time, will you encounter Marine's high-level combat power, such as General Marine? Shiryu asked worriedly. Although he is very confident in himself, he is also very sure of Xianyo's strength. But the title of General Marine can still shock the sea, except for the countless monsters in New World. No one is confident that they can defeat a general. This is the confidence of Marine, as the largest violent organization on the sea, to suppress the world and the paradise. Well, don't worry, we are not looking for trouble. Xianyo explained. Although in the original book, Roger's execution was not carried out with great fanfare and formation like Ace's. But it is impossible to execute such an important figure with only 2 executioners. Knowing that execution will attract pirates and heroes from all walks of life, these people have high combat effectiveness. If someone loses his mind and wants to rob the law field, he must have enough combat power to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, Marine's great victory will turn into a huge scandal. Therefore, Marine must have a certain amount of combat power stationed in Rogue Town. Xianyo just wanted to sign in before Roger died. It's not good to keep trying to become stronger. Besides, the fall of One Piece is an important event in history. Don't you want to see what kind of man can be recognized by all the men above the sea? Xianyo continued. More. Don't underestimate me, Captain. Even a general can fight. But don't be too arrogant. If Marine's top management comes out in full force, there will be nothing I can do for the time being. Xianyo first sat up and spoke eloquently, then lay down again and began to mess around. Understood, Captain. 7 days later. 2 figures landed in Rog Town. At this time, Rog Town was already crowded with heroes. Throw a stone at random, and the person it hits may be a pirate captain in the future. Looking at the streets with people coming and going, people who are working are not affected by the execution. Xianyo could only sigh that this stable stage was about to pass. After the execution, the era of great pirates will usher in. Pirates appear like a spurt. And the sea is covered with ships with skull and crossbones flags. Captain, what are we going to do in the next 3 days? Can we kill people? Shiryu asked bloodthirstily. He had been floating in the sky for these days, but he couldn't hold it back. Well, don't worry, you'll be the one to chop it down later. Don't be embarrassed then. Xianyo said with a smile. Oh? What kind of enemy? No, not an enemy, but a future partner. Chapter 8 Moonlight Moria. East Daxia Sea. Rogue Town. There are 3 days left until One Piece Roger's execution. Shiryu followed Shano. The two of them seemed to be walking aimlessly, but in fact, they had no purpose. Xianyo originally wanted to recruit partners, and yes, it was during Roger's execution that he showed his face. Moonlight Moria. The young Moria is still a motivated young man who values his companions and dares to challenge stronger ones. However, after challenging Kaido, all his friends were killed, and his morale and ideals were destroyed. In fact, in comparison, Luffy's collapse after experiencing Ace's death was similar to Mariah's. It's just that every time Luffy is in a slump, someone will give him a hand to help him regain his energy. But Moria did not receive such treatment. He was immersed in the scene of his companions being killed alone. Becoming evasive, cowardly, and no longer believing in one's abilities. What remains unchanged in him is his emphasis on his partners. Even after losing to Kaido, losing to Luffy, and being attacked by Doflamingo. But when Absalom was captured by Blackbeard, Moria directly killed him, and it has become the Four Emperors, Blackbeard's lair. How could Moria, who had already lost to Kaido, not know the strength of the Four Emperors? But he still went to Beehive Island for his companions. So Xianyo naturally didn't want to let go of such a guy who valued love and justice. In Xianyo's view, Moria's potential is also very high, both in terms of fruit development and physical fitness. It just took some detours. Therefore, recruiting Moria is another purpose of coming to Rogue Town besides signing in. Damn it! I thought that with a height of nearly 7 meters, it should be very conspicuous, but why haven't I seen it yet? Xianyo thought to himself. He didn't want to use his knowledge, because it might arouse Marine's vigilance in Rogue Town. Moreover, he would definitely be found on the day of execution, so Xianyo did not plan to use his knowledge. But Shiryu didn't know this. He thought that the captain must know the man's location by walking like this. Just when Xianyo was planning to call it a day. Turning a corner of the street, a huge figure came into view. At this time, Moria was also walking in his direction. I found you. Moonlight Moria. Xianyo stopped, looked at Moria, and said with a smile. Shiryu and Moria noticed each other at the same time. Shiryu, who was slightly taller than the general, saw Moria, who was nearly 7 meters tall. He has a hairstyle like a shallot, looks like a demon, has 2 horns on the side of his forehead, has pointed ears, and has shark-like sharp teeth in his mouth. There are cross-shaped sutures on his head that resemble stitches, a leather collar around his neck, a shirt with a bat-shaped collar, and a leather jacket with an open collar. Underneath the clothes are strong muscles. In Shiryu's opinion, this must not be a weakling. Is it him? It's very interesting. Shiryu said. He. How did you two know Laozi's name? Are you here to join me? Just call me captain and I will agree. At this time, Moria was still full of passion and directly opened his mouth to recruit the two of them. He could feel that the two people in front of him were not weak in strength. Captain! We have been underestimated. When Shiryu heard this, he was happy and angry. To him, the provocation of the weak was undoubtedly a joke. Hey! Moria! Laozi is here to recruit you. Since you have the same idea, let's have a fight. Whoever wins will be the captain. He 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 he. Are you two together? Moria asked arrogantly. Ha 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 ha. You are not qualified to let me take action yet. Mariah. If you can defeat Shiryu, I will recognize you. Xianyo couldn't help laughing. Although Moria is older than Shiryu, her strength does not depend on her age. Didn't you see, Luffy, who has only been at sea for a few years, the 4 emperors of Boomer, and the 5 elders of Gong'eng? There is a certain order of learning, and there are specialties in the art. Moria, who has no background and started from scratch all over the world, may not even know what domineering is. Naturally, he cannot be Shiryu's opponent. He 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 he. You don't take Lao Zi seriously. I'm going to kill you as a subordinate. Moria spoke arrogantly again. This is not a good place to take action. I don't want to get into trouble. Taking Moria's boat, a group of people came to a desert island near Rog Town. Moria couldn't wait to jump onto the island. He had already begun to fantasize about having 2 Cotter-level subordinates. Most of his current partners are ordinary people with average talents. They only come together because they share common ideals and beliefs. The main job is also daily life on board the ship and sailing. If you really want to fight, you can only deal with some miscellaneous fish. Whenever there is a bounty on the opposite side, Moria must take action personally. Although he can travel around the world with the shadow fruit, he has to take action personally every time he fights. Mariah felt that he didn't have the personality of a boss at all, so he couldn't wait to recruit the 2 of them. Shiryu walked away leisurely. For him, this was undoubtedly a cruel game. The 2 stood facing each other. Moria pulled out the long knife from his waist. Yes, Moria still used a knife at this time. It's just an ordinary knife. Shiryu saw Moria pulling out the knife, but had no intention of drawing it out. He took a puff of the cigar, exhaled the smoke, and said, "Let's get started." Seeing that he didn't even pull out the knife, Moria was instantly filled with anger. You underestimate Lao Zi. Who do you think you are? As he spoke, his movements were not slow at all, slashing and kicking on the ground. Whoosh! It turned into a black flowing shadow and rushed towards Shiryu. The sword flashed past and fell into the air. Shiryu just turned sideways and dodged the first blow. I'll give you 3 moves. Shiryu said disdainfully. Damn it! Moria's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that the other party could avoid it so easily. Any luck? Shadow horn gun. At this moment, the 2 of them passed each other and saw Moria's huge shadow suddenly surging. A sharp spear suddenly appears in the humanoid shadow. Like a crossbow, the shadow spear shot out directly towards Shiryu's heart. Succeeded. At such a close distance, Moria didn't want to believe that he would miss. But, the fact is that at such a close distance, Shiryu turned sideways in a very short moment and escaped the attack. Nanny! I was shocked in my heart, but kept my hands on it. The shadow horn gun that shot away suddenly fell down and turned into a pool of black shadow, scattered behind Shiryu. Call out! Moria suddenly appeared and took the place of the shadow. Go to hell! Cut Shiryu down with a slash from behind. Bite! Shiryu, who was still facing forward, has turned around now. And one hand grabbed the huge blade. How is that possible? It's my turn. As he spoke, Shiryu looked ferocious and clenched his other hand into a fist. Pull back. Rush out. Bang. The black iron fist hit Moria's stomach. Mariah spurted a mouthful of blood, his eyes turned white, and his facial features were distorted. Boom. Moria flew backwards. Bang. Hit the ground hard. Moria foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness. Chapter 9 Newcomers on board. Ugh. Damn it. Moria sat up suddenly. The severe pain in his stomach made him wake up instantly. He was knocked unconscious by that guy's punch. His attack didn't hurt him at all. No. Can't even hit him. The final attack was obviously caught on purpose by him. And I caught his slash with my bare hands. This is something Moria never thought of. Moria clenched his fists. It turned out that he was so weak. He raised his head and looked at his surroundings. This is my captain's cabin. Bang! The door was pushed open, and an ordinary crew member walked in. This was the ship's doctor on the Moria ship. Lord Moria. You're awake. The ship's doctor saw Moria sitting up and said happily. I'll call Master Xiano. Before Moria could ask questions, the ship's doctor ran out again. Xianyo. Moria thought silently and remembered that this should be the leader of the two. You are not qualified to let me take action yet. The seemingly arrogant words from before appeared in Mariah's mind again. That Shiryu is already so strong, what kind of strength should Shano have? Could it be that he is a monster? No wonder Mariah thought so. He who thought he was invincible was suddenly easily defeated. Not only was he defeated in the battle, his worldview was also collapsing. It turned out that there were people in the world who were stronger than him, and they were much, much stronger. And this being who was much more powerful than him was taking orders from another person. With Moria's current knowledge, it was impossible to imagine how strong Xianyo was. When Mariah was thinking wildly, Xianyo appeared at the door. Hey! Lao Mo! You're awake! The ship's doctor wisely closed the door and left the room to the two of them. Old Mo? Hey! What a strange name is this? You guy. Ah! What a strange title you have. Now you want to call me Captain. Captain. Xianyo twitched the corners of his mouth and said arrogantly. Old Mo. I'm willing to admit defeat. You don't have the courage to do so, do you? That's long-winded. Of course Lao Zi means what he says. You don't need to remind me. The ship, the captain. Ha 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 ha. Welcome to join us. Comrade Moonlight Moria. Moria has a black streak on his head, which is another strange name. Ship, captain, my former companions. Moria asked tentatively. Well. Don't worry, Lao Mo. They will all join my fleet with you. There is a lot of work on the ship. Leave the fighting to us, and leave the life and navigation to them. Everyone will be very busy. Xianyo smiled and patted Moria's arm. Arm. Even if Moria was sitting on the bed and Xiano was standing, he could only take a picture of Moria's forearm. Thank you very much, Captain. Moria also sincerely surrendered at this moment, firstly because of the previous promise, and secondly because of the proper arrangements of his partners. Ahem. Very good, Lao Mo. You are very good. Captain. I want to become stronger. Moria suddenly said to Xianyo, his eyes full of seriousness and desire. He didn't know how long it had been since he felt this way, eager to become stronger and hungry for power. Because only when you realize the lack of strength, you will understand the importance of strength. Moria, who had just experienced a major defeat at this moment, had the strongest desire to become stronger. Well. Lao Mo. I appreciate your positive and progressive attitude. When Roger's execution is over, I will teach you the knowledge of domineering. Domineering? Moria asked doubtfully. That's right, domineering, the ability that can truly allow you to gain a foothold on the sea, is the threshold for the strong. Shiryu's dodging your attacks is domineering, and catching your slashes with his bare hands is also domineering. Of course. Your fruit also has great potential. The subsequent development of the fruit will also make you stronger. I have some good ideas here. I can discuss this with you later. When the fruit is developed to the extreme, it can be awakened. Those with awakened fruit abilities are all very powerful beings. Xianyo told Moria eloquently that he was stunned for a while. Haki, fruit awakening, it turns out that there is still so much left. Moria thought bitterly that when he was roaming the world, he thought he was invincible, but he didn't expect that he didn't even reach the threshold of a strong person. Stop thinking. You have great potential. As long as you work hard, you can beat up Shiryu in the future. Xianyo said bewilderedly. Ah, sneeze. Standing on the deck, Shiryu suddenly felt a chill. The wind from the East Daxia Sea is slightly cooler. Shiryu thought to himself. Compared to the darkness of the great prison and the windless sea all year round, just sailing on the sea made him feel more comfortable. If you like to kill people, you can also like the sun. Ta ta ta. Xianyo and Moria, who followed behind, walked onto the deck. Oh. Shiryu. Come say hello to your new friend. Shano saw Shiryu on the deck, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Hey? This weak guy may not be of much help to us, Captain. Shiryu said without mercy. Damn it. You guy. When Laozi learns domineering, he will be the first to knock you down. Moria said angrily and harshly. Domineering, there are also strengths and weaknesses. Old Shinto Shiryu took a puff of his cigar, blew out a smoke ring, and said inscrutably. Hey? Why do you feel like Shiryu is done pretending? Captain Xianyo felt unhappy that Shiryu was so handsome. This kind of opportunity to show off should be reserved for the captain. After the harmonious crew meeting, all the Moria crew members also sincerely recognized Xianyo's captain status. The ship was anchored at the port of Rog Town, and the ordinary crew members continued to replenish supplies and go shopping. Shano took Shiryu and Moria to the streets. He was still wandering around aimlessly, if he was looking for old Moria before. So now it's pure randomness. Because Captain Xianyo felt that following a strong man of more than 3 meters and nearly 7 meters behind him, he was very powerful, that's all. Captain Xiano put his hands in his pockets and walked as if he didn't recognize his relatives, extremely arrogant. When passing citizens saw it, they all stayed away, for fear of offending this uncle. The heroes gathered here also kept a distance from each other. The size of these two thugs already frightened them. Not everyone is a monster. For ordinary people, height and tonnage can determine the outcome of a duel. People like Moria can't even hit someone's knees when they jump up. How can they fight? This is a fair. At this time, Moria was still very tall, a muscular man with long legs and no bloated body. Captain Xiano enjoyed the attention of the crowd. I found a restaurant with a relatively large door so that Lao Mo could get in. The restaurant lobby was high enough for Lao Mo to sit down and eat. I am really a good captain who is considerate and considerate of his subordinates. Captain Xiano is intoxicated with himself. Hey? Is this considered unintentional? There was a man sitting at the restaurant bar with a huge sword on his back. The swordsman's instinct made him look back at Xianyo. Very strong. Mihawk's intuition told him. Chapter 10 Mihawk. Looking at Xianyo in front of him, as a swordsman's instinct, he felt a huge pressure. This doesn't scare him, it just excites him. He, Joricole Mihawk, is destined to be the future, the greatest swordsman in the world. Only by defeating all the strong swordsmen can one be qualified to deserve this title. The person in front of me is young and has at least the level of a swordsman. He had a hunch that this would be the biggest obstacle for him to become the world's greatest swordsman. The saber behind it also trembled, feeling the breath of the same kind. While Mihawk was observing Xianyo, Xianyo was also observing him. The deadwood and yingshi around the waist are trembling slightly, as if they are eager to try. I almost forgot, Golden Lion is also a swordsman. He should be the greatest swordsman in the world now. These two swords are also supremely sharp swords. Feeling the vibration of the knife, Xianyo thought. Yes, Golden Lion is the strongest swordsman of this era, but in this era, there seems to be no such thing as the world's greatest swordsman. And as the Golden Lion is imprisoned to LV6, his existence will also be deliberately erased. Therefore, few future generations will know that there was once a great pirate alongside Roger and Whitebeard. Nor would he know that this person is now the world's greatest swordsman. As the swords of those who stand at the top of the sword, Kurki and Sakuraju, naturally belong to the supreme sharp sword. It's just that the Golden Lion doesn't always use the sword when it encounters an enemy, nor does it deliberately use the weapon color to maintain the sword, so the two swords did not become black swords. This is enough to show how terrifying the Golden Lion's talent is. Become a leader in the Rocks pirates where monsters gather. In the post-Rocks era, he can keep pace with the top Roger and the top Whitebeard. He even almost defeated the Roger pirates in the Battle of Etwall. Such a legendary big pirate cannot be described by a simple monster. The defeat was at the hands of Luffy, who had just left the sea and was not very domineering. It can only be said to be the suppression of heaven. This swordsman brother, I have already felt your strong fighting spirit, but I'm hungry, let's wait until I finish eating. Xianyo waved to Mihawk and said. Mihawk nodded when he heard this, then turned back and continued drinking. As for Shiryu, who is also a swordsman, he is not taken seriously by Mihawk. Shiryu also noticed this, which made him very unhappy, but as a swordsman, he knew intuitively that this person's swordsmanship level was above him. But this did not frustrate Shiryu. This is exactly the purpose of following Xianyo to go to sea, to constantly challenge stronger people, and the blood of the strong is the best supplement. It would be interesting to fight against a guy like this. Shiryu thought, slightly crazy. Hey, Shiryu. Eat first. Laozi doesn't want to run back and forth. Shiryu suppressed the restlessness in his heart and chose to follow his heart and stomach. He was also hungry. After having enough wine and food, it's that desert island again. Mihawk came here together on his own small raft. Mihawk immediately jumped on, pulled out Ye from behind, and pointed at Xianyo standing on the bow. His sharp eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. But he didn't wait for Xianyo to react. Bang! Bang! A figure jumped from the deck. It's Shiryu holding Thunderstorm. Mihawk looked at the swordsman in front of him, tilted his head disdainfully, and said. You are no match for me. Fighting with you will only be a waste of time. Upon hearing this, Shiryu's veins popped out on his head, and the cigar in his mouth was almost chewed to pieces. Such contempt made him feel like he was beating up Lao Mo. It is impossible and not allowed to have such a big gap. Whoosh! Shiryu didn't waste any time and rushed towards Mihawk. When Thunderstorm chopped down and was blocked by Yet. The attack from Thunderstorm is held tightly with both hands. He was blocked by Mihawk with his big sword Yet with one hand. Such a strong contrast made the judgment clear. Swish! 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 Dang! 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 Unable to land a single blow, Shiryu immediately changed his moves, and the sword was piercingly bright. Shiryu turned into an afterimage, striking Mihawk again and again. Mihawk seemed to have cut into slow motion, stood on the spot, waved Yet easily, and defused Shiryu's attack like a rainstorm. Wow! Mihawk suddenly takes the initiative. Shiryu's face changed suddenly, and he sensed the crisis, and he suddenly stopped his body and retreated violently. Whoosh! Tick-tock! Tick-tock! Mihawk slashed with his sword horizontally and held the knife horizontally at his side. The blood on the blade slid along the blade, to the tip, and then dripped to the ground. Time seems to move forward with the dripping of blood. After Shiryu retreated violently, he touched the wound on his chest. If he had retreated too slowly, the knife would have hit the bone. This was caused by the fact that he had already reacted and armed himself with color coverage in advance. Swordsmanship is superior to me, knowledge, and armament are superior to me. Shiryu took away the hand touching his chest and slowly touched Thunderstorm. The blade of the sword was immediately soaked in blood, and it trembled faintly. "It would be a great pleasure if I hacked you to death." Shiryu looked up at Mihawk again, his eyes becoming bloodthirsty and crazy, and the cigar had been bitten into pieces and dropped. The beast is never afraid of getting hurt, seeing blood will only make it crazier. Whether it's the enemy's blood, or your own blood. Mihawk's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and there was no trace of ripples. But the corners of his mouth were slightly raised as if he didn't notice it. Only such an opponent can arouse his interest. Shiryu's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, his cognizant color was brought to its extreme, and his armed color rushed towards the Thunderstorm crazily. Give up using armed colors to protect yourself, thereby enhancing the power of your attacks. Blood for blood. Injury for injury. Wow! A blood-red sword energy of 7 to 8 meters was drawn out. Seeing the bloody sword energy coming toward his face, Mihawk twisted his right hand, and cut through the air from bottom to top. Wow! A 10-meter-long emerald green sword energy surged away. The two met halfway. Bang! Buzz! 2 rays of sword energy tore through the air, causing gusts of wind. Don't wait for the sword energy to decide the outcome. Shiryu was like a ferocious beast coming out of its cage. He flew to catch up with the sword energy, and struck out with another sword. Cutting through the green sword energy. Follow the sword energy and kill Mihawk together. Seeing the attacks coming from 2 directions, Mihawk moved. This is his first move since he started playing. Whoosh! Take the initiative and fly away to meet Shiryu. On the way to turning into an afterimage, he cut off the sword energy with a wave of his hand. When the two faced off against each other again. But this time, Shiryu gave up his defense completely. He didn't care at all whether he would be cut in 2. Dang! 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 Between the light and shadow of the sword, blood flew everywhere and murderous intent filled the air. The two of them fought from noon until the sun was about to set. There are more and more knife marks on Shiryu's body, but his attacks become more violent. Catch Mihawk's next move. Bang! Shiryu was hit hard by Yet's knife handle. Why is it a knife handle? Because it was Shiryu's attack, Mihawk was forced to change his moves. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! Blood dripped from the Thunderstorm. You're bleeding. So. Are you ready to be killed by me? Looking at the wound on Mihawk's arm, Shiryu, who had become a bloody man, roared crazily. And his fighting spirit actually increased again at this moment. Chapter 11 The So-Called Swordsman. The setting sun is like blood, dyeing the sea red. The clouds in the sky dot the sky. Under the sunset. On a desert island. The two figures were stretched very long. You are a good swordsman, I approve of you. Mihawk's voice floats across the deserted island. Shiryu, who has become a bloody man, heard this. The muscles in the body tightened again, and blood flowed out of the wound faster. There are many wounds on the body. If it were anyone else, they might have fainted due to excessive blood loss. But Shiryu not only still stands tall, but his momentum continues to rise. Who do you think you are? Laozi doesn't need your approval. Shiryu howls like a beast. Killing intent permeates the air. When the ordinary crew members who were still on the ship saw this scene, their legs began to tremble. This is the instinct of a creature, a substantial killing intent, filling this space. He 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 he. What two monsters they are, even Shiryu was beaten like this. Mirai let out his trademark laugh. But there was cold sweat all over his face. How insignificant I was before was clearly demonstrated at this moment. Shiryu, who defeated him with one move, was now covered in wounds and blood, like a demon returning from hell. Facing such a powerful enemy, looking at Captain Xianyo who was still calm beside him. Thinking of Mihawk's reaction before. Moria can be sure that Xianyo's strength is still above that of this young swordsman, Damn it! How come there is such a huge gap? Obviously he is the oldest person present, but he is the most powerful one. When the frog at the bottom of the well sees the vastness of the sky for the first time, he is inevitably disturbed and his world view is reshaped. At this moment, Moria's idea of becoming stronger was extremely firm. Keep fighting and you will die. Mihawk said calmly. No. Someone will die. It's you or me. Laozi doesn't care at all. Shiryu has no fear at all. Death seems to be a kind of enjoyment for him. Even if the person who died was himself. Die. A roar like thunder. Whoosh. Shiryu turned into a red afterimage, murderous intent gathering behind him. The murderous intent that was as real as a substance turned into a beast and rushed towards Mihawk. Mihawk holds knight in both hands. The armed color surged crazily, and the pitch-black blade reflected the brilliance of the setting sun. Thick, sharp, and indestructible. Mihawk's hawk-like eyes stared closely at the attacking beast. Bang! Mihawk kicked the ground violently and rushed towards Shiryu. When the blades collided, making a sharp explosion. The armed color surged crazily, and black energy filled the air, overflowing from the blade. Bang! The two of them separated with swords. Mihawk twisted his hands, flipped the blade suddenly, and slashed sideways. The speed is a beat faster than Shiryu, and the offensive has been formed again. It seems like he is going to kill Shiryu. At this moment, Shiryu focused all his weapons on Thunderstorm. This is just a normal slash. As long as Shiryu draws his sword to protect his waist. Or step back. With Shiryu's knowledge, he can naturally predict the most correct action next. But correct is not what he wants. If the fight continues like this, I don't know how long it will last. What he wants is not a competition in swordsmanship. He just, simply, wants to kill the person in front of him. As for whether he will die, he doesn't care at all. Thunderstorm didn't change its moves. It followed the direction of the bounce and slashed back with force again. If this knife hits, it will split Mihawk's head in half. Did you risk your life? Xianyo looked at the two people in front of him, even if he didn't deliberately use his knowledge to eavesdrop on their thoughts. But I could also vaguely feel the will of the two of them, which was a slashing attack that put their lives on the line. In Xianyo's view, as a result of this desperate fight, Shiryu would be cut in half, leaving no chance of survival. And Mihawk probably won't die. If Mihawk ducked slightly and tilted his head, the knife would hit his shoulder. But he's Mihawk. There's no way he can dodge at this moment. Because the swordsman opposite has already put his life on the line. As two people betting against each other, he would not hesitate to put his life on the line. Even if he still has chips. This is his pride as a swordsman. This is also the courage he has to grow into the world's greatest swordsman. Even if Mihawk didn't dodge, Shiryu was cut in half first. Because of this, he will be unable to continue, and when the blade falls, it will definitely not be as sharp as it is at this moment. This is also Xianyo's inference from what he has seen and heard. After all, he cannot predict the future. You won't die. But you will be seriously injured. I can't let you two stop right here. Whoosh! Captain Xiano disappeared instantly. At this time, Shiryu and Mihawk can see each other's reflections in their deep eyes. Seeing the situation, Shiryu was already on the alert, but Shiryu didn't care. The sharp black knife shines with the glory of death. With my will. Thunderstorm. Shiryu risked everything and struck the strongest blow in his life. Swish! In front of the two of them, a figure suddenly appeared. And he swung two knives at a speed that was too fast to be detected. Ding! Ding! At the critical moment, Xianyo appeared beside them. Draw out Deadwood and Sakuraju with your backhand. One sword can block the knight, and the other sword can block the thunderstorm. The air seemed suddenly quiet. Buzz. Buzz. The strong wind generated by the two strong impacts whipped up. Click. 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 The stones on the desert island were blown apart. On the shore, Moria's boat was also blown away from the shore. Everyone on the boat covered their heads with their arms. Well, it doesn't seem to be in line with the pride of a swordsman to interrupt the duel between two people who are risking their lives. Captain Ziano said calmly. But I happen to not care about this so-called pride. If you two mind, you can try to kill me. After saying that, Xianyo narrowed his eyes and showed what he thought was a perfect smile. After a brief stalemate, my hawk sheathed his knife and carried Ye behind him again. To express one's attitude. Naturally, Shiryu would not take action against the captain. Just holding Thunderstorm, standing there, letting the blood gush out, not knowing what he was thinking. Captain Xianyo also smiled and inserted two famous swords into the scabbards on his waist. I've seen the gap between us. My hawk looked at Xianyo and said. But it won't last long. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wow! What a terrifying young man! Do you want to come to my ship? Young swordsman. Captain Ziano said with a smile. Your swordsmanship is very strong, but beasts always walk alone. My hawk said coolly without looking back. Want to learn? I can teach you. My hawk stopped and looked at Xianyo doubtfully. Well, you can understand that invincibility is too lonely. Teaching a strong opponent is also a kind of fun. I won't take anyone else as my teacher. You have a good idea, Lao Zi doesn't want those annoying names. Deal. Do you understand the deal? I will teach you swordsmanship and you will help me kill people. Make a deal. Chapter 12 Execution Day. East Daxia Sea. The moonlight shines on the sea. The waves glow with silver light, and the sea under the darkness also has a different kind of beauty. A wooden double-track sailboat was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Cheers! Bang! 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 Everyone raises their glasses to drink. To celebrate everyone joining the new team, cheers! Captain Xiano shouted. At this moment, a banquet was being held on the ship to celebrate the establishment of the new pirate group. Men on the sea, life and death have long been out of the question. As long as there is a reason, or just make up a reason, you should enjoy the banquet. Every drink, may be the last pleasure. So they will enjoy the happy atmosphere of the moment. Shiryu, who had been wrapped into rice dumplings, was also clinking glasses with my hawk at this moment. Before, it was an opposing stance, a life and death battle. At this moment, the two of them become companions, and it is a banquet that makes everyone happy. With the magnanimity of the two of them, they naturally would not be coy and would happily drink together. This is not a kind of competition. Xianyo blocked the ship's doctor's shoulder and started drinking. The ship's doctor insisted on grabbing Shiryu and not letting him drink. After all, who would it be? No one would think that a guy with wounds all over his body could drink heavily at a banquet. Don't worry about him. That guy's physique is not that of an ordinary human being. He can't even be chopped to death. How could something happen if he drinks? Come on. Drink. Gudong. Gudong. With that said, Captain Ziano drank all the wine in his glass, picked up the wine barrel, and was about to drink it for the ship's doctor. Captain! Captain! I'm just a human. I can't drink this. The ship's doctor struggled hard to push the barrel towards Xianyo. Oh, if you don't drink, I will. Gudong! 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 Plop! Captain Xiano fell. He. How can the banquet be without a performance? Night is my stage. Moria stood up, nearly 7 meters tall, making him the focus of the audience just by standing up. Shadow dancer. I saw a dark shadow appearing next to Maria, with the same body shape as Mariah. Moria and Shadow Dancer raised their hands. Next. It's dance time. After that. The two tall figures held hands and started beating. Ouch! All the crew members shouted. This is their banquet repertoire. Everyone swayed together. Old Mo. I didn't expect you to have such a talent. Captain Ziano stood up again at some point, just swaying in a daze, as if he had also joined the dance time. The captain has decided. Lao Mo. You will be the dancer on the ship from now on. Damn it. Captain. I want to be a combat coder. To celebrate we have dancers. Cheers. Ouch. The lively banquet makes the night colorful and short. 3 days later. East Daxia Sea. Rogue Town. Today, the sun is shining brightly, there are no clouds in the sky, and the streets are bustling with people. Countless people flock to the central square of Rogue Town. Today, this will be the place of execution. The target of execution is none other than the now famous One Piece. Gold Roger. On the execution square, crowds of people swarmed in, a sea of people, shoulder to shoulder. The main roads leading to the square are also crowded with people. The people present come from all walks of life and all sea areas. Moreover, this execution will be broadcast live to the whole world. The purpose of Marine is to let everyone on the sea know. A complete victory for justice. Kill the leader of evil. Among the crowd below, there are naturally careerists. They are all looking forward to what kind of last words One Piece will say before he dies. Captain Sciano has risen to the top. There was no way around him. There were several powerful and strong men around him. Most people would give way when they saw him. With Moria's physique, it is not impossible to accidentally trample them to death. Coming! Someone in the crowd shouted. On the road in the direction of the Marine branch, the crowd automatically gave way. 2 rows of executioners, with solemn expressions and holding execution swords in their hands, escorted a man. Boom! 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 Roger! That man appeared at the end of the road. I saw him wearing shackles and walking slowly with a calm smile on his face. Arriving at the square, Roger walked onto the execution platform built for him with a meaningful smile. Roger, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Xianyo watched from a distance. Ta ta ta. Roger climbed onto the high platform step by step, and knelt down in the execution position very cooperatively. Facing the crowd of people in the audience, the smile on his lips became even stronger, showing no fear of death. Ding! One Piece Gold Roger is detected and can be signed in. Ding! Do you want to sign in? When he heard the system prompts sound, Xianyo took a long breath and adjusted his mental state. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Acquire some of the abilities of One Piece Gold Roger. Get the top Conqueror's Haki. Get the top-notch Armed Color Domineering. Acquire the Conqueror's Entanglement skill. Acquire the God's Avoidance move. Acquire knowledge, listen to the sounds of all things. Get Roger's One Sword style. Xianyo's heart was already in turmoil. This is more than what you got when you signed up for the Golden Lion for the first time. It's even stronger. Conqueror's Entanglement and Divine Avoidance directly let him enter the door of top monsters. At this moment, Xianyo no longer knows how strong he is. Hey! Xianyo forced himself to calm down. Roger looked at a young man in the audience. His aura was extremely strong and he felt very familiar. He just glanced at it and didn't care. At this time, there was nothing that could cause any trouble for him. Prepare for execution. Give an order. The 2 soldiers responsible for the execution drew a circle with their long knives and placed them in front of Roger. At this moment, the square was silent, and everyone raised their heads, expecting something. Roger just smiled and looked at everyone calmly. Gudong. The sound of swallowing comes and goes. Say something quickly. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Hey! One Piece! Where did you hide all the treasures you found? Is it really in the Grand Line? You got it, right? That legendary secret treasure. One Piece. The crowd raised their heads, greed made them sweat nervously, they must speak out. Ha 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 ha. My treasure. Roger laughed. Don't speak without permission. The two executioners immediately felt that something was wrong. I can give them all to you if you want. Go find it. I put all the treasures there. Execution. Poof. One Piece Gold Roger, dies. Boom. The crowd in the audience fell into a carnival. Their expectations were met. Their greed is infinitely magnified. The great victory Marine wants. In the end, you are shooting yourself in the foot. The end of the chief of sins. But it started an era of violence. Chapter 13 The Era of Violence. Rogue Town. Under the clear sky, the sound continued. There was so much noise that no seabirds passing by dared to stop. This is a carnival for careerists. One Piece Gold Roger is dead. From Marine's point of view, this is the end of the evil leader and a great victory for Marine. In the eyes of the people, a big pirate was killed, but their lives seemed not to be affected. But in the eyes of careerists, Roger's death means that his treasure has become ownerless. Moreover, Roger's words before his death prove that the legendary secret treasure One Piece exists. If you can get the treasure left behind by One Piece, you can have wealth, fame, power. You can own the whole world. Become the new One Piece. Ouch! The crowd was still excited, as if they had seen a bright future. Just a word from Roger made them start to imagine the beautiful scene of becoming One Piece. People's greed is endless, even some ordinary citizens, under the influence of such an atmosphere. Under the temptation of huge wealth, honest and dutiful hearts began to become restless. Of course, not everyone is crazy enough to lose their mind. What a terrible last word. One Piece. One sentence can make the whole sea boil. Marine's face is all dark now. Watching the execution of Don Quixote da Flamingo in a corner. Looking at the crazy crowd in the square, I couldn't help laughing. Young master, do we need to adjust the family's work? Senior asked next to him. Arms. The sea that follows will be so lively that it can't stop. In the shadow under the eaves, a tall figure wearing a cloak stood here. At this moment, he frowned. As someone who had received marine education since childhood, it is completely understandable that Roger's words before his death would have a terrifying impact. An execution, the death of one person, brings about the carnival of countless people. It is really ridiculous and sad. The world is sick. He murmured something to his heart, turned around and left, no longer watching the carnival of all living beings. What a stupid way to die, Roger. Such a way of death. How can you deserve the title of One Piece? A man with a slicked back hair and a gold earring on his left ear spoke angrily. The cigar in his mouth was dented by the bite. Since Roger is dead, we have to defeat Whitebeard. What a bunch of idiots. They have no strength and only empty treasures. They will only attract endless pursuit. Only strength. Strong enough. Defeat everyone in the sea. Laozi will also become One Piece. Young Shanks and Buggy were hiding in the corner and crying bitterly. Their most beloved captain had just ended his journey. A white-haired kid looked at the crowd around him with a horrified expression. He didn't understand why people started reveling and why they were shouting to be One Piece. One Piece was obviously just killed. What were they thinking? Is this how the Great Pirate Era begins? Captain Xianyo sighed, only when you are in this environment can you feel. Sudden great changes, the wheels of time rolling away, personal insignificance and powerlessness. The strength is still too weak. The power is also too weak. Feeling the violent crowd around me, Captain Xianyo felt deeply that his strength was insufficient. At this moment, he just wanted to sign all the monsters like Whitebeard, Linlin, and Kaido. Otherwise, there is no sense of security at all. Moria was originally shocked by Roger's last words, but when she heard Captain Xiano's words, she was speechless and choked for a moment. Am I not a human being? Am I a human being? Is this the world of the strong? It's too scary. Become stronger quickly. There is also the recruitment of troops. If you feel it carefully, you can still find that there are many good seedlings present. But, in Captain Xiano's opinion, Buggy the Clown, suspected to be a variant of Conquerors, lies down as the Four Emperors, unable to be suppressed, unable to be suppressed. Shanks? Tianlong, he knows a little too much and has his own plans, so he is not suitable for boarding the ship. Smoker? He is a villain, but he can't lead such a righteous young man into evil. It's definitely not because he's too good or something. Long Xianyo is very much looking forward to the emergence of the Revolutionary Army, so that it can attract the attention of the world government and gain time to develop. Doflamingo? Another celestial dragon. You can wait for him to become the emperor of the underground world and then pick peaches directly. Then only. The decision is yours. Sneeze. Crocodile, who had just planned to attack Whitebeard, sneezed at this moment. Oh? Did you sense the danger? You are so sharp. Whitebeard. Crocodile said arrogantly, he was exactly the same as Moria before. As expected of two people who received the same script, their youthful arrogance was exactly the same. Captain Xiano, who was not in a hurry for the time being, continued to sense the crowd around him. Sudden. Bite. Ding. If Black Arm Zifa is detected, you can sign in. Ding. Do you want to sign in? Jianwen's felt a powerful aura, and a notification sound came from the system. I'm just telling you, how could such a big scene not have someone in charge? General Black Arm Zifa. What kind of strength do you have as a young man? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Acquire some of the abilities of Black Arm Zifa. Get a huge increase in weapon color reserves. Acquire top teaching capabilities. Acquire Marine 6 style skills. Listening to the prompts one after another, Xianyo couldn't help but laugh. It's really like a fish in water. This is a complete unexpected gain. Moreover, compared to several other abilities, the top-level teaching ability is very much in line with Xianyo's plan. The crew members under him at the moment have great potential. He is confident that through his suggestions and tips, he will make them stronger than in the original work in the future. With this top-notch teaching ability, they will undoubtedly be able to reach a higher level. After all, Captain Xiano at this moment is a real monster, even if he doesn't feel safe. Feeling the changes in his body, Xianyo turned his head and looked at where Zifa was hiding. The current situation is very helpless. Everyone is clamoring to become pirates and not kill the general. What do you think? Xianyo thought to himself, if it were the future Akainu here. You may not hesitate to shoot Darkhound to those who clamor to be One Piece, without hesitation. Whether it's a pirate or a marine, there must always be such ruthless people. Otherwise, they would all be amiable, which would not be convincing. The heart of A must also have fear in it. The crowd dispersed. The shipyard in Rogtown is full. The order is scheduled for 5 years later. Those who grabbed the existing ship couldn't wait to recruit a group of people and went to sea. Even if they know nothing about the sea. Fortunately, he didn't have time to prepare the pirate flag. Otherwise, before we even go to sea, we will see the terrifying power at the top of the sea. The max level boss blocks the novice village. Yes, Young man, this is not funny. Chapter 14 Reaction on the Sea. Grand Line. Marine Headquarters, Marine Land. Bang. Hateful. The current Marine Fleet Admiral Cyborg Sora banged the table angrily and roared. Based on his position, he can naturally predict that the times will go crazy in the future. The number of pirates will grow tremendously, reaching an unprecedented level. This world will be plunged into endless fear and war. Pirates, a group of people who are not engaged in production. Crowds of people, greed makes them have no bottom line. After experiencing something for nothing, burning, killing and looting will become something they are accustomed to. The emergence of a large number of pirates means that more towns, islands, and kingdoms will be threatened. Not every kingdom will have hundreds of thousands of troops like the Kingdom of Alabasta. Ordinary towns, and even some smaller countries, completely rely on Marine's protection. And Marine is subject to the world government's military spending. The scale has not expanded in these years. There may be only one Marine branch on 7 or 8 nearby islands. This means that there are a large number of defenseless towns on this sea. And these towns will experience a hellish life in the wave of the Great Pirate Age. Time and time again, I experienced pirate attacks, the hypocrites robbed property, and the evil ones massacred villages and towns. Angry. Powerless. Panic. This is Sora's inner state at this moment. No matter how powerful he is, what can he do? On this vast sea, there are too many people he wants to protect. But in the face of such a violent era, there are very few people he can truly protect. Standing by the office window, overlooking the people on the island, a group of unrestrained children were running to play in the square of Marine headquarters. Kong couldn't help but think that such an innocent child lived in fear every day above the sea, avoiding the butcher's knife. He had closed his eyes in pain. How can justice be implemented in the sea? On the Red Earth continent. World Noble, the settlement of the celestial dragons. Between powers. 5 old men who hold the highest power in the world. At this moment, we also knew the result of Roger's execution. Marine really lost his temper. Leaning on the single sofa, with his legs crossed, wearing a dark red suit, no tie, blonde hair, and beard. The god of farming and martial arts, Shepherd 10 Peter said calmly. I didn't expect that Roger would disgust us even before he died. Standing upright, with his hands behind his back, like a standard waiter, with a slender figure. With long straight grey hair and a white beard like a trident. Environmental martial god, Marcus Mazashung said. Now that something has happened, let's discuss how to solve it. Wearing a black suit, with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face. Sitting on the single sofa chair on the other side, holding a thick-headed crutch in his hand. The god of scientific defense, Jago Lucia Satan, said. It's just a bunch of scum on the ocean. It won't affect the rule of the world government. It won't affect the heavenly gold of all countries. Wearing a dark green suit, he has a bald head, a splayed beard, and a Madara birthmark on his forehead. Sitting on the right side of the double sofa. The legal martial god, Saint Topman Wachulai, said expressionlessly. Marine will definitely use this as an excuse to increase military expenditures. They are really a group of guys who fail to accomplish anything but fail. Wearing a white Taoist robe, bald head, and wearing glasses. The only one not wearing a suit was holding a samurai sword in his hand. Sitting on the left side of the double sofa. Financial martial god, Saint Isanbalon Vinashulang said unhappily. Then give it to them, otherwise it will be ugly if the defense of each country is not good enough and the gold in the sky cannot be paid. Since it is to protect all countries, then let's increase the price of gold in the sky. It just makes those non-franchising countries feel the fear, so that they will obediently pay the heavenly gold. This way there won't be any loss, let's just settle it. Second. The second half of the Grand Line. New World. On Beehive Island, Whitebeard Edward Newgate did not watch the live broadcast of the execution, because for him, the regretful exit of an old friend is not something to be happy about. The loss of a powerful enemy is also the loss of a confidant. Whitebeard knew the reason and purpose of Roger's surrender. Even before Roger surrendered, he wanted to tell him the secret of the final island, Rafteru. But Whitebeard is not interested. His dream is not to be One Piece, nor to be the king, but to live with his family. This is also the reason why he was criticized by the Golden Lion. From the Golden Lion's point of view, Whitebeard, who has the ability to destroy the world. But he stayed in a corner, playing Pirate House with his sons. This is not only a blasphemy to his abilities, but also a blasphemy to the name pirate. Roger, I'm looking forward to the future you want to achieve. As his contemporaries disappeared into the sea one by one, Whitebeard felt that he was getting old. Dad. A news agency wants to call you the strongest man in the world. Here to ask for our opinion. Diamond Josie ran over and said excitedly. How can One Piece be as handsome as the title of the strongest man in the world? Let them do it. Whitebeard said nonchalantly that the news agency and the Whitebeard pirates have intelligence connections in the New World. That's why I asked symbolically to show respect. Ouch. Dad is the strongest man in the world. Kula la la la. Kids. Don't worry about those boring titles. Let's have a party. Ouch. Beehive Island is bustling with activity. Well. One Piece was killed by Marine just like that. What a pity. I couldn't have a child with him. Otherwise, he must have the strongest bloodline in the world. The figure is still slender and tall, Charlotte Linland said after getting the news. Mom. What are we going to do next? Asked the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Perospero. Well. Of course, I will take a piece of territory. Then let me ascend the throne of One Piece. Charlotte Linland said with a ferocious smile, not hiding her ambition to become the king at all. Wano Sea Area. Ghost Island. Oh. Roger. You died like this. It's so sad. The huge Kaido sat cross-legged on the ground, drinking wine and crying. Are you sad this time? The crew members of the Beast Pirates are also not surprised. Ah. Damn it. Since you are dead like this, then I will take the seat of One Piece. Bang. As he said that, he threw the wine gourd to the ground angrily. I'm angry again. Everyone had already retreated far away to prevent accidental injury. Wano country. Just wait. The kingdoms on the sea were also shocked after receiving the news. The knowledgeable king urgently expanded his army and purchased arms to deal with the violent situation. But times will not change because of one person's choice. Didn't Roger say those words before he died? Will the ambitious people give up their desire for the great secret treasure? It was nothing more than Roger detonating this deformed world. Chapter 15, Upside Down Mountain. The world is in turmoil. Roger's influence is still spreading. The trend of the Great Pirate Era has already emerged. Rog Town. The people gathered here are all ready to move. If we hadn't known that there was a marine branch here, Rog Town would have been in chaos. This is not aimless. Because, at this moment, situations like this are happening everywhere on the sea. Even so, Rog Town is very lively at this moment. Many people recruit crew members here. There are also residents who settled in Rog Town and began to make friends. He talks about adventure, freedom, manly pursuits, and the like. But when they actually reach the sea, how much conscience do these people have left? Now, in the marine branch in Rog Town. Mr. Zifa, why can't these people be arrested now? They already have evil thoughts. A young sailor couldn't help but ask questions directly to the man sitting in the middle of the conference room. Hey! You kid! Is this the place where you should talk? The leader of the branch, a major marine, couldn't help but shouted when he heard that his subordinates were questioning the general. "Hurry up and apologize to General Zifa." The major scolded again. Although Zifa is known as not killing generals, he is even more kind to his own people. But at this time, if you say something like this, isn't it questioning General Marine's just position? The major was naturally worried that if he offended Zifa, their branch would not have a good life. "It's okay," the man sitting in his seat said calmly. "He has a strong body, about 3 meters in size, and the standard height of a general. The muscles all over the body are round and graceful, as if they are woven with smooth and strong lines. With a dark complexion, a head of flowing purple hair, and a face that has been polished by years and is covered with wind and frost. There is also a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose. Such a fierce image makes people feel no oppression. More like a kind and wise old man. Justice cannot punish them before the crime is committed, otherwise, Marine's prestige will be shaken. And even if we threaten them to give up their ideas, once they are out of our surveillance range, their ambitions will continue to expand. This is human greed." Zifa looked at the young and impulsive sailor and couldn't help but think of his young self. "It is not only to comfort the sailors, but also to find a reason in my heart." But... Hearing this, Hai Bing wanted to say something more. "That's enough. Pull him out and let this reckless guy clean the toilets for a week." The major spoke immediately, blocking back what he had not yet said. Bang! The young sailor was dragged away by his companions, and only Zifa and the major were left in the room. Zifa stood up and walked to the window. Staring at the sky, the blue sky that was clear not long ago was now filled with clouds. "A heavy rain is coming." Zifa spoke calmly, and the major bowed his head and remained silent after hearing the words, not understanding the deeper meaning of the words. "I will stay in the East Daxia Sea for a while to wake up the young people who have gone astray. The people of East Daxia Sea will be grateful to you. The town of Rog is overcast. Then the upside-down mountain at this moment. It's already a storm. Hey! What the hell kind of weather is this? It's impossible to climb upside-down mountain in this kind of weather," shouted a captain on a pirate ship. "You flinch at the slightest storm. Do trash like you deserve to be called pirates? Keep moving forward." In the cabin on the deck, I saw a man wearing a black fur coat and an orange plaid shirt, with a sharp back. With a cigar in his mouth, he tilted his head and cursed with disgust. This is none other than Crocodile. At this moment, he was sitting on a smooth sailing boat, planning to return to the Great Channel. "Damn you guys! You want to die but you still drag us with you. If you can't beat us. Hey!" The captain struggled endlessly in his heart, but he had no choice. The man in front of them was already powerful beyond their imagination. When they were near Rog Town, this man suddenly appeared on their boat. The crew members swarmed up, only to blow up a burst of dust. When they opened their eyes again, the people who rushed forward were all cut in half, and the cuts were extremely smooth. The remaining people were frightened and shot one after another, but the bullets all penetrated. This man was not injured at all. After a few mummies were added to the ship, the captain chose to surrender. Damn it, One Piece, being alive is more important. So they could only change their original route of plundering the East Daxia Sea, headed towards the Great Sea route, and arrived near the upside-down mountain. It's really disgusting weather. Crocodile looked at the sky, feeling the howling wind and the raindrops brought into the cabin, blowing on him. It annoyed him endlessly. Sand hated water the most. Feeling a strong, undisguised pique, Crocodile turned to look at the other side of the sky. I saw a very large warship flying quickly in the stormy sky. What the hell? Crocodile also widened his eyes and said in surprise. Yes? A flying ship? Or a warship? It's over, my dream is over. There is no ship that can carry me in the new era. the captain said with a dead look on his face. Crocodile. With a loud shout, it exploded from mid-air. It was like thunder. Snort. How could Crocodile, who heard this, not know that this was coming for him? At this moment, it is raining heavily outside. If you use your hands, the fruit's ability will be greatly restricted. Strength will also be compromised. But who do you think Lao Zi is? There's nothing to be afraid of. Take my move. I will recognize you. I can let you board my ship. Thunderous shouts came from the air again. Captain Xiano didn't want to shout thunder, but the stormy sky was so far away. If you don't shout, I'm afraid the people below won't hear you. Ha! What do you think Lao Zi is? Crocodile, who had planned to be reckless, was even more furious when he heard this. Without waiting for the opponent to make a move, he immediately burst out. Bang! I saw a figure shooting out from the cabin, and in the black afterimage, there was also a flash of golden light. Under the gaze of turbulent waves. In the roar of the storm. Crocodile attaches the weapon color to the golden hook on his left hand. You can defeat your enemies with just your domineering power. Feeling the killing intent coming directly, Captain Xiano moved. This was the first time he took action since he went to sea. It just so happens that I can test my own strength. After all, the opponent at this moment is said to be a 50-50 pirate. Draw with young Bullet. And Bullet claims to be able to draw with Pluton Rayleigh. As a typical member of the Double Emperor group, Rayleigh should not be much different from Roger. So the opponent is someone close to Roger. Black and red lightning flashed across the atmosphere, and the thunder that was intended to be released in the clouds was extinguished by this breath of sky. The flowing armed color is attached to the two swords. The interesting clouds are already planning to split in advance. Bang! Black and red lightning pierced the sky. A figure flashed into the air. The two swords fell. Conqueror's wrapped blade. The overflowing breath oppresses the entire sea area. God avoids. Chapter 16 Xianyo's Strength. God avoids. When real monsters meet, they will have a hearty fight. It is to test whether the other party has the capital to talk to you. It is also the invincible loneliness of not meeting a strong enemy for a long time. Captain Xiano has obviously reached this level. As for Crocodile, black and red lightning filled the entire sky. As the chop fell, the sea also began to roll and surge like boiling water. Conquerors ravaged the sky and sea without mercy. Conquerors, which combines the Golden Lion and Roger, is astonishing both in terms of quality and reserves. After Captain Xianyo struck, he stopped exerting force. Although it was said that Crocodile was close to Roger. But if you really believe it, Crocodile below will probably receive a lunchbox. A divine avoidance / is enough for Crocodile to withstand. After all, just Conqueror's entanglement is already a cross-level crushing technique. Coupled with the skill of divine avoidance, Captain Xiano was really afraid that Crocodile would not be able to catch it. As for why such a scary move was used, it was just to show off the captain's majesty. Captain Xianyo, who had never taken action before, was also very itchy. Moreover, there are a group of people on the ship who will stand alone in the future. Unless they show some real strength, they cannot be suppressed at all. Then there is this sand crocodile. If it develops naturally later, it will be defeated by Whitebeard, but he has no idea of joining the Whitebeard pirates. Thinking about Ace's challenge to Whitebeard, it may be that the method of catching Menghuo 7 times is not suitable for sand crocodile. Crocodile will not regard your humility as a favor. Therefore, Captain Xianyo chose to use absolute power to destroy all his pride. For a player who is extremely confident in his own strength, the best way is to knock him down and kill him without giving him a chance to do sit ups. Only in this way will he know who has the bigger fist, and the one with the bigger fist has the final say. Even though he was as paranoid as Douglas Bullet, he got on the boat obediently after meeting Roger. Speaking of bullet. Captain Chiano's mind started turning again. I thought a lot in my mind, but the outside world was still that moment. At this moment, Crocodile, who was braving the wind and rain from below, felt a threat that could tear the world apart and attack him. Black and red lightning filled his eyeballs, and every lightning made him feel the aura of destruction. He knows conquerors, and firmly believes that he also possesses conquerors' existence, but he has not awakened yet. But feeling the conqueror's domineering power that oppressed the entire sea area, Crocodile went numb. This conqueror's domineering power pressed down on him, as if he was being targeted by the legendary beast. I felt like I had no chance of surviving. At this critical moment of life and death, on this cloudy, stormy sea, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. No. You can't force it. You will die. Jianwen Se gave a crazy warning. His domineering power at this moment seemed to have increased several levels out of thin air. He had already foreseen the fate of himself receiving this blow forcefully. Can't die yet. Crocodile roared in his heart. Wow! At this moment of Crocodile's life and death crisis, his body's potential began to be squeezed crazily. And all the cells in his body were looking for ways to save themselves. At the moment of contact, Crocodile completed his elementalization. Being able to achieve elementalization in such a very short moment is also a breakthrough in strength. Just like in the battle on the top, Aokiji transformed into elements in advance to avoid Whitebeard's attack. No matter how you think about it, Whitebeard is not domineering. By elementalizing in advance, a person with Logia ability turns a certain part of his body into an element, and then transfers it to another place, leaving that area completely filled with air. However, this kind of technique not only has high requirements for fruit proficiency, but also extremely demanding requirements for seeing, hearing and seeing. You need to accurately predict the landing point of the opponent's attack, otherwise it will be ridiculous. At this time, Crocodile, as the owner of the Shasha fruit, braved the heavy rain and forcibly transformed into elements. It can be said that his fruit proficiency and knowledge have evolved at this moment. Even if God avoids it, you still have to avoid it. However, Conqueror's winding slash is not just directed at a certain point. The space where Crocodile is located is a God-avoided attack area. It can only be said that Crocodile at this moment dispersed the attack, and the damage he suffered changed from fatal to fatal. This means that there is still a possibility of salvation. Bang! Crocodile screamed. The yellow sand in the sky in the wind and rain, as the slash disappeared, turned into a human form again, and fell into the sea. Call out! Captain Ziano flashed forward, and Crocodile, who had lost consciousness, was lifted into the air by Captain Ziano with one hand. The clouds that cracked in advance also felt boring, as if to say, I have taken off my pants, that's it. Conqueror's domineering power can be described as terrifying, and the black and red lightning fills the entire sea. A slash that can shatter the sky. Xianyo's every move made the sea tremble, and such a terrifying aura made Moria, Shiryu, and Mihawk's jaws drop in shock. Yes, Mihawk, who has always been expressionless and unshakable, has his mouth wide open at this moment, completely unaware of the loss of his chin. Hee. Is this the strength of the captain? This is a complete monster. Shiryu. Can you take this move? Moria could barely laugh out loud. After all, everyone was much stronger than him. Even if there were too many lice, he just broke his perception of the strong again. Snort. Shiryu also recovered from the shock when he heard Mariah's teasing, but he couldn't say anything. He could only snort to show that it was cool. Shiryu always believed that Xianyo was stronger than him, but not much stronger. In the battle with Mihawk a few days ago, the final decisive blow between the two was easily resolved. Shiryu realized that Xianyo's strength was beyond his imagination. He has the strength to match that of a general. After all, as someone who works in world government, the ceiling in my heart is General Marine. But at this moment, he felt that generals would not feel this kind of oppression. Unparalleled fear, devastating oppression. The sea trembled and the sky cracked. Is this what gives you the confidence to bring down the general? Shiryu remembered what Shano said when he won over him. Mihawk also came to his senses at this moment. How could someone be able to deliver such a terrifying blow? Moreover, as someone who has been immersed in kendo for many years, he has unparalleled kendo talent. Mihawk definitely thinks. This is not Shano's limit. He had obviously withdrawn his strength and had no intention of killing the man, so this might have been just a casual blow to Xianyo. Thinking of this, Mihawk couldn't help laughing. If the title of the world's greatest swordsman is too simple, then for Mihawk, life will become boring. Only when strong enemies are at hand can he inspire a stronger self. Chapter 17 Heading to the Grand Line. The sea area near Tiaoshan Mountain. On the sea, the strong wind is still howling, rolling up turbulent waves. The grey sea swallowed up all existences that tried to be above him. The heavy rain has stopped. Because of Captain Xiano's previous blow. Cracks appeared directly in the clouds, and the crazily squeezing clouds also calmed down. Captain Xiano was carrying the unconscious crocodile. Flew back to the spaceship. The heavy rain also wetted Captain Xiano's hair. He threw crocodile to the ship's doctor and ordered him to be cured. The ship's doctor and the people around him supported crocodile. When they heard this, he couldn't help but look at the patient. The left hand has disappeared, yes, disappeared. The broken part of the arm has also become charred black. On the face, there was a bone-deep crack, which seemed to split the face into two horizontally. The clothes on his body were also in pieces, like a beggar on the street. Blood was oozing all over his body, like a large blood bag. That's all the ship's doctor could see. After all, the internal damage was not visible to him, a doctor who had only treated people in the village before. Crocodile's internal organs were also damaged. If it had been anyone else, he would have been dead a long time ago. Crocodile still retains his breath and will not die for the time being. Strong vitality is also the basis for becoming stronger. In this world, after all, it depends on blood and talent. Now that he's on Captain Xiano's ship, no matter how he got there, he will naturally not be allowed to escape again. At this moment, Captain Xiano has regarded Crocodile as his crew member. He. Captain, is this our new partner? He looks like he's about to die. If he dies, can I make him a zombie? This guy looks to be in good physical condition. Moria walked over with his trademark laugh. He was very concerned about Crocodile's injury. Because this is pretty good zombie material. Previously, Moria had not considered the use of shadow fruit in this regard. At that time, Captain Xiano casually asked him why there were no zombie crew members. After a brief embarrassment, Captain Xiano told Moria some ideas about the development direction of the shadow fruit. When he heard about the novel idea of combining corpses and shadows, Moria immediately became interested. It's a pity that Moria didn't have the opportunity to implement this idea because of the key point of Roger's execution. Hey, Lao Mo, how can you expect your comrade to die? This is not the mentality that a Sanyeo crew member should have. Captain Xiano decisively criticized and taught. He. What are the three good crew members? Captain. This guy hasn't agreed to join us yet. Maybe he is a tough guy and would rather die than join us. So I don't think I'm attacking my comrades. Moria also explained aloud that Moria, who always valued his partners, did not want the captain to misunderstand that he was the kind of person who would stab his partners in the back. Allah, if he would rather die than obey, then we can only lock him up. Logia's rustling fruit is also a very valuable asset. Captain Xiano said indifferently that he had a system for acquiring other people's abilities. One day in the future, there will be a chance to intercept the dark fruit ability from Blackbeard. And you don't have to wait for Blackbeard to grow, you can also look for the dark fruit yourself. As long as you get the dark fruit, your power will change qualitatively again. The crew members under his command, coupled with various powerful devil fruits, will be shockingly powerful. If Crocodile would rather die than obey, he would have no choice but to be locked up and await his future death. Captain! Can you let me try out the ship below? Ah, of course you can if you want. See. On the pirate ship below. Looking at the warship flying high in the sky, he turned around and prepared to go away. The pirates on the ship breathed a sigh of relief. It was not a loss to escape the gate of hell. At least we got rid of that plague god Crocodile. I knew it. People's dreams will never end. The captain stood up, clasped his hands in front of him, and shouted. He 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 he. No, your dream as a human being is about to end. But as a zombie, you also need to dream. Only zombies with dreams will get stronger shadows. An eerie laughter sounded from behind the captain. Turning his head suddenly, he discovered that a black shadow on the ground was surging, gradually revealing a huge human shape. Without waiting for the captain's reaction, his world fell into darkness. The warship was flying in the air, watching the sea currents rushing toward the top of the mountain in violation of the laws of physics. Captain Ziono was also amazed. This world is really rich and colorful. He even suspected that there was something hidden under the upside-down mountain. An unknown technological creation, or something unknown that affects the magnetic field. Of course, these are not important to the current Captain Ziono. There is no need to penetrate the upside-down mountain just for a guess. What if there really is some kind of taboo? It wouldn't be fun if 5 old men suddenly parachuted over. None of the crew members under my command can fight such a high-end game. Let's grow first. He 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 he. Captain! I have seen the waters of the Grand Line. Moria shouted excitedly. Due to his height advantage and having never set foot on the Grand Channel. Therefore, Moria is extremely excited at this moment, because for pirates, only when you step into the Great Channel can the real adventure begin. Weird and changeable climate, everything devouring whirlpool, biological islands from various historical periods. The adventure of the Grand Route is what makes people full of expectations. Every island is different and has its own special features. In comparison, Sahai is still too comfortable. Unchanging represents stability. Stability is a good thing for many people. But not everyone expects such a life. Old Mo, calm down, don't act like you haven't seen the world. Captain Ziono stood on the bow of the ship, facing the wind in the air, closing his eyes, as if he was immersed in his own world, not caring about the scenery in front of him. Well. Shiryu, the gluttonous man on the side, also looked to the side in embarrassment after hearing this. He clearly remembered that when the two of them went to Rog Town and passed the upside-down mountain for the first time, Captain Sciano jumped up and down and let out an inhuman howl. At that moment, Shiryu regretted his original choice. Just thinking about it made me shudder. It was as if he was being targeted by a wild beast. Shiryu has no doubt that Sciano discovered what he was thinking just now, because at this moment in Shiryu's heart, Sciano is already too powerful to describe. It's not impossible to see through people's hearts. After all, LV6 Redfield can do it. Just a more advanced level of knowledge. He looked at Shiryu, who suddenly covered his mouth, then turned around and walked towards the cabin. Moria looked confused. He 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 he. I didn't expect Shiryu to be afraid of heights. It's really surprising. Moria laughed directly. Successfully booked himself a chance to be beaten. The warship flew over upside-down mountain smoothly. Entered the Grand Line again. Chapter 18 Overlord Pirates. Grand Line. Away from the clouds of upside-down mountain. The sky became clear and open, and thousands of miles of waves surged on the sea. The scorching sun hangs high in the sky, scorching everything under the sky. There were several figures standing on a flying warship, The leader among them is Captain Ziono. In front of the captain are several powerful thugs, Shiryu, and others. Further back, there are a group of ordinary crew members, not many of them, about 20 or so. The last one is the zombie army formed by Moria, which currently only has a dozen people. This is all Captain Ziono's current power. Weak, too weak. When he thought that if he was not around, this group of people would be beaten to pieces by Whitebeard, Captain Xianyo felt deeply that his power was weak. No, we need to make them stronger quickly. At this moment, Xianyo felt how awesome and important top teaching ability was. With the physique and potential of these guys, as long as they develop normally, they will all be strong men standing alone 20 years from now. Even Mihawk is still the top group. However, Captain Ziono cannot wait 20 years. If he truly knows how strong the world government is, he will understand that the future pattern of 4 emperors will only exist because of the tacit approval of the world government. No 4 emperors group can stop the world government's attack. The pirates' influence on the world government is minimal, and their influence is more on ordinary people and the opposing marines. The purpose of marines' existence is to suppress pirates and protect civilians, but it is also a tool for the world government to extract gold from the sky. Weak countries are eager for asylum, and pirates will therefore rob more countries that are not members of the world government. The country gradually weakened and once again sought asylum from marine and world government, forming a cycle. The reason why Monkey D. Long became the most vicious criminal in the world is because he wanted to shake the foundation of world government. The revolutionary ideas he spread were a spark. It ignited the 800-year rule of the world government and created a rotten and festering foundation, seriously threatening the existence of the world government. It can be seen that the power of thought is great no matter where it is. It seems that the only pirates who can threaten the world government are Rox, Roger, and Luffy. Rox suppresses all the strong men in the sea because of his unparalleled personal strength. Coupled with the fact that he has a bunch of monster players at his disposal, anyone he catches could be a monster in the future. Even though they are not united, in the face of Rox's absolute strength, they come together to form a force that makes the world government afraid. He even went straight into the Valley of Gods and caused an uproar. According to Roger, it was because he had mastered the secret of the final island. He probably knew what happened 800 years ago, and also knew the secret of the 100 years of blank space. Unfortunately, he has no ability to change anything, so the threat is not as good as Rox. As for Luffy, family bloodline is not important. No matter how strong Garp is, he is still an old man. The relationship between Ryu and Luffy is not close either. The most important thing is that Luffy has the Sun God Fruit, the Son of Destiny, and a calamity in the lifeline of the world government. The Chosen One cannot be imitated. Roger's method, in the end, still relies on the Chosen One, which is boring. Therefore, Captain Xiano can only take the road of Rox. Absolute personal strength, a terrifying fleet, and cotters gathered with monsters, and they must work together, or at least be absolutely subordinate to Xianyo himself. The reason for the failure of Rox is that it is not strong enough. What Xianyo has to do is for me to surpass Rox and become a terrifying existence that suppresses the sea, a sea overlord who truly dominates the sea. Titles such as One Piece and 4 Emperors are not important. The true dominating strength is the most useful. Therefore, at this moment, Captain Ziono has chosen the future development route. All that is left is to achieve this goal step by step, and finally swallow the entire sea. Looking at the summoned people in front of me, there are also zombies. Captain Xiano said. As captain, I want everyone to know what our goals are. No one here except Shiryu knows what our original goal is when we go to sea. Now, let me tell you, our goal is to overthrow the entire world. And then dominate this sea. No matter what new world, paradise, or sea, they will all be stepped on by us. Only strength. Killing. Can we establish the foundation of Overlord? However, attacking the weak is an insult to your own strength. Only attacking strong people and terrifying monsters is the best way to improve yourself. We just want to challenge the strong men all over the world, defeat their individuals, defeat their power, and increase our strength. So, remember the name of our pirate group. Overlord Pirates. Ouch! A group of crew members acted as an atmosphere team and responded to Captain Ziono's forced brainwashing. But obviously, for those who are wandering on the sea, such words are useful. Who cares, just enjoy it. Ouch! Overlord of the sea? What an arrogant ambition! My hawk also raised the corners of his mouth, and his eyes shone with anticipation. He. You are indeed the captain. The ambition to dominate the world is really a terrible idea, but the captain will definitely realize his dream. I believe in the captain's strength. Moria, who has been completely impressed by Xianyo's strength, is also sending blessings from the heart at this moment. Captain Xianyo was so moved that he cried after receiving such firm trust from his subordinates. He must teach Lao Mo into the strongest group of people. The uproar ended. It's too early for you to be happy. Captain Xiano yelled. Too weak. You are all too weak. If you encounter the monsters of New World, none of you will survive. Don't always think that everything will be fine as long as the captain and I are here. With people like you, you can't even defeat the interns on the monster ship. So no matter how you look at it, you have only one way to die now. But it doesn't matter, because Captain Shano's intensive training summer camp is about to start. Come and feel the joy of becoming stronger. I will teach you personally. Whether it's domineering or swordsmanship. Ouch! Captain Ziono smiled and was very satisfied with the scene in front of him. Even my hawk looks very much looking forward to it. Only Shiryu, with his understanding of Shano and the improvement in his previous battle with my hawk, could vaguely feel that pain would be a constant companion in the future. What Captain Ziono said was a unilateral beating, right? A drop of cold sweat fell from Shiryu's head. Gudong. The sound of swallowing was heard. In fact, Shiryu didn't think comprehensively enough. After all, beating is only one of the methods, which can not only temper the mind, but also temper the body. And real teaching is not limited to this aspect. Chapter 19 Reward Order announced. The starting sea area of the Great Route. A huge shadow wandered among the clouds. A huge black shadow was also reflected on the sea. A passing newsbird was also attracted by this strange phenomenon. Try to fly towards the shadows in the clouds. A qualified newspaper seller will not let go of any potential customer. As soon as I flew near the shadow, I realized it was a huge warship. After discovering that it was a warship, Newsbird relaxed even more. There should be no danger. However, suddenly there was a violent crash on the ship. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the impact, there were brutal howls. Newsbird stopped nearby and began to hesitate whether to go over. Although it is said to be a warship, looking at this situation, the captain of the ship may be abusing the prisoners or corporally punishing his subordinates. If you were seen by a seagull who works in journalism, there is a high probability that he would add an extra dish to your lunch. When Newsbird thought about the image of himself being plucked, skinned, and swimming in boiling water, the feathers all over his body started to tremble, and he turned around and planned to fly away. Hey! Why did the little seagull fly away? Laozi wants to read the newspaper. A shout came from the ship, and the voice turned out to be Captain Ziono. The newsbird bravely flew back. How could Xianyo, who has the domineering ability to listen to the voices of all things and read minds, not know what the newsbird is thinking? But he won't explain anything to it. Looking up, I saw ordinary crew members running circles around the entire warship on the deck. For them, they do not have a strong physical foundation and their talents are not outstanding. At present, the best way to exercise is to improve physical fitness. Running and other things are already very easy for them. Today's goal is just to do 500 laps of warship off-roading. Hey! It's only the 213th lap. Why is it so slow? Move quickly! Xianyo shouted and scolded. If you can't finish 250 laps before lunch, you don't need to eat. Don't even think about eating if you are left behind. Finish your run early and rest early. In the cabin kitchen, the two chefs heard the shouts and were glad that they had chosen to be chefs. Logistics and support were the most comfortable. Turning your eyes again. A huge humanoid figure was lying on the side of the deck. It was Moria, who had just finished training. At this moment, Mariah had a bruised nose and swollen face, and a unique purple shallot hairstyle, which was also fluffy and messy like a charming chicken coop. There are dents all over the body, and a lot of ribs should be broken. This was at Moria's strong request to let Captain Xiano teach him how to become domineering quickly. Cultivation of Armed Color Haki and Wisdom Color Haki. One is to resist Captain Chiano's attack head-on. One is to avoid Captain Shano's stronger attack. Anyway, it is a very exciting experience, and it is very consistent with the temperament of Mariah wearing a collar around his neck. Of course. Lao Mo does not have any hobbies. Neither did Captain Xiano, probably. Below the mast, Shiryu and Mihawk were breathing heavily. After the fierce collision with Captain Xiano just now, both of them felt that their bodies had been hollowed out. As swordsmen, when Captain Xiano gave them special training, he doesn't know how to use his domineering energy, and he doesn't use any big moves or anything like that. Pure sword fighting. However, even if the two of them were together, they couldn't get Captain Xiano into a serious state. The swordsmanship inheritance of the Golden Lion, the Red Earl, and Roger are all combined into one. It can be said that Xianyo is the world's greatest swordsman today. In terms of swordsmanship, there is no one who can fight with him. But I also look forward to it. If one day in the future, Mihawk has grown to be powerful enough. He challenged Captain Xiano again and found that Captain Xiano could completely replicate his swordsmanship. I don't know if Mihawk will be able to maintain his aloof persona when the time comes. Shiryu had old injuries and new injuries, but there was no sign that he was dying. This is physical talent. When monsters practice, they don't need to consider physical load or worry about body functions. Just eat a big meal and get a full night's sleep. The next day, my body recovered more than half. Such cultivation effects are of course unimaginable by ordinary people. Looking at the people in front of him, Xianyo nodded with satisfaction. The teaching effect was quite satisfactory. At least Moria has vaguely grasped the prototypes of armed haki and hearing haki. Take out a Bailey's and throw it to the newsbird. Newsbird also quickly got into work mode, counted Bailey, then took out a few newspapers and handed them to Captain Xiano. Then they saluted and flew away. Yes, they agreed that the one on the warship should be marine. Hey! You three, come here, Lao Mo. Stop lying there pretending to be a zombie. Come here quickly. Several people gathered together. Captain Xiano continued to instruct. When working on the sea, intelligence is very important. You can understand the actions of other forces in the world. Currently we don't have our own intelligence system, so we can only use newspapers to learn about it. As he said that, he distributed the newspaper to several people, and then started reading it himself. As expected, even though several days had passed, Roger's execution was still the headline on the front page. Captain Xiano, who felt bored, turned over and looked at the two mug shots with a reward in surprise. It was the photo of him and Shiryu. And the two photos were taken by the newsbird I met just after coming out of the great prison under the sea. In the photo, Shiryu is holding a cigar in his mouth, the brim of his standard hat is lowered, his eyes are gloomy, and he has an evil smile. Rain, Shiryu. Bounty, 87 million. Life or death. The photo of Captain Xiano shows a sunny face, black hair swaying in the wind, frozen in a certain moment. The Evil Warden, Xianyo. Bounty, 150 million. Life or death. The strongest underwater great prison, Impelton. Unprecedented route. Vicious criminals from within. Looking at this title, Captain Xiano also expressed something. Even though Shiryu had a higher position than Shano when he defected, Marine after receiving detailed information from Impelton. It was accurately judged that Xianyo was stronger than Shiryu, but they didn't know how strong it was. Moria and Mihawk also noticed the situation on the back of the newspaper and looked at the two bounties in front of them. The two of them were also amazed. They didn't expect the ambitious man who wanted to overturn the world. Half a month ago, he was an officer cadre under the world government. Mihawk couldn't help but become curious about the experience of the great prison under the sea. After all, there were no criminals who had come out of Impelton on the sea. Moria has no idea, because he doesn't know much about world government, let alone what the great prison under the sea means. Looking at the two photos, isn't this just unhappy and brainless? Damn it, he's not the handsome one. Found this newspaper from World Economic News Service. Xianyo knew that the previous actions were not in vain. Naturally, there is a reward order, but this is not the special issue of the reward order announced by Marine. Explain that the World Economic News Agency obtained the reward order and obtained specific information about Xianyo and the two through the news bird. Morgans, who loves news, doesn't care about the reputation of Marine and world government. With such breaking news, it would be too boring if it was not published. Bite. The system that had been silent for several days suddenly sounded a beep, but in Captain Xiano's perception, there was no one nearby. System upgrade. Chapter 20 System upgrade. Bite. System upgrade. Oh. Captain Xianyo was a little surprised by the sudden system prompt sound. After all, the system has given him enough. In less than a month, he has gained strength that no one else has in a lifetime. I didn't expect that such a simple and crude system could be upgraded. System upgrade in progress. System upgrade completed. Boy, this update speed is so refreshing. System. Captain Xiano tried calling the system. Because the previous system did not have interactive functions. Only when you meet a strong person who can be recognized by the system will you respond on your own, so Xianyo is looking forward to the system's answer. Ding! I'm here. A mechanically synthesized electronic sound sounded. System. You can finally speak. Do you know how lonely I am? Ding! No negative emotions in host were detected. Ahem, let's get down to business. What content did you update to the system? Why was it suddenly upgraded? Captain Xiano straightened his posture and asked the system. Ding! This system update unlocks the lottery module, power management module, and map module. Ding! The reason for the system upgrade this time is because host's reputation has begun to spread across the sea and it has truly embarked on the road to becoming a strong person. The previous functions were just simplified versions so that host can focus on improving its own strength. After hearing the system's explanation, Captain Xianyo expressed his approval. After all, the improvement in strength was real. With strength, anything can be said easily. I want to check the lottery system. Captain Xiano thought with great anticipation. Swish! A huge roulette wheel appeared in front of him, with various prizes densely distributed on the roulette wheel. There were many things that struck Captain Xiano's heart very much. System, how do I draw a lottery and how do I get the number of draws? Captain Xiano asked impatiently. Just think about the lottery in your mind. Host, please don't worry, the number of draws is currently 0. After hearing the first words of the system, Xianyo began to frantically recite the lottery in silence, just in case there was a loophole in the system. It's a pity that it didn't happen. Host will receive a lottery opportunity every month, and there are 3 lottery opportunities in the system upgrade gift package. Ha! There's also a gift package. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hurry up and open it. Ding. Open the System Upgrade gift pack. Bite. Get 3 lucky draw chances. Get Devil Fruit X3. Logia Union Fruit, no side effects. Paramecia Golden Fruit, no side effects. Animal Type Canine Fruit Ancient Species Dire Wolf Form, no side effects. Powerful Battle Pet X3. Top Kendo Talent Swordsmanship King Kong. Top Fighting Talent Fighting King Kong. Top Physical Talent Iron Wall King Kong. War Fortress. Ding. Rewards have been distributed. Lottery draw. Save a piece to watch. Forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, Captain Xianyo chose to continue the lottery. All in one go. Stud directly. Stud is a kind of wisdom. Ding. Let's start the lottery. Buzz. The big turntable that only Captain Xianyo could see began to rotate slowly. I saw a huge pointer crossing the prize grids one by one, each one touching Captain Xianyo's heart. Buzz. In the void. There was a tremor like thunder. The pointer did not slowly become faster as Captain Xianyo imagined. But it is still turning slowly. It may be that the turntable is too large, so it seems to turn very slowly. Buzz buzz. With a sound like a ship's whistle, the already slow pointer became even slower visible to the naked eye. Captain Xianyo's heart tightened as the pointer turned. Buzz. The hands stopped. Ding. Congratulations, host. Get magical wine barrel. What the hell? Seeing that the prize he won was far from what he expected, Captain Xianyo couldn't help but complain. Pump, pump, keep pumping. Let's talk after you finish. Buzz. The same scene twice again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Get Juju Fruit, no side effects. Ding. Congratulations, host. Get Artificial Soldier X200. After hearing the last prize drawn, Captain Xianyo didn't know what to say. As for the android soldiers, although they are useful, they are not at the same level as the previous ones. It seems that there are good and bad aspects to the lottery. With the draw over, Captain Xianyo also planned to take stock of his gains this time. Let's first look at the existence of the lottery module. Force Management Module and Map Module. Ding. The Force Management Module can observe the loyalty of subordinates, and if you join the host force, no matter what the purpose is, your loyalty will gradually increase, and you will eventually become the captain's die-hard loyalist. Ding. Subordinates within the sphere of influence will receive accelerated training. The higher the loyalty, the greater the bonus. The upper limit is 3 times the original speed. Awesome! Captain Xianyo was so ecstatic that he gave him a pillow when he felt sleepy. No matter how many thorns there were, Captain Xianyo could twist them into a rope. At that time, Captain Xianyo will really become the one holding the reins of the monsters. And the young monsters will grow up faster than in the original. The most terrifying pirate group in history is coming. Ding. In the map module, whenever the chart or record pointer of the corresponding sea area is obtained, the corresponding position on the system map will be lit up, including the sea areas that have been sailed. Ding. The weather and various factors in the lit sea area will be marked and can be viewed in detail. Yes, we have satellite maps to make up for the lack of talented navigators. Captain Xianyo also expressed satisfaction. Just the 3 new modules brought by the upgrade made Captain Xianyo smile from ear to ear. After all, every function is very practical. It is even more crucial for early development. After calming down my emotions again, I chose to view the rewards in the upgrade gift pack this time. First, there are 3 fruits. There are 3 fruits and 3 lines. The Union Fruit, the fruit of Logia, should be similar to the Smoke Fruit, and it feels like the superior version of the Smoke Fruit. As the saying goes, there are only garbage abilities, but no garbage fruits. Collect them first, and you still have to wait to choose someone who suits him. The one below is the golden fruit. You can think about the use of this fruit. Not only in terms of combat power, but also the financial management of the force. It's also on the agenda. You need to choose a guy with brains and strength to eat this fruit. As for Tetzalo, I don't know where he is at this time. Chapter 21 Great Harvest. The sky is clear. The sun is shining. This is exactly what Captain Ziano felt in his heart at this moment. The value of the golden fruit is not only in terms of combat power. Strategically, it also plays a huge role. Teezero, the owner of the golden fruit, is the head of Gulan Teezero, the world's largest entertainment city, and controls many industries around the world. Teezero owns 20% of the world's Baileys, takes both black and white, uses the power of money to freely control the Draco, and can even use the power of the world government. In the underground world, he is the Golden Emperor who controls the dark world with money, and his power spreads all over the world. Gulan Teezero has become an independent country recognized by the world government. This is inseparable from Tetzalo's talent in business, but more importantly, it is the assistance of the golden fruit that allows him to reach such a high status. And overall, after awakening from the Jinjin fruit, it is also a very powerful combat force. It seems that only Teezalo is the most suitable for this fruit. After some thinking, Captain Xianyo found that in his impression, there was no one more suitable for the golden fruit than Tetzalo. At this point in time, Tetzalo should be in his teens. As for whether he met Stella or not, Captain Xianyo can no longer remember. After all, he is a character in the theater version, and it is not easy to remember his approximate age. It seems that we can only depend on luck in the future. Since there is a saying that devil fruit chooses host, then if you have the golden fruit in your hand, then there is a possibility that Teezero will deliver it himself. Captain Ziano thought to himself. After thinking about it, I stopped thinking about it and turned my attention to the fruits of the animal system. Grey wolf fruit, ancient species, dire wolf form. An ancient animal fruit with no side effects. It is completely possible to raise the upper limit of ordinary people's talents to a good level. Those with outstanding talents can also gain a foothold in the new world. Lucci can fight with the sun god with just an ordinary animal fruit. This is a treatment that only Kaido is qualified to experience. The Four Emperors, which is the default name of the world government, seem mediocre to Lucci. But it is very rare for Lucci to develop an ordinary animal system to such an extent. So, there are no garbage fruits, only garbage ability users. It is also an option to get a powerful beater. After reading the three fruits, Captain Xiano started looking at the next reward. War pets, 3 King Kongs? Could it be the King Kong I thought it was? Ding! King Kong has been delivered to the nearest island. Ding! Host, please pay attention to check. After the system prompts, the map that was just opened suddenly pops up and floats in the air, looking at the 3 red dots on the map gathered together. I guess these are the 3 King Kongs. Captain Ziano doesn't know which island it is. He didn't know much about the distribution of islands along the Grand Line. In addition, it has been floating in the sky and has not deliberately landed on any island. After all, the system does not check in by scene, and many characters in the original work are not necessarily where they appear. The scenery along the way is certainly beautiful, but now that I have just started my business, I can only keep my head down and keep going. And a boatload of violent people will not have the fun of checking in and traveling. Bite. This island is the ancient island. Captain Xianyo's doubts were directly solved by the system. I didn't expect that we would reach the little garden here. The route is so coincidental. It seems that the Whiskey Mountain Peak has already passed. While thinking about it, I looked at the map. Sure enough, in the lighted area, it was obvious that the ship was sailing through the lighted shape, and there was indeed an island behind the ship's course. Click to check it out, it's really Whiskey Mountain. It's really fast to fly in the sky. Looking at the small garden that is still quite far away, Captain Sciano continued to inspect the harvest. War Fortress. The whole thing is about the size of an island. It is made of hard synthetic materials and the surface is covered with solid rocks. It can survive normally even if it sinks to the bottom of the sea. Isn't this a mobile base camp? If the entire island was covered with cannons, I'm afraid Buster Call's firepower wouldn't be able to match it. Captain Sciano, who was already fantasizing about how to modify the fortress and add weapons, thought. If the pacifists' laser beam is added, it will probably be a simplified version of the Holy Flame. The technology tree in this world is also ridiculously crooked. It also requires a scientist. Each of Vegapunk's creations is more terrifying than the last. Vegapunk should be difficult to access, but it doesn't matter. With the system in hand, you will have the opportunity to extract technology side items. Ding! The War Fortress has been placed under the island of the ancient sea area. When the host arrives nearby, it can be summoned. How considerate, Tongzi! Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain clearly an island appearing out of thin air. Captain Sciano didn't want to bother explaining anything. After looking through the rewards in the gift bag, there are only 3 items left in the lottery. Ding! Magic barrel. Ding! There is endless wine inside the barrel, and you can change the taste. Ding! It can only be used by the host himself, or whose loyalty is higher than 90, or within the host's sphere of influence. Oh! Endless wine. Not being able to finish the drink means that the excess can be sold. The beverage industry is already hugely profitable, and Captain Sciano achieves this directly without any cost. It seems that we need to seize the time to promote the construction of the force. As long as there are combat crews, the structure is too small. If problems can be solved with Pele, don't use violence to solve them. Elegance. So elegant. In addition to the juju fruit obtained, isn't this a package delivery? Whether you let him fight with the magic barrel, or make wine at home, it's a perfect fit. Captain Sciano has begun to fantasize about becoming the world's #1 liquor tycoon, transforming into a wine business, and losing his desire for Bailey. What a great harvest! Ding! The artificial soldiers have been delivered to the War Fortress, please check them carefully. The final prize, the android soldier, has no way to arouse Captain Sciano's desire. But a full 200 manpower is also a very valuable human asset for the Overlord pirates, who are currently very short of people. Captain Sciano, who was deeply feeling the shortage of manpower, had already begun to consider recruiting crew members. After all, as long as you get on the ship, you will slowly become your die-hard loyalist, so there is nothing to worry about. Not to mention the distance, the 2 giants in the small garden are a very good choice. The 2 giant captains who reappeared later showed impressive combat prowess, and we finally understood why the giant kingdom of Elbaf was the most powerful country in the world. It's really scary. Captain Sciano came on deck. Little ones. Next stop. The small garden. Come and experience the first island you landed on in the Grand Line. Ouch. He 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 he. Chapter 22, Small Garden. When Captain Sciano happily played with the fruits he had obtained, the situation in the world is changing rapidly. In just a few days, Roger's words spread throughout the sea. The huge waves stirred up surged forward. The number of pirates increased rapidly, and criminal incidents occurred frequently on the sea, making it difficult for Marine to resist. When a pirate appears, he only needs to pick up the knife. A qualified Marine must go through layers of selection, ideological guidance, and formal training. This is still just the onboarding process. It is also necessary to consider that young people of appropriate age need to sign up to join the army, and the Marine must have a recruitment order, and the world government must approve military expenditures. Therefore, it is a long and time-consuming process for Marine to go from planning to expand its military to actually forming combat capabilities. This means that the people on the sea are living under the butcher's knife at this moment. Every town without a Marine garrison is experiencing hellish life. Towns and cities turned into hells, and evil was rampant across the sea. East Daxia Sea. An ordinary town. Young ones. Today is the first time you go to sea to make a fortune. After entering, all the treasures you grab are yours. A tall, muscular pirate captain with a black eye patch on his right eye and a ferocious scar on his forehead. He was encouraging the subordinates he recruited to plunder the town in front of him. Because he is tall and powerful, he has been on the streets since he was a child and has developed his courage and killing skills. So when I heard that there is treasure hidden in the sea that can buy the world, he immediately called together the gangsters he had recruited when he was on the street, and discussed grabbing a boat and going out to explore the sea. He also gathered some other street elements from the town and formed a pirate group to go out to sea to hunt for treasure. They are like headless flies, with no treasure map, no secrets, and no idea where they are going at sea. Until a younger brother proposed to rob a town without a Marine station. His thoughts suddenly became clear. Yes, there is a Marine branch in the town where they live, so they don't dare to be too presumptuous when doing some dirty work. However, not every place on the sea has a Marine branch stationed there. Isn't such an unsuspecting town a treasure on the sea? It is indeed One Piece. It discovered this method of making money early. It is not too late now. One Piece has a big business and looks down on the small town in Donghai, so I have never heard that Donghai has been robbed. He started from scratch. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Moreover, the wealth of a town is beyond his imagination. One Piece is short-sighted after all. Let me take over the wealth of Donghai. Laozi wants to be One Piece of Donghai. Ha 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 ha. The pirate captain laughed wildly. Young ones. Kill all those who dare to resist. Take away all the beautiful young women. Ha 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 ha. Ouch. A group of pirates, blinded by greed, charged towards the town with swords raised. Grand Line. The sea area near the small garden. A shadow appeared on the sky, which was incompatible with the blue sky. After 2 days of sailing, Xianyo finally arrived at the ancient island, the sea area of Little Garden. As for why it was so slow, it was entirely because Captain Xiano was not in a hurry. The crew members on the ship are also exercising constantly, and it would be good to practice on the ship for a while. At this moment, we are about to arrive at the small garden. The red mark on the map has also become very eye-catching. There is also a faint connection between the three King Kongs and Xianyo, coupled with Captain Xianyo's outrageous domineering appearance. Their presence can already be roughly felt. As for the war fortress and those android soldiers, Captain Xiano doesn't care. Things that have already taken shape can be seen through at a glance, and only things that are full of vitality and vigorous development will make people full of expectations. You can completely believe that it will get better. Captain! I saw it! There is an island ahead! Shouted the crew on the watchtower. Ouch! All the crew members shouted excitedly. There is no way, Captain Xiano's devil training is too torture, every day is like walking through the gate of hell. As long as there is an island, you can spread out to replenish supplies, which is equivalent to giving yourself a few days off. Captain Xiano is always able to accurately control the intensity of training, just enough to drain the energy out of the body. After these few days of training, Captain Xianyo also discovered an interesting phenomenon, that is, the people in this world have very good physiques. As long as you can eat, you can regain your strength. In other words, even ordinary people have the opportunity to become stronger through almost abnormal, scientific, and hard training. It's just that the upper limit may not be as high as for those with extraordinary talents, but most people in this world don't need to fight for the upper limit yet. This gave Captain Xianyo a lot of enthusiasm for training. It would be so exciting to train a group of ordinary crew members to the strength of a major general and lieutenant general. No wonder Zifa is so motivated as a general instructor. This sense of accomplishment is very exciting. Bang! Wow! The spacecraft accurately landed on the beach in the small garden, stirring up waves. He. It turns out to be an uninhabited island, but the plants on the island are really huge. Moria looked at the island in front of him and couldn't wait to explore. Is it the ancient island? It's my first time here. There is the smell of beasts in the forest. My hawk also carried the big sword yet on his back and said coolly, "Are you being treated as prey? Then I'll have to chop you all down." Feeling the killing intent coming from the huge forest, Shiryu also became excited. He is obviously a bloodthirsty character, but he is beaten painfully every day on the boat. At this moment, Shiryu felt that his blood, which had not been restless for a long time, was boiling again, hoping for an opponent who could withstand the chop. Hunter and prey are about to switch. It's strange, why are they together? As soon as he landed on the island, he released his domineering energy, covering the entire island, looking for his 3 Vaidras. But to my surprise, I found that my battle pet was with 2 captains of the giant pirates. There are 2 breaths together, one on the other side of the volcano. Feeling their state, they were not fighting with the giant captain, so this made Captain Zayano very confused. But I don't remember how the battle pet has the ability to speak human words, so how can it communicate with giants? Forget it, just go over and see for yourself. After Captain Xianyo assigned the task of replenishing resources, he flew to the depths of the island alone. Chapter 23 Giant and King Kong. In the tall primeval forest, Captain Xianyo flies close to the ground, feeling the speed and passion. The dense and tall plants made Captain Xianyo feel very novel. I have never seen such an environment before, and of course I will find it interesting when I see it for the first time. Oh! Dinosaur! Captain Xianyo, who was speeding along, saw a stegosaurus lying in the bushes on the side. As a person from the Earth, I have seen many photos of dinosaurs in books. I also know a lot about dinosaurs, but when I actually see a living dinosaur, I still can't help but be surprised. Things that are learned in books and seem to be out of reach are always shown in front of our eyes, which always makes people feel excited. Stegosaurus also raised his head when he heard the noise. Anyone would be angry if their lunch break was interrupted. Just when he was about to teach this fair monkey a lesson, a fear from the depths of his soul filled his entire body. This monkey is scary. If you mess with him, you will die. The intuition inherited from his bloodline made him crawl down quickly, bury his head under his arms, and pretend to be a blind dragon. Hey! You guy! What's this? Are you so domineering? Captain Xianyo has the ability to listen to the voices of all things and read other people's inner thoughts. The little stegosaurus was clearly seen by Captain Xianyo. Captain Xianyo planned to take a closer look, but this stegosaurus was shaking like an earthquake. Captain Xianyo, who was asking for trouble, also gave up the idea of playing with dinosaurs and turned around and left. The speed of flying close to the ground also slowed down. In fact, you don't need to see, hear, or see colors. If you observe with your eyes, you will find that the world will be more colorful and vibrant. Slowly, Captain Xianyo discovered that there were really many dinosaurs in this forest. Tyrannosaurus rex, Brontosaurus, Spinosaurus, Pterosaurus. There are also many dinosaurs that cannot be named, it is overwhelming. On this ancient island, ancient fighting and survival activities are going on. After walking for a long time, I have seen a large patch of sunshine in the distance, and I should be going out. Putting your palms on your forehead to block the dazzling sunlight, you walked out of the green shade of the primeval forest. The shining sun makes it difficult to resist for a moment. After a brief dazzling moment, Captain Xianyo saw the scene in front of him. In front of me is an empty area with no trace of forest development. There is a small pond, or lake, in the middle, with sparkling waves. On the edge of the lake, there are 3 tall figures, which is the purpose of Captain Ziono coming here. Red Ogre Broggy. Bounty, 100 million. One of the former captains of the giant soldier pirates. The combat power is unknown. At the bottom, it can be used as an experience gain, and at top, the transformed 5 elders can be beaten away. The giant's racial talent, coupled with his own talent, is also a being with great potential. Besides, he and Blue Ogre Dongli have been dueling in the small garden for 100 years. After 100 years of cultivation, I can't even imagine how powerful it will become. Beside Red Ogre Broggy, there are 2 huge figures sitting cross-legged. When I looked up, I saw 2 huge orangutans. In other words, King Kong. King Kong, who is close to Broggy, is about 10 meters tall and looks to be only a head shorter than Broggy. Shortened Broggy's head. Without any system prompts, Xianyo sensed through the wonderful connection between the 2. This black and sturdy existence that is more than 10 meters long is none other than one of the 3 King Kongs, the Fighting King Kong. Fighting King Kong, as the name suggests, has extremely high fighting talent and has amazing potential in learning to fight. His expression is very human, and he has his own thoughts and ideas, but he cannot speak human words. Moreover, the 3 Vaitras at this moment are still in their youth. In other words, their body size will continue to grow, even rapidly. On the other side of the Fighting King Kong was an even bigger figure. In front of it, Broggy could only raise his head and pay attention. The body is nearly 30 meters tall. It is different from the Fighting King Kong. It has beautiful black ink-like hair. Under the large amount of black hair on the surface of this King Kong, there are also some reddish-brown hairs. The whole King Kong looks black and red. Compared to the rich expression management of Fighting King Kong, this King Kong only has a fierce expression. The whole thing is just a lot of unhappiness. This is the Iron Wall King Kong among the 3 great King Kongs. Iron Wall King Kong has powerful physical talents. Even though he is not yet fully mature. The body at this moment is no weaker than the body hardness of Steel Balloon Charlotte Linlin. By the time they reach adulthood, I am afraid that even those with awakened abilities of the animal type Phantom species will. In terms of physical recovery ability and physical defense strength, he cannot catch up with him. This is the Iron Wall. With an incomparably huge body and terrifyingly powerful physical talents, the future Iron Wall King Kong will be the movable steel Great Wall in the pirate group. As Captain Ziono suddenly walked out of the forest, the attention of the 3 large creatures was focused. Feeling the breath of the 3 gazes from the sky, Captain Ziono was glad that he did not have a phobia of giant objects. Otherwise, most people would be too frightened to stand up if they were stared at closely by these 3 big guys, and they were still alive. Hey! Are humans here again? New guests? Is there any wine? Broggy's voice exploded in the air like thunder, buzzing into Captain Ziono's ears. Ho! Ho ho! The 2 King Kong also thundered in mid-air. Captain Xianyo understood that they were greeting him. They have had no relatives since childhood, and Captain Ziono is their only relative. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! The 2 King Kongs were extremely happy, raising their 2 strong and huge arms in excitement and beating their chests quickly. The actions of the 2 Vaitras made the earth begin to tremble. In the primeval forest, birds started to fly, and a group of pterosaurs suddenly flew up from the forest. Other dinosaurs on the ground also fled in the opposite direction of this open space. All right. All right. My ears are going to be deafened by you. Captain Ziono shouted. He felt that his eardrums were about to be shattered, and he was already planning to cover it with a layer of armed colors. The 2 huge King Kong stopped, their unique celebration movements. Looking down at Captain Xianyo happily. The unhappy Iron Wall King Kong could also see the joy in his brows. Oh! You are their friend. Then we are also good friends now. Bragi looked at the scene in front of him. How could he not know that they were closely related? He couldn't help but feel happy for the two King Kongs. He said loudly and cheerfully, "Hello. Red Ogre Bragi. I'm their captain. If there are two of them, you can call them Marshall and Shield. I am Shano, the captain of the Overlord Pirates. Nice to meet you." Chapter 24 Volcanic Eruption. Click, click, click. Bragi laughed wildly. "So you are their captain? I have been on the island for so long, how come I haven't seen them two before?" Click, click, click. Such a strong body. Even in Elbaf, he is a well-known man. Ho 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 ho. Fighting King Kong, Wu, opened his mouth and roared in response. As for whether Bragi can understand it, it depends on his understanding ability. Roar. The iron-walled Vatra and Shield stood up directly, roared toward the sky, and began to beat the war drums with both arms. Too bad it's not the drum of liberation. Else even I can envy you. This captain, how did you find two such powerful companions? What race are they? Bragi was envious from the bottom of his heart and couldn't help asking such a presumptuous question. This was at least a Cotter-level existence in the giant soldier pirates. As for the race issue, Wu Hedun's intelligence is obviously not low, and he can understand human language, except for his appearance and inability to speak. They would not be worse than humans in other aspects. Just looking at their physical talents, these two would not be weak. It can only be said that Bragi, as one of the famous captains of the giant soldier pirates, still has the ability to recognize people. It's an island that's like a small garden. It's full of ancient creatures, powerful and cruel. When I discovered them, they were still cubs and lost the protection of their parents. So I raised them up. As for race, I call them King Kong. Ho 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 ho. When the two King Kongs heard this, they also roared very cooperatively, and Shield wiped his tears symbolically. This actually surprised Captain Xianyo. He didn't expect that this stupid, unhappy guy had such a talent. It's such a story that makes people shed tears after listening to it. Woohoo! Bragi burst into tears when he heard this hasty story. Do I also have hidden domineering power? I am born to be a strong man with the ability to escape with my mouth. Captain Xiano looked at the giant in front of him in confusion. No wonder I was deceived into becoming a marine. It's so simple. If that's the case, it's easy to handle. With three giants together, Captain Xiano felt like an ant. I can't stand this anger. Captain Xiano flew directly into the air and slowly landed on the head of the shield. Xianyo, standing on the head, stepped on a flat area with his feet, then sat cross-legged and successfully joined the group chat. Captain Xiano's actions also surprised Shield, and it was a very happy thing to make the captain willing to stand on his head. Wu also looked at Shield's head with envy. Click, click, click. Interesting combination. Bragi suddenly laughed again. Buzz. 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 The ground suddenly began to tremble, and the violent shaking caused several giants to stand up. A new duel is about to begin. Bragi suddenly said with a serious face. Bragi has long been accustomed to this situation. He and Blue Ogre Dongli have been dueling on this island for decades, and he is also familiar with the signs of volcanic eruptions. As expected. After the ground shook for a while, the volcano in the middle of the island suddenly began to erupt. Magma erupted from the crater, and the hot red magma flowed into the forest. Because this volcano is an active volcano, there are many eruptions every year, so the vegetation around the volcano is very sparse. Rolling smoke filled the sky. Bragi picked up his big axe and shield, turned and walked towards the volcano, and said, "My friends, the great duel between giants is about to begin today. I can't entertain you for the time being. Wait until I come back." "Well, actually we can go there together, because my other King Kong is right next to Blue Ogre Dongli." Through what he saw and heard, Captain Xiano could clearly feel that besides swordsman King Kong, there was a being with an aura comparable to Bragi's. The situation in the small garden is transparent, so Captain Xiano can verify it without running there. Click, click, click. I didn't expect that besides Martial and Shield, there are other King Kongs in the world. This is really interesting. Then let's go there together. It's just the right time to introduce you to Dongli, and he must also like you very much. As he said that, he took huge steps, trampled down tall trees, and walked towards the duel venue with a fighting spirit. The two King Kong behind him also followed Captain Xianyo's instructions, spreading their big black-haired legs. The actions of the three people caused the creatures in this area to panic, fearing that they would be eaten at mealtime, so they fled in fear. As Bragi arrived at the duel venue in the center of the island, a giant warrior also walked out of the forest opposite. I saw that he was huge, wearing an iron face protecting helmet on his head, and had a long beard. He wears a dark blue cloak behind him, and wears the armor of a giant warrior underneath. He also wears a white velvet waist armor, brown trousers on his lower body, and brown boots on his feet. He holds a huge sword in his right hand and a round shield in his left hand. This person is Blue Ogre Dongli, another captain of the giant pirates. But Xianyo's attention is not on Dongli. Looking past Dongli's tall body, he looked at a huge figure that had just walked out of the forest. It's Captain Xiano's last King Kong. King Kong of Swords. I can see that his body shape is roughly the same as Wu, with a height of more than 10 meters, his facial features are cold and sharp, and his eyes are as sharp as an eagle. He is different from the other two Vajras. His hair is all silver grey, and he is cold and stern. A hint of elegance. He carries a huge sword behind his back, symbolizing that he is a swordsman. Captain Xiano named it sword. Jian and Dongli should get along quite well. It can be seen from this that the three King Kongs have the ability to survive independently, and their intelligence is not low. Coupled with the fact that they each have top-notch talents, Captain Xiano feels that Moria and Shiryu are not good enough. The Sins, are all my own good crew members and my own good cotters. This is not good. Captain Xiano thought silently in his mind to offset the bad thoughts he had just had. A sneeze, X2. Shiryu, who had just killed a Brontosaurus, was wiping the blood from Thunderstorm. A sudden sneeze caught him off guard. Moria was also admiring his zombie materials, the huge dinosaur corpses. He. What a strange creature. What a powerful body, what a wonderful material. Island Center. Quack, quack, quack. BRGY. I must be the one who wins today. I'm tired of hearing this. Dongli. For the glory of the giant warrior, X2. Chapter 25 The War of the East Daxia Sea. The giant axe and the giant sword collided in the small garden. The huge explosion was deafening, and the violent collision of the two giant forces produced a huge shock wave that spread around. The two men's huge weapons bounced off upon impact. Snort. He let out a muffled groan, then exerted force at the same time, tightening his waist. I saw the two men twisting their wrists fiercely at the same time, and the giant axe and sword collided again. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two giants had already swung out several knives, and the deafening collision sound exploded in the air of the island. The collision of huge weapons and the showdown of extreme strength made Captain Xiano's heart surge with excitement. The huge sound of the battlefield here has spread throughout the entire island. Naturally, everyone on the island heard it. Ordinary crew members are self-aware. Just by listening to the sounds of battle and the aftermath of weapon collisions, they know that this is not a battle they can participate in at this time. They all gathered together and returned to the warship. Moria, my hawk, and Shiryu went straight to the center of the battle. The unknown strong man and the fierce battle stirred the heartstrings of several violent elements. Bragi and Dongli are evenly matched. The masters are the same, and they have known each other for a long time. In addition, they have been dueling for nearly 100 years, so it is difficult to defeat each other. East Daxia Sea. In an ordinary small town. The original calm and peaceful atmosphere was gone. At this moment, the fire spread between the houses. Butchers' knives roamed the streets. Death and fear filled the air, and the residents who lived here peacefully fell into a pool of blood one by one. A group of pirates suddenly attacked and plunged the island into chaos. There is no marine branch base stationed on the island. When the pirates appeared in the town and killed a passerby mercilessly, the crowd began to panic. The pirates would kill anyone they saw, and would break into and plunder the houses they passed by. The cries of babies and the screams of women would also be heard from the houses. But everything will return to silence, and then turn into a sea of fire. There were also men who did not want to be captured without mercy, so the neighbors organized themselves and held tools and farm tools to resist the pirate attacks. However, how can agricultural tools fight against long knives and axes, and there are only a few brave people after all? More people are hiding, praying not to be discovered, praying that the pirates will leave after getting what they want. The men who stood up to resist were quickly killed one by one. Their hot blood flowed from the gradually cold bodies. The people hiding in their homes were also destroyed. Their money and lives were not saved. The town was in chaos. The pirates plundered for the first time, and the evil hidden in their hearts was magnified infinitely. Screams, cries, and crazy laughter filled the town. The pirate captain pulled the knife out of a corpse, tore off the clothes of the corpse lying on the ground, and gently wiped his beloved knife. He has been living on the streets since he was a child, and has done many underworld jobs, but he always worked for the boss behind the scenes, and the reward he received was quite a lot. But not too much. This was his first robbery since forming the pirate group. Unexpectedly, the wealth he gained at this moment was already comparable to the accumulation of the previous 20 or 30 years. Yes, it is easy to grab the savings that others have worked hard and saved all their lives. And when people with decent jobs begged him, he discovered how wonderful it felt to be in control of other people's lives. This gap made him believe even more that only by going to sea and becoming a pirate can he gain wealth and power. He wants to become the new One Piece. Let the whole world fear him. Young ones, put the treasure away. Let's have a party in the town. We'll continue the search tomorrow. The pirate captain grinned and shouted loudly. When all the pirates heard this, they stopped one after another. They had robbed so much that they could no longer hold it. Ouch! Let's have a party. Go. Capture those who can cook and are still alive. Grab a few girls and come over to dance. Ha 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 ha. The pirate captain shouted excitedly again. The setting sun stopped on the sea, reflecting the blood-colored sky, illuminating the blood-like waves, and the town dyed red with blood. The crime is always going on and never stops. The already crazy pirates have become evil, terrifying, and perverted. Normal eating can no longer satisfy them. They grabbed some children and some dead bodies and threw them into the pot. Laughing like crazy. The people who were caught around looked at their relatives and friends, their children, and their neighbors. Burnt by fire, boiled by boiling water. They become sluggish and numb. This is not because they are cold-blooded, but because they have collapsed time and time again. A woman with an ashen face and lifeless eyes. Even though her face is covered with dust and blood at this moment, her moving face can still be seen. But at this moment, her heart was dead. She watched her husband being killed and dismembered by pirates with her own eyes. The pirates even stuffed her husband's head into her arms. She also saw her 1-year-old child being thrown into the boiling water, screaming for a while and then becoming silent. At this moment, her own scarred body could no longer make her feel pain. All the suffering in the world has come to this small town. Bang! A loud noise outside the town. A large crater was made on the ground paved with stone slabs. The pirates who were having a crazy banquet were also attracted by this movement and stopped their sinful carnival. The raised dust dispersed, and a tall and muscular figure appeared, with a pair of sharp pupils under the broken purple hair. Scum of the sea! Your sins will end here. Zifa's voice floated in the town, and the wind with the smell of blood blew the cloak of justice, making a hunting sound. Ha 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 ha! An old man who doesn't know how to live or die. Is he going to arrest us? What? This is Marine. I thought he was a circus clown. Hey, hey, hey! Did Marine send a dying old man to deal with us? This is so disrespectful. The ignorant and stupid pirates were still laughing crazily. That's right, they have lost their fear of Marine. In their opinion, Marine, like the men they killed, will die with one stab. Seeing the tragic scene in the town in front of him, Zifa was even more furious. Hey! Marine! You are here to save people, right? Kneel down and kowtow to Lao Zi. And I will let her go, otherwise. One of the pirates caught the beautiful and lost woman in his hands. A bloody knife was placed on her neck. Blood seeped out from her neck and dripped on the stone floor. The woman in torn clothes looked at the knife in front of her and then at Marine in the distance. The lost soul seems to come back to life, returning to the body. This knife is stained with the blood of his beloved. So what if Marine kills all the pirates and his husband and children will not come back? Smiling miserably, recalling several years of happy life. Without waiting for the pirate to finish speaking, or for Zifa to react. Using the last strength of his body, he kicked forward violently. The sharp blade cut off the blood vessels in the neck. Blood gurgled out, and the woman quickly lost her life. To pursue my beloved husband and lovely children as I wish. Chapter 26 Justice. East Daxia Sea. An ordinary island. The scene at this moment is like hell. The setting sun is like blood, reflecting everything. The bloody sky, the bloody sea, and the bloody world. Otherwise, hey! UBCH! Damn it! You'll make Lao Zi's blood all over him. The pirate stopped shouting at Zifa because of the woman's behavior of seeking death. As he spoke, he angrily pushed the woman's body away. The body fell weakly to the ground, to the land where she was rooted. Bang! The moment the woman fell heavily to the ground, Zifa, who was already filled with rage, disappeared into the deep pit he created. Almost at the same time, a huge fist appeared in front of the pirate who was still cursing. The collision between his head and fist caused the pirate to lose consciousness in an instant, completely unaware of what happened. The pirates were still staring at the pit until the pirate flew out and hit the wall heavily. Bang! After making a noise, they turned their heads in horror and found that Marine had already appeared at that location. Swish! Where Zifa quickly flashed past, the wind had just reacted, blowing against the ugly face of the pirate next to him. Gudong! The sounds of swallowing came and went. Well, that's a Marine cloak that only school-level officers have. The fear of death finally fell on the pirates' heads. They quickly woke up from their madness, and one pirate pointed at Zifa in horror and said, "The island they live on has a Marine base, but the Supreme Commander is just a Marine captain. One time, a Marine colonel came to inspect, and their gang was forced to settle down. He also saw the imposing man in a cape. So the moment he found Zifa wearing a cloak, he knew that this was a powerful Marine. There is no existence that they can match. Run away. Captain, help. The pirates are full of ugliness. They are extremely cowardly at this moment. Not one of them dares to attack Zifa. Instead, they all fled in all directions, and the pirate captain escaped at the front. They killed without blinking an eye, but they were not as brave as the men in the town who took up arms to resist. Catch them all. Don't let anyone go. Catch all the sins in one fell swoop. Zifa's deep voice sounded again. On the outskirts of the town, the marine soldiers who were far away from Zifa also rushed to the town and surrounded the entire town. The pirates have no way to escape. Some pirates rushed towards the young sailors, trying to kill these young brats, break out of the siege, and regain their lives. Some fell to their knees and begged Marine for forgiveness. What's more, he hacked his companions to death and asked Marine for credit. The brave Marine officers and soldiers defeated the pirates and captured them. Looking at the honest and well-behaved pirates, the sailors felt that in the face of justice, evil should be submissive. Escorting the pirates back to the town, what they saw was a scene like purgatory on earth. The house was still burning, with blood stains on the walls. There were pools of blood everywhere on the streets, and corpses drained of blood and died in painful struggles. The young sailors' faces turned red with anger, and they wished they could kill the tied pirates now. Some newcomers who had never seen such a bloody scene couldn't help but retched. Entering the center of the town, if it was still described as purgatory on earth before, then the square in the center of the town at this time is already a complete hell. That thing in the pot, is it a human? A marine pointed at a cauldron tremblingly and asked his companions in disbelief. How is it possible? It's impossible. We must have seen it wrong. Kide, whose companion was also trembling, had a forced smile on his face. Sir, we made a mistake, didn't we? The same young marine asked his superiors loudly in an almost questioning tone, trying to shout against the fear in his heart. It seems that as long as someone says that the person in the pot is not a human being, they can easily choose to believe it. But they themselves cannot deceive themselves. Open your eyes. Look. This is the crime committed by pirates. Don't question your eyes. Justice cannot fear evil. The major leading the team yelled loudly. If you lose your courage just by the sight in front of you, your future marine career will be extremely painful. Because sin has no limit. The closer you get to the center of the town, the more you can see the depth of the crimes committed by the pirates. Ah! Damn pirates! The anger in a sailor's heart defeated his fear, and he angrily hit the pirate next to him with the handle of his knife. The pirate was in pain but did not dare to say a word. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was also a little scared. It was not clear whether it was a benign awakening in his heart or a fear of the dead souls. If someone takes the lead, more of the same behavior will occur. In silence, the Marines punched the pirates one after another. Everyone arrived at the center of the town. At this moment, everyone had been temporarily comforted by Zifa, making them believe that the crisis had passed. The surviving residents gradually gathered together to comfort each other's broken bodies and souls. When a group of Marines escorting the pirates appeared on the central square, the residents were once again in chaos. Some want to pick up a knife and kill pirates to avenge their relatives. Some saw the pirates and once again recalled the terrifying situation before, holding their heads and screaming, and their minds were on the verge of collapse. A man rushed forward with a knife, ready to kill a pirate who had defiled his wife. But just when he was about to succeed in revenge, two Marines stopped him. He froze. Why? Why don't you let me kill him? The man asked the two Marines loudly, but found that both of them turned their heads and did not dare to look directly at him. A wavering heart always dares not to face a firm and persistent heart. Sir. They will be punished with justice. A Marine said tremblingly. Bullshit justice. Where was the justice when they killed? They defiled my wife. They killed my neighbor. Even the child of the carpenter's uncle. That child that everyone loved. They ate him. Such scum can live to see the sun tomorrow. I can't accept it, Mr. Marine. Please let me kill them. While the man was yelling at Marine who stopped him, his tears were like bursting from a dam, flowing down and hitting the ground, shaking the justice in the young Marine's heart. Marine held back the tears in his eyes, not daring to look directly at the Avengers in front of him. He turned to look at General Zifa, the man known as the Never-Kill General. How could he stick to his justice in such a situation? The Marines looked at Zifa, and after the people noticed. They also looked at him, waiting for his choice. Marine's failure to stop the crime in time is Marine's dereliction of duty, but the crime needs to be punished through justice. If you are still angry, I am willing to bear it. Zifa's dry throat gave a low and powerful answer. He stands there firmly like a big mountain, with his own unwavering justice. Chapter 27 Betting. Mr. Zifa. The Marines stared blankly at the tall man, feeling the unique charm of his personality. Of course, not everyone likes it. Bang! A stone hit Zifa on the head. The Marines followed the path of the stone and saw a little boy covered in scars. His face was expressionless, he just bent down again to pick up the stone. Hey! You little brat! Marine shouted to stop. Now I am accepting the public's anger for Marine, please don't stop them. Zifa spoke up again, not letting Marine interfere with their actions. Seeing that Zifa was not angry, more and more people picked up sticks and stones on the ground and walked towards Zifa. Hey! Even if it's possible, you can't go so far. A young Marine said to his superior. This is Mr. Zifa's choice, and this is the justice he has carried out throughout his life. People who can reach the position of general have an unswerving concept of justice, which cannot be changed by a few words. A crowd surrounded Zifa. Some sailors couldn't bear to see the general being beaten, so they turned their heads and stopped watching. Some are always on guard. If it is a stick or stone, they can pretend it is invisible, but if someone has a knife, they will take it down without hesitation. Even if it goes against the general's will, it is just. Bang! 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 On the sea, pirates are rampant. How many generals are there? The situation at sea is extremely bad. When encountering stronger pirates, such as espers, even if Marine arrives, they may be defeated by the pirates. What kind of darkness will be in the hearts of the people? There is nothing more devastating than regaining hope and then falling into despair. Bang! 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 The battle between Dongli and Bragi was still going on. The two of them bent their waists and exerted force, and the two shields collided together. Bang! The huge impact pushed the two back. The two who had been fighting for a long time had no strength to resist the impact. He fell to the ground almost at the same time, raising a cloud of dust. It seems the battle is over. Captain Ziano watched the entire giant fight with relish, which was very enjoyable. Bragi and Dongli fell to the ground, looked up at the sky, and laughed at the same time. Click, click, click. Quack, quack, quack. What a hearty battle. It's a tie again. Dongli. Ah, what a fulfilling day. Bragi. The two laughed again. Hey, did you three just learn something? Captain Xianyo stood on top of shield and asked Marshal and sword next to him. Ho 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 ho. The three Vatras roared and answered. Captain Xiano understood and said that he had learned a lot of giant fighting skills. But they are all ordinary moves, and there is not much improvement for them. After lying on the ground for a while and regaining some strength, I remembered that there were guests next to me. Bragi sat up, looked at Dongli and asked. The big guy who came with you must also be your guest. Quack, quack, quack. That's right, he's such an interesting guy. He's obviously not a human, but he feels smarter than me. Come on, come on. Then come to my side together. There are two of his kind beside me, as well as their captain. Oh! He must be a very powerful pirate captain. I must know him. The two stood up supporting each other and walked towards Captain Ziono. The three figures standing at the edge of the forest were the three Mihawks who heard the noise and came to watch the excitement. The two swordsmen Shiryu and Mihawk expressed that Tori's swordsmanship was very rough. But with fighting skills that are unique to giants, and using the giant's power talent to the extreme, it is also very dangerous to fight to the death. No wonder it is the most powerful country in the world recognized by the world government. If all the giants are soldiers and just rely on strength, it can defeat the armies of most countries in the world. Coupled with the long-established techniques and tactics of the giants and some outstandingly talented giants, the world's most powerful country deserves its title. Captain Sciano, do you have any wine on board? I can treat you to meat. Just bring the wine with you, Bragi said to Captain Ziono on the head of the shield. Since shield is much taller than Bragi, Bragi is talking to Sciano with his head raised. Of course. There is endless wine. Do you and Dongli want to try it? Captain Sciano, who had just raised his head to talk to the giant, now felt the feeling of being looked up by the giant, and felt very comfortable in his heart. Quack, quack, quack. How can there be endless wine? Good things are always limited. Human captain. What you think is endless wine, here with us, we will drink it all for you in one meal. Yes. You underestimate us. Captain Ziono. The two giants said angrily. Well, I don't like to argue in my life. Since you two don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Oh? What kind of gambling method? After hearing what Captain Ziono said, Dongli and Bragi were also very interested. Of course it's a bet. I have endless amounts of wine. If I lose, I will send you an entire giant warship full of wine. If I win, you two will teach 3 Vajra practitioners how to practice. Well, the entire ship's worth of wine will be consumed, but there are no restrictions on teaching practice. It's not fair. Even though he didn't believe that Captain Ziono could bring out the endless wine, Bragi still analyzed the fairness of the bet with a serious look on his face. This was also a fine tradition of the giants. How about teaching 3 months of practice? Make a deal. Then, it's time to have a party. Captain Ziono's voice resounded throughout the island. After hearing the captain's words, the crew members on the ship also started to prepare ingredients and kitchen utensils. As for why you didn't take your things with you? Look, the warship flew to the center of the island by itself. Oh! Flying ship! Bragi and Dongli also looked at the ships flying over with surprised expressions. The two giant faces came to the sides of the spacecraft. Everyone who was preparing food for the banquet saw the two giant faces suddenly appearing. Ah! They screamed as they had never seen a giant before. The body was also frightened and turned into strips floating in the wind, as if it had eaten the flying fruit. The situation on the boat made Bragi and Dongli laugh. Young men! Go and bring up the wine barrels that the captain has hidden in the wine cellar. Captain Sciano was looking forward to the gambling at this moment. He had no choice but to cheat and win for sure. It is definitely not a loss to let 2 people teach the 3 Vajras to practice. The honor of the giant clan is on display. Bragi Dongli will never be perfunctory, and as for the giant clan's inherited skill hegemony, he may not teach it. But other cultivation experience will also be greatly improved if given to the existence of 3 top talents. Just thinking. The magic barrel was moved up by several crew members. Then, let's begin. Chapter 28 Giant's Banquet. Then, let's begin. With Captain Ziono's order, a banquet with the giant begins. Your grilling speed is too slow. It's not enough to fill your teeth. Done, go grill some meat. By the way, do you know how to grill meat? Captain Ziono looked helplessly at the crew members who were lighting a fire to barbecue. He didn't blame them for not working hard, but the diners were giants. After this period of practice, these ordinary crew members have become much stronger. Several people can lift a smaller dinosaur together. They tried their best to handle several triceratops and tried to lift him to the large barbecue rack that had been prepared. Looking at the crew who have already maximized their efficiency, the demand for food today must be huge, because not only are there 5 more huge stomachs, and Captain Ziano has his own plans. Ho ho ho! Bang! 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 Shield beat his chest to show that he was fine. He turned around and picked up the dinosaurs that everyone had caught in his hands, then he pulled out a few big trees, pulled off the branches and leaves from top to bottom, and piled them on the ground. Found 2 huge stones 10 meters high. Bang! Boom! The violent friction between the 2 boulders produced a large cloud of sparks, and the trees ignited. Ah! Is this gorilla so smart? The crew members were also very surprised when they saw the scene in front of them. Previously, their attention was focused on the giants, thinking that these gorillas were the giants' pets or something like that. But after seeing that the captain could order them, they were not sure what it was. Seeing Shield grilling the dinosaurs so cleanly, they were also shocked by its wisdom. He. Could it be the pet that the captain found? What a coveted body! Moria looked up at the 3 huge figures in front of him and said excitedly. What a great work it would be if it were made into a zombie. He. It's better not to have such unrealistic thoughts. You will be beaten into a meat pie, and it will not be delicious. Shiryu was holding a cigar and teasing Mariah. He could feel the vigorous momentum of these 3 gorillas. Carrying a giant sword on his back? Can an orangutan also use a sword? This is really interesting. My hawk looked at the sword. He, who was always taciturn, was also very interested in it. Oh! You 3 are here too. At this time, Captain Ziano had just noticed the tiny trio. Let me introduce you to everyone. These 3 are the new members of our pirate group. Marshall, Shield, Sword. Their race is King Kong. They are not ordinary gorillas. These 2 giants. They are the captains of the giant pirates who were famous in the sea 100 years ago. Red Ogre Broggy. Blue Ogre Tori. Nanny. The legendary giant pirates. Shiryu was shocked. He had been working in the great prison under the sea, and of course he had heard the legends of some vicious criminals. Come on, come on. Hello. Captain Ziano. I can't wait. Bring the wine first. Quack, quack, quack. Let's eat and chat later. I can't wait to taste the fine wine that Captain Ziano mentioned. Broggy and Dungly said hello to everyone, and they couldn't help but ask Captain Ziano for a drink. There is no other way. After staying on this deserted island for almost 100 years, if you want to drink, you can only exchange it with passing ships. But the wine normally carried on the ship is not enough for them to rinse their mouths. I have been greedy for decades, and I heard Captain Ziano making a bold statement, saying that there was endless wine to drink, so I guess there will be no shortage of it. The 2 of them were already salivating, and they were extremely hungry and thirsty. Ha, let's drink first. Don't forget our agreement. Captain Sciano is as good as he gets. Buzz. A large wine barrel more than 3 meters high flew over from the ship. Of course, this is just a small cup for Broggy. Captain Sciano. This bucket is not appetizing enough. How stingy. Broggy said a little unhappy. He was clearly talking about endless wine, but he was only given a bucket. This was a bit unreasonable. The captain will do what he says. Just open it and drink until you finish the bucket. When Broggy heard this, he stopped talking and put the wine barrel to his mouth. A magical scene happened. The wine barrel in Broggy's hand suddenly started to grow. It was originally the size that could be held with one hand, but gradually grew to the point where Broggy needed to wrap his arms around it. Until it turns into a huge wine barrel more than 10 meters high. The wine in the barrel pours down like a waterfall. Gudong. 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 Bragi swallowed big mouthfuls, wondering if he could taste the deliciousness of the wine this way. Everyone below was shocked by this magical scene and stopped what they were doing. The enlargement of the wine barrel is a magical sight, and the wine falling from the sky like a waterfall is also a scene that is hard to see. Just looking at the scene of the giant drinking heavily made the alcohol bug in their stomachs start to stir up. Hey! Bragi! Give me some left. Dong Li jumped to the side anxiously. Although the bucket has become bigger, according to Bragi's drinking method, it will reach the bottom in a while. Just smelling this wine makes people intoxicated. If you can't even take a sip, it would be too torture. Bragi had no time to speak. He couldn't explain to Dong Li that the weight of the barrel had not changed at all, and it didn't look like it was going to bottom out at all. Is it possible that I really can't finish the drink? After a while, Bragi felt that his stomach was filled with wine. But the wine barrel seemed to have not changed at all. Dong Li on the side was running around anxiously, wanting to drink so much. Bang! Hiccup! Bragi finally couldn't stand it anymore, put the barrel on the ground, and let out a long belch. Seeing this, Dong Li quickly grabbed the wine barrel and drank heavily. Captain Skiano! This wine is great! This is the most delicious and enjoyable wine I have ever drunk. Click, 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 click. Bragi laughed. Oh! How about it? You can't finish it, Bragi? Captain Shano asked Bragi with a bright smile on his face. It's not over yet. Dong Li and I will definitely drink it all. Bragi said unconvinced. When Dong Li heard this, he also raised the bucket higher, as if he wanted to solve it in one go. Then we'll see. Don't just drink. The meat is already roasted. The banquet has begun. Ouch! Ho 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 ho! The atmosphere group on the ship has 2 more diamonds, martial and shield. As for sword? Anyone who uses a sword likes to maintain a cold persona, right? Chapter 29 The Drunken Giant. The moon is bright and clear. Great route. The ancient island. The lively banquet continued, and the aroma of barbecue wafted throughout the forest. The dinosaurs were trembling in fear while mourning their fellow creatures who had turned into food. Brother! You smell so good! The magical wine barrel became the best in the game. It can automatically change its size according to the user's body shape. Bragi and Dong Li stopped talking harshly and distributed the wine barrels to others, and they all tasted the fine wines collected by the captain one by one. And after Xianyo's guidance, they were once again shocked to discover that this wine barrel could actually change its taste. And every taste makes them intoxicated and unforgettable. Now, my hawk sat on Sword's shoulder and drank wine with him, so sword players can always chat together, even if the other person is not a human. Shiryu also kept drinking with Bragi and Dong Li. Despite the disparity in size, Shiryu has strong physical talent after all. In this world, those who can eat are not necessarily strong, but those who are strong must be particularly able to eat. So Shiryu is not afraid of the 2 giants at all. Moria continued to be the leader of the atmosphere team. After Captain Chiano's guidance, Moria also began to consider multiple shadow clone techniques. This time, 2 shadow dancers can be summoned. One left and one right, twisting silkily. Looking at the scene in front of him, a fragment flashed in the mind of the slightly drunk Captain Xianyo. This is your excuse for breaking up. It has to be Lao Mo. Captain Xiano loudly praised Moria's dance, and then continued to drink with the crew around him. Eating barbecue and drinking wine. While drinking and drinking, everyone gradually became drunk. Bragi! Dong Li! You lost. There is still wine in the barrel. Drunk Captain Xiano, swaying, pointed at the 2 giants lying on the ground and said. The ability to defeat 2 giants certainly cannot be attributed to Captain Xiano. Captain Ziano was already drunk after drinking with the crew, and he has just woken up now. The drinking capacity of the two giants is really scary. Without the magic barrel, I can't imagine how many barrels of wine they would have to drink before they could lie down on the ground. The Mihawk trio already had a pretty good drinking capacity, but they couldn't compete with the two giants because their stomach capacity was inherently insufficient. In the end, it was with the help of the three Vetras of Martial, Shield and Sword that they were able to knock Bragi and Dongli down. It is worth mentioning that Shield is the biggest and has the worst drinking capacity among the giants. Fortunately, the wine is good, and he falls asleep when he is drunk. After being drunk, the red hair on the body becomes brighter. When Wu got drunk, he was so blessed that he learned drunken boxing without a teacher. He was carrying the wine bucket while practicing the newly learned drunken boxing. Shaking body, ferocious fists, hidden needles, +1 in fighting skills. Sword faithfully performed the task of making the two giants drunk, and finally fell together. Captain Ziano, who had just woken up, laughed at the two drunken giants and reminded them of the bet they had made before. Hoo ho ho ho! Bragi's snoring sounded, and Dongli remained silent. Hey, hey, hey! Don't pretend not to hear. Feel it. This little drink won't do. The giant's drinking capacity isn't that great either. Captain Xianyo is both good and playful. If he wins the game, he will issue easy, and his taunts will directly increase his capacity. The two giants also sat up in shock from their dying dreams, staring at Captain Ziano with eyes much bigger than copper bells. The night is getting dark, and the bright moon is half hidden behind the clouds. In the dark and silent environment, the surrounding forest is like a hand stretched out from hell, struggling to return to the world. Under the night, two huge black shadows covered the ground, and two pairs of huge pupils stared closely at Captain Ziano. Captain Xianyo also broke into a cold sweat when he looked at the scene in front of him. Why is it so scary? Hey! You two woke up just in time. Don't forget to fulfill your previous bet. Captain Ziano quickly broke the strange atmosphere. The giants will never break the contract. Bragi said angrily. But the dignity of the giant race is not allowed to be offended. Dongli shouted from the side. You're already drunk. Don't be so harsh. I'm just calling you two idiots, and you haven't risen to the level of the giants. Captain Ziano quickly defended. Oh, so that's it. When Bragi heard what Captain Xiano said, he stopped arguing and fell down again with a bang and continued to lie down. Then just follow what I said before and teach Vetra for 3 months. It's a very simple thing. Dongli also said without caring. Well, that's the problem. We promised to teach you for 3 months, but we can't stay here for 3 months. Captain Ziano started his mouth evasion method. Hey? If you're in such a hurry to leave, why did you make a bet? Bragi sat up again and asked Captain Ziano in confusion. Ah, it's very simple. You can just follow me. The worst is, after 3 months of teaching, you can just pick a place to get off the boat. Don't worry, you won't be charged for the boat. Captain Ziano explained innocently, saying that he didn't know anything and just thought it was reasonable to think like this. No. Dongli and I have made an agreement. Only after the winner is determined, the living person can leave the small garden. Bragi hurriedly retorted, telling the two of them a nearly century-old contract. Hey! You haven't said this before. Captain Xiano said he would not listen. But that's the fact. We won't leave the small garden. If you have to leave, you can leave the 3 of them. Come back to pick them up in 3 months. No, 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 they are all my beloved relatives and friends, brothers and sisters. I will never let them leave me again. What should I do? Why don't I owe it first? Bragi and Dongli were overwhelmed by what Captain Shano said. Hey, let me sort out the current situation for you. Captain Ziano straightened his back and sounded like he was thinking for them. You will not leave the small garden. This is an agreement you have made before. Teaching King Kong to practice is an agreement we just made. But I want to take King Kong away, so there is a conflict, right? That's right, X2. Then if you don't have to leave the small garden, I will take them away, but you can also teach them to practice, so there won't be any conflict. Hiss, that's true, but it's impossible. Broggy scratched his head and said with a naive expression. Dong Gli nodded and said the same thing. No, 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 don't worry about whether he is good or bad, you just need to say, this will resolve the conflict. You are also happy to do this. Both agreements have not been broken, and both can be realized. The giant who always attaches great importance to contracts the tribe should be very satisfied with this approach. Captain Xiano continued to confuse. It's a really good result. The drunkenness made Dongli and Broggy's heads become slower than usual. They only felt that there was nothing wrong with doing this, but they felt a little strange, but they couldn't explain it. Then you will accept the method to achieve this result, right? If there is, you can indeed try it. Then it's settled. Buzz. 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 Boom. 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 As Captain Xiano finished speaking, the whole island began to shake. The sea became turbulent as a result. Waves of waves were set off and rushed into the distance. Chapter 30 Xiano's Little Garden. Buzz. 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 The whole island shook violently. The dinosaurs on the island also woke up from their sleep. The huge noise woke everyone up. What happened? A crew member ran out of the cabin. At this moment, the warship was staying in the center of the island, not in the sea. The crew had no idea what was happening. He. Don't panic. The captain is still on the island, nothing will happen to him. Moria comforted the crew. After all, these were the people who followed him to sea, and they were more familiar with each other. After hearing Moria's words, everyone felt calm. Yes, everyone has seen the strength of Captain Xianyo. It can be said that in their eyes, Captain Xianyo is the strongest existence in the world. With Captain Xiano here, no danger will happen. Not only the ordinary crew members think so, but Moria also firmly recognizes Captain Xiano's strength. What's going on? A volcano erupted. It doesn't look like it. Broggy also asked questions, and the violent noise also made him a little more awake. No problem. It's just that the captain has thought of a solution to the problem. What method is this? Dongli, who was completely awake, also shouted loudly. If he didn't shout, he would be drowned out by the roar. Of course. Move the whole little garden away. Nanny, X2. On an uninhabited small desert island, a speedboat parked on the edge of the rock. There is a tall man sitting cross-legged here on the island. Just look at his back. His well-developed muscles hold up his clothes. The width of his strong shoulders is exaggerated and scary. Wearing a standard military uniform, his light yellow hair is draped on the back of his head in an unruly manner. His face was sharp and angular, and his eyes were fierce and evil, like a devil passing through the world. The inverted triangle figure is full of powerful beauty, and the muscles contain terrifying power. At this moment, he was holding a newspaper. A passing newsbird spotted him and bravely flew towards him. Sure enough, the brave newsbird received a commission. After all, if he wanted to fill his stomach, the newsbird was not enough for this man to fill his teeth. Watching the news of Roger's execution spread across the newspapers. The man's huge hand clenched suddenly. The newspaper was crushed into a ball of waste paper with one of his hands. The terrifying aura overflowed from his body. If it was just because of his exaggerated figure and ferocious face, he looked like a devil. So now, blue-purple lightning cuts through the air, flashing on the sea surface, and Conqueror's domineering aura sweeps across the sea area. Countless sea fish were accidentally injured, and large tracks surfaced in the sea. His face was extremely ferocious and terrifying. At this moment, he was the devil. Roger! Why did you die so stupidly? You are dead. This sea must have become extremely boring. Then turn him upside down. The terrifying conqueror's dominance increased again, and the entire sky was filled with blue-purple lightning. This man is it. The devil's spawn, Douglas Bullet. A being who is determined to become the strongest in the world. He grew up in war and developed combat and killing skills. He is invincible on the battlefield, but he is repeatedly betrayed. This made him no longer willing to trust his companions, and firmly believed that only by relying on himself can he gain a foothold in this sea. Until he met Roger, Bullet, who was too powerful to look directly at and thought he was invincible, encountered Waterloo. The defeat came so suddenly, so easily, and quickly. That was a man that even he had to look up to. But such a powerful man has a group of reliable partners. Bullet was confused and began to doubt his beliefs. In order to confirm his thoughts and to defeat Roger in the future and become the strongest in the world, he chose to board Roger's ship. On the ship, he saw Roger's power, but soon he learned that Roger was terminally ill and there was no cure. He originally wanted to challenge the strongest Roger, but he has lost motivation. A person who is terminally ill and about to die will have no sense of accomplishment if he defeats him. So he chose to leave, get off the ship alone, continue to pursue his beliefs, and continue to become stronger. Until today, he learned about Roger's death. He did not die of illness in silence, nor did he die in an earth-shattering battle. Instead, he was executed by two ordinary soldiers. This was unacceptable to Bullet. Roger was his previous target. It can be said to be half of his faith. He is angry. He wants to overturn the sea. Smash this boring world to pieces. Grand Line. The original small garden sea area. At this moment, it was empty. There was no shadow of any island. There were only large tracts of sea water, rushing in from all directions, forming a large whirlpool. It seemed to fill the vacancy in the sea. Why was there a vacancy in the sea? Because now the little garden island has become Captain Ziono's own little garden. High in the sky. A floating island is here. If you look carefully, it is the former ancient island, the small garden. Broggy and Dungley are still confused. They still can't accept the status quo and don't understand why it turned out like this. Hey! The power of Piao Piao fruit is so easy to use. Captain Xianyo himself also sighed. Floating an entire island into the air only consumes some physical strength. Judging from the consumption and the effect, it is completely negligible. Of course, this is for the Golden Lion and Captain Xianyo, who has signed several top players. If an average person eats Piao Piao fruit, it will be difficult to float an island, because people and their physiques cannot be generalized. Monsters are monsters, and their terrifying physical talents are beyond the imagination of normal people. Broggy. Donggli. Take little garden with me so that neither of you will break your promise. How about it? You can continue your duel and teach them both when you have free time. Ha 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 ha. Captain Xianyo couldn't help laughing out loud. He couldn't be blamed for his gaffe, but he had never thought of this operation before. But the development of things is so wonderful. Jujuguo, which was originally considered to be used to make money, unexpectedly gained two important combat powers. What? Didn't they join the idea? Not important, there was hanging. According to the system's judgment, the small garden was originally an unclaimed land. At this moment, Captain Xianyo used the floating fruit ability to float into the air, so the small garden became Captain Xianyo's sphere of influence. As mentioned in the previously unlocked force management module, as long as you are within Captain Xianyo's sphere of influence, no matter what the purpose is, your loyalty will slowly increase, and you will eventually become Captain Xianyo's die-hard loyalist. As for Captain Xiano, how does he determine that it is useful? Because Crocodile is still in a coma, his loyalty has changed from 0 at the beginning to 10 now. Chapter 31 Loyalty. The improvement of loyalty is a very complicated process, affected by various external factors, but the results are always improved, but some are faster and some are slower. Speaking of loyalty, Captain Xianyo observed all his crew members and found that the 3 most loyal ones were the 3 King Kongs. All are full of loyalty. It is worthy of being a battle pet sent by the system, the most top talent on the sea, possessing great wisdom, and also absolutely loyal to the host. The perfect beater. Hey! Captain Xianyo suddenly noticed that on the top of the heads of the 3 King Kongs, at the end of the loyalty bar, there were 2 flashing gift bag buttons. The things brought into the system will definitely not be negative, and they are in the form of gift packages, so there will definitely be no problem in clicking on them. Driven by curiosity, Captain Xianyo moved a little closer in the direction of Wu. Bite. The long-lost system prompt sounded. Fighting King Kong Wu's loyalty reaches 90, he will receive system rewards, his physique will be enhanced, and his domineering strength will be increased. Note, those whose loyalty reaches 90 are fixed rewards. Fighting King Kong Marshall's loyalty reaches 100, obtains system rewards, awakens Conqueror's Haki. Obtains Ghost Bloodline. Note, those whose loyalty reaches 100 are special rewards. The rewards vary from person to person and are not for reference. Wu, who was squatting on the ground, thinking and recalling the essence of Drunken Master, suddenly felt a mysterious force coming to him, and his huge body felt the sudden change. By the time this magical change was over, Wu's figure had actually grown a few more meters, and he had already caught up with Bragi in height. Feeling that he suddenly became stronger, Wu shouted excitedly to the sky, and beat his chest like a war drum. Wu suddenly went crazy, making shield and sword next to him look confused, thinking, what is wrong with this guy, disturbing people's leisure here in the middle of the night? Hey, is the system here? It's okay that there are few people now. In the future, there will be more crew members. I can't ask for every loyalty gift pack to be ordered by me personally. It's too time-consuming. Bite. After receiving feedback from the host, the system will make timely modifications. When future crew members meet the conditions for unlocking the loyalty package, the system will receive it on its own. The system will automatically block the notification sound when loyalty reaches 90 to avoid disturbing the host. Not bad, not bad. The efficiency of this rectification is really fast, and you can also draw inferences from one example. I will help you nominate for this year's Outstanding System Award. Captain Xianyo nodded with satisfaction. With his casual words, the system immediately made changes. As expected, those who are willing do not need to be taught, and those who are not willing cannot learn. She loves you and treats you with every detail. Thank you, host, for the cake. Ahem. Bite. The loyalty of Iron Wall King Kong Shield reaches 100, obtain system rewards, and awaken Conqueror's Haki. Obtain Lunaria Bloodline. Sword King Kong Sword's loyalty reaches 100, obtains system rewards, and awakens Conqueror's Haki. Obtains a Supreme Sword level sword. Hey! Damn, are they so powerful? In this case, the combat power of the 3 of them is terrifyingly high. It should be difficult for them to rival them in the Paradise stage. Shield, who was still hesitating whether to give Wu a slap to wake him up from his madness, suddenly froze on the spot. The shield and sword stayed in place, carefully feeling the changes in his body, especially the sword. In the dark, he felt that there was a natural weapon buried under his feet. He bent down and lowered his head, and started digging the hole crazily with his 2 huge palms. Shield is assimilated by Wu and beats the drum of his own liberation crazily. Originally, the banquet was over and everyone was drunk and fell asleep. But just now, Captain Xianyo uprooted the entire island, and the huge noise woke everyone up. Discovering that the island just now had actually flown into the air, Everyone was amazed at how powerful Captain Xianyo was and could always do things beyond their cognitive limits. Then there was the magical experience of standing on the island while people were in mid-air, which made them excited. After the excitement, they all went back to sleep. Not long after falling asleep, there was another loud noise outside. Across the cabin, they knew what kind of creature it was. The 3 new crew members are big and strong and cannot be offended. The crew members are not yet familiar with King Kong, so even if their clear dreams are disturbed at this moment, they are too embarrassed to go out and curse. Moria, on the other hand, was fast asleep, unaffected by the outside world at all. Who said that sleeping deeply could not be regarded as a talent? Mihawk and Shiryu were attracted by their own swords. They saw thunderstorm and yet trembling, as if something was attracting them. The 2 of them also walked out of their rooms and came to the deck. They happened to witness that sword dug out a giant knife from the underground of the small garden, and its aura was so powerful that it resonated with their sabers. The supreme sharp knife? Is it luck or fate? Mihawk murmured to himself that a truly good knife would choose its own owner, so he preferred the latter answer. Another powerful opponent. This is the sentiment shared by Mihawk and Shiryu. The sword who got his beloved thing was also excited to beat the war drum. Everyone in the cabin buried their heads deeper into the quilt. It was really noisy. As for Bragi and Dongli, they slept harder than Mariah, and their snoring was loud, no less than the noise of beating drums. Looking at the huge noise made by several giants, Captain Xiano frowned and looked helpless. For the sake of the quality of life of the crew, Captain Xiano chose to fly the ship away from the island and dock the ship at the war fortress in the sky. That's right. Captain Xiano did not forget his other 2 rewards. When he flew up the little garden, he also flew up the war fortress hidden on the bottom of the little garden sea area. Although it is at the bottom of the sea, Captain Xiano's fruit has no side effects and is not afraid of sea water. As a product of the system, Captain Xiano can naturally control the fortress remotely. 200 android soldiers are also in the fortress. Continue to check the loyalty of the crew. Mihawk's loyalty is 71. Shiryu's loyalty is 76. Moria's loyalty is 88. Oh ho! Lao Mo is so loyal to me. It seems that I need to reward him with more rewards. What kind of reward is good? Or increase the intensity of training? Strength is the best reward. His could it be? Like wearing a collar. You can't be that kind of Lao Mo. Chapter 32 Evan. Next day. Grand Line. It was another sunny day where Captain Xiano was. After experiencing the incident in the small garden, everyone felt very tired, although they were not the ones fighting. But the aftermath of the giants' fight also made them very uncomfortable. Moreover, they were awakened several times by loud noises in their sleep in the middle of the night. Such torture made the crew members physically and mentally exhausted. Only Moria slept until dawn, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Captain Xiano was once very suspicious that Moria had some special attributes. The matter of the small garden has been settled. Bragi and Tori are already the turtles in the urn. Sooner or later they will take the shape of Captain Xiano. The heroes of the world are in my urn. Captain Xiano stood at the bow of the ship, with the high-altitude wind blowing across his face and the white clouds flowing slowly around him. For a moment, his pride soared into the sky. With a calm face, he said something that he thought was very powerful. Something doesn't seem right. Captain Xiano felt a little strange, but he couldn't remember it, so what the heck? No one said it, that's what he said. Looking at the crew members coming up one after another on the deck, Captain Xianyo did not intend to conduct today's special training. The time is not particularly urgent, so proper rest is okay, and only by combining work and rest can efficiency be improved. Captain Xiano plans to arrange for everyone to move into the war fortress today. If there is no better choice in the future. The war fortress is the future headquarters of the Overlord pirates. While some pirates were still looking confused where the small garden was, Captain Ziano had already started building a stronghold. I'm far ahead in thinking. A general mind can solve everything. Captain Sciano already sees a bright future. Everyone on the spaceship was still extremely shocked when they looked at the small garden floating behind. Being able to make the entire island fly into the sky is shocking no matter how you think about it. The ability of the Golden Lion. Only Shiryu knows some information, but he is not sure. After all, the Golden Lion is not dead yet, so he can confirm this. He is more willing to believe that Xianyo has similar abilities to the Piao Piao fruit, and maybe the upper or lower level fruit of the Piao Piao fruit. Everyone was admiring the islands in the distance. It was a very novel experience to be able to see the entire island in their eyes. While the crew members are still trying to enjoy their rare leisure time. Behind the small garden, another island appeared. It was bigger than the small garden. And it looks very unique in shape, less like a naturally formed island and more like a man-made technological product. Hey! Another island is flying up. Can the captain let the island fly into the sky at will? Is this really something a human can do? If the captain floats all the islands in the world into the sky, wouldn't the fate of the world be in the hands of the captain? Listening to the exclamations and compliments from all the crew members, Captain Ziano was also very pleased. When someone said "master the world," Captain Ziano's brain automatically extracted the keywords and understood the entire sentence clearly. What this kid said makes sense. If I really do that, wouldn't it mean that the life and death of the whole world is under my control? You don't even need the Holy Mother's flame to destroy a country. Just throw the unhappy island from the sky, from such a high place. I don't know if the island will be torn apart, but the people on the island will definitely not survive. Moreover, the next generation will be above the sky as soon as they are born. They will forget where their roots are. If not, they will still be on the island of their ancestral home. But the island is not in that place. In that sea, the Sea of the Grand Line, the climate changes so much that it leaves its own sea. They can't quite be counted in their hometown either. Sure enough, forgetting history is the most terrifying thing. Being manipulated by others will not make it clear. Hey? What if the sky is replaced by the sea? What if the world government is replaced by the imaginary me, and then a certain period of history is dug out using forceful means? Then, Captain Sciano even suspected that he had guessed the ending. The war fortress draws closer. From a distance, it just feels bigger than a small garden. But when an island actually appeared above their heads, the crew members realized that even giants were small in front of an island. Gudong. The sound of swallowing came one after another. If you have a phobia of giant objects, you may faint when you see this scene. Hey! Tell me, if the captain throws the entire island towards the enemy, will anyone be able to stop him? One crew member asked his companions with cold sweat on his face. Even if he is his own captain, but from the perspective of the enemy, his legs feel weak and his whole body is shaking. It's impossible. How can anyone block an island? Captain Ziano is the most powerful existence. The companion next to him was Captain Ziano, who was looking at the bow of the ship with a feverish expression. This is how it is above the sea. Some people fear the strong, while others worship the strong. Not everyone can become a monster. If your boss is strong and you carry his name on your shoulders, your back will be even harder. Bite. Hey? A beep caught Captain Ziano's attention. When he looked back, he saw a crew member with fanatical eyes looking at him, and the loyalty indicator above his head reached 100. Evan's loyalty reaches 100, and he gets the system reward, Animal Fruit Cat Fruit Ancient Species Cave Lion form. Entity rewards will be delivered to them in various forms, rationalization will appear. Various forms? How did this fruit appear in his hand? And how can we be sure that he will definitely eat it? Captain Xianyo also raised his own questions when he heard the sound of the system. It's not that Captain Xianyo wants the fruit of Tan Mo. The loyalty rewards of the system vary from person to person, so the match between this fruit and this person is the best. In this reward, the system has put the fruit into Evan's pocket and implanted memory into Evan. The fruit was given to him personally by the captain. Oh ho! That's not bad. If the sword gets its own reward as before, if it is picked up from the ground by oneself, not to mention whether it will be caught first, ordinary crew members will most likely hand it in as a trophy if they pick up the fruit. Unless he wants to go it alone. Then Captain Xianyo needs to operate it himself. If the system does this, it is equivalent to eliminating what Captain Xianyo needs to do, but it achieves the same effect. Sure enough, you don't need to be taught to love someone. Looking at the figure standing against the wind in front of me, it is majestic and infinitely tall. Evan touched his pocket, and it was bulging. There was a devil fruit in it, which was given to him by the captain himself. I will never betray the captain's trust in me. At this moment, Evan is determined to become stronger. He will help the captain solve his problems and deal with anyone who offends the captain's majesty. Chapter 33, Base Camp. Bang! The warship fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Captain Xianyo and several others jumped directly from the ship, while the rest of the crew members kept the gangway in place. The gangway was laid down and everyone walked down from the deck. Really walked into this flying fortress. Although it looks like a huge island from the outside, it is actually empty inside. There are various rooms and facilities inside. Stepping onto the ground of the war fortress, you will see a huge castle complex. That castle is like a sleeping beast, dormant here, waiting for war to happen. Among the buildings, the largest is a fortress with an arch roof, located in the center of the castle complex. The arch top is smooth and bright, and looks very comfortable, like an exquisite handicraft. But it may contain powerful weapons. The rest of the buildings are all Gothic-style buildings, and some buildings are decorated with gold. Magnificent, noble, and elegant. Currently, the only buildings on the surface are this castle complex, and the rest are large forests, wastelands, and grasslands. They are all places to be developed, and the entire island can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, or even more. But the surface is only the most basic part. Under the surface, there is a huge underground city, covering the entire fortress island. The rocky exterior makes the fortress more like an island, but it can fire cannons at 360 degrees without blind spots. Because the outermost circle in the dungeon is reserved for weapon modules, which contains a large number of artillery. The number of artillery in the entire war fortress is difficult to estimate at the moment, because it is indeed too huge. The rooms in the dungeon are not all for people to live in. They have a variety of functional facilities. For example, the weapons production workshop has a fully automated and intelligent weapons manufacturing assembly line. As long as there are templates and materials, it can run at full capacity for large-scale production. It is entirely possible for Captain Xianyo to become the new arms tycoon. There are also intelligent farms and pastures, as well as artificial sunlight, making it completely self-sufficient. Because the rooms in the dungeon can be transformed through the equipment in the main control room of the entire fortress, each room has 3 functional materials reserved. Every room doesn't have to be the same either. For example, if the number of pirates in the pirate group increases sharply in the future, accommodation and food issues will become a major difficulty. After all, Captain Xianyo is not going to take the elite route. If a huge war is launched in the future, king against king, general against general, soldier against soldier, miscellaneous fish, etc., it will only dirty Captain Xianyo's hands. However, you can transform a more useless room into the required function by adjusting the room functions. Moreover, the conversion materials for the 3 functional rooms are only provided by the system. You can purchase supplementary materials by yourself to realize the conversion of the rooms, because there are fixed templates in the main control room. It can meet the daily needs of more and more crew members. He 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 he. Captain! This place is amazing. How did you find this big guy? Moria marveled and asked her doubts. As a shadow fruit user, he is not too interested in dungeons and the like. Well, maybe it's something left over from ancient wars. I found it near the small garden. Captain Ziano made up a random excuse to fool him. After all, most of the people on the ship have not yet reached 100 loyalty points. Even so, Captain Xianyo will not tell his trump card. After all, the fruit abilities in this world are too buggy. Captain Xianyo does not want to lose his footing before he is stable. Became the target of public criticism. After visiting for a whole morning, the crew members returned to the castle on the surface one after another. It was not that they had finished visiting, but the captain summoned them back. Moreover, some people got lost during the visit, but Captain Ziano guided them out of the maze through the monitoring in the main control room. The crew members who gathered here again were surprised to find that there was a group of people behind the captain. They had serious faces and strong bodies. Wear military uniforms. It just looks weird. Hey, is it my face blindness that makes a mistake? Why do I feel like these guys all look exactly the same? Someone was whispering below, discussing that the artificial man who suddenly appeared was a soldier. Captain Ziano didn't want to irritate anyone's appetite, and went straight to the topic and said, "These are the artificial human soldiers I found in the underground city. They are not normal humans, but humanoid weapons created through the research of human cells. They have no soul, so they don't know what fear is. Their existence is for the needs of war, and they cannot become stronger through exercise. So the future main force and cadres must be selected from among you." Captain Ziano spoke encouraging words, stirring up the hearts of the crew members present. A pirate who doesn't want to be a cadre is not a good pirate. Ouch! The crew members also ate chicken soup and flatbread, eating with gusto. Evan, who had eaten the fruit at this moment, clenched his fists and his heartbeat accelerated. After eating the fruit, he immediately felt the rapid increase in his physical fitness. The ancient animal-type devil fruit has a visible increase in physical fitness. And just 2 days ago, Evan suddenly discovered that the knowledge color haki and the armed color haki that he had been hovering on the edge of getting started had suddenly dawned on him at a certain moment. Not only had he mastered the 2-color haki, but he could also use it skillfully. This improvement in strength is huge. You must know that in the first half of the Great Channel, many people don't know what domineering is. For example, in the later generations of the extremely evil generation, the 11 supernovas were all extremely talented beings in that generation. However, when they logged into the Sabayati Islands, they did not know even the most basic weapon colors. It's not that they can't learn it, it's because there is no way to learn it in the park. This is the ticket for the pirates in the New World. Once they learn it, they can continue to explore the New World. If they can't learn it, they can just go back to the park and play house. So at this moment, Evan may not be very talented, but his upper limit has been raised twice. If you don't wander around in paradise, you will have few opponents. Young men. From today on, this is our base camp. This will be the cornerstone of our dominance. Our goal is the entire sea. Captain Ziano gave an impassioned speech. Ouch! The crew below were also very cooperative. All that's left is to allocate rooms. There are not many people now, and everyone has chosen a room in the castle complex on the surface. Shiryu, my hawk, and Moria were selected according to the standards and specifications of senior cadres, and they are all independent castles. It is also convenient for them to arrange for their cronies to be inside later. As for the 3 King Kongs and the 2 giants, it's better to let them stay in the small garden, and then just build a house for them. Building a house for the giants, is a big project. Seeing the pirate group that had already taken shape, I felt very happy. With strong soldiers and strong horses, hegemony can be achieved. Chapter 34 Cultivation. As the days passed, everyone in the base camp practiced step by step, becoming stronger every day. It is worth mentioning that Moria's loyalty has reached 97, which is the fastest growing besides Evan. Moria has also received a significant increase in dual-color domineering. He who originally lacked domineering has become even more powerful, completely raising himself to a new level. I couldn't wait to find a fight with Shiryu. Accompanied by Captain Zayano, the two went to the small garden to fight. Captain Shano was called by Moria because he felt that he could beat Shiryu to the ground, and he must let the captain witness this glorious moment. The small garden is not connected to the island in the base camp, because both islands are not small, and the current number of people is not enough to explore one island. Then there are the dinosaurs in the small garden, which were originally intended to be used as a reserve food source. But what I didn't expect was that since the small garden became Captain Zayano's sphere of influence, the group of dinosaurs on the island began to slowly grow in loyalty. Good guy, this is a bit abstract. Now that they have shown their loyalty, these dragon power resources cannot be wasted. After all, if they can also practice, there will be an army of dinosaurs in the future. All of them will be awakened ancient species. Ahem, no. Flying over the small garden, I saw several giant creatures eating barbecue. As for where their food comes from after they can no longer eat dinosaurs? Good question. Because Shield acquired the blood of the Lunalia clan, huge black wings grew from behind. He is already the largest in stature. With his wings spread out, his size is even more terrifying and intimidating. The key is that he can really fly. After acquiring the blood of the Lunalia clan, Shield's hair tends to be reddish-brown, and he can also control fire. Just throwing a fireball will almost catch up with the scale of Emperor Yan. Of course, it's just scale, not the power. After all, if it really is like this, even the dogs won't eat the Xiao Xiao fruit. When his body is in flames, his defense will be greatly improved. The Iron Wall King Kong, which is known as a shield, is even more invulnerable. And Wu, who has the blood of the Ghost Clan, grows the iconic double horns of the Ghost Clan on his head, and with his dark face, he looks even more ferocious and terrifying. The combat power of the two people has also been greatly improved. After the teachings of Bragi and Dongli, they have also mastered many combat skills. Don't think that giants have no combat skills. For example, if Little Ounce knew Elbaf's gun, with his strength, it would not be difficult to create a passage. Therefore, the special training from the captain of the giant soldier pirates can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the three King Kongs. Sword occasionally competes with Mihawk and Shiryu in swordsmanship. Although Tori also uses a sword, his fighting style is more inclined to the giant moves of opening and closing. There are not many applications for kendo, but by analogy, Sword also learned a lot from Dongli. After all, he is a top kendo talent. Therefore, their daily source of food is solved by Wu and Dun. Two King Kongs jumped directly into the sea from high altitude, creating two huge splashes of water. Then dive down to the bottom of the sea to capture the Poseidon species. As for how to go back, Shield carried Wu on his back, spread his wings, and flew back to the small garden in the sky. When Captain Xianyo saw two King Kongs riding together for the first time, his eyes widened. He didn't expect that they could play like this. Moria and Shiryu are ready. There were 5 people eating barbecue around, oh no, 6 people. Captain Zayano was on the head of the shield and almost didn't see it. He. I have mastered Haki. You have no chance of winning. Shiryu. Moria firmly implements the good habit of talking before a fight, and he just spits on Shiryu. Shiryu didn't say a word, looking at Moria disdainfully, with a relaxed and comfortable angle on his lips. Damn Shiryu! Suffer death! Moria was angered by the cold violence and took action in anger. Shadow Horn Gun. The shadow on the ground suddenly changed. A black mass squirmed and turned into a sharp spear. It broke away from the ground and the original shadow. The black light was sharp, and the sharp spearhead was attached with an armed color. It rushed towards Shiryu at an extremely fast speed. As soon as the expert made his move, Shiryu knew that he couldn't dodge this move because he was locked in by Moriya's knowledge and color. Unexpectedly, Moriya improved so quickly. Shiryu suddenly felt that he was not practicing hard enough. No time to think too much. It's already here. Bite. The shadow horn gun was blocked by the scabbard of Thunderstorm and could no longer move forward. He. Shiryu. Is that all? You know, Moriya couldn't even touch Shiryu's clothes at the beginning, but now he has nowhere to hide. He doesn't stop talking about his mouth, and he doesn't stop talking about his hands either. Multiple shadow horn gun. I saw shadows all around, including his own shadow behind Shiryu. Shadow horn guns were shot out quickly. This time, Shiryu showed off his knowledge, found the missing points of many attacks, and kicked the ground fiercely. Bang! Turning into an afterimage, he jumped over the shadow horns and rushed towards Moriya. He pulled out the thunderstorm hidden in the scabbard in mid-air, as if he heard the thunder and the sound of rain falling on the earth. Rain slash! A huge blue sword light shined out, darkening the world. The sword light went straight towards Moriya, and his intelligence and color were brought to the extreme, keeping Moriya's eyes firmly on him. Moriya, who realized that he could not escape, did not panic. Shadow Mage. I saw Moriya's shadow standing upright from the ground, and it had different movements from Moriya's. The Shadow Mage jumped directly towards the sword light. When the sword light disappeared, there was no change in the Shadow Mage. But Shiryu disappeared after the sword light. Behind your back. After seeing and hearing the premonition, Shiryu teleported to Moriya's back and slashed again. Moriya turned around sharply and pulled out his sword. Bite. The two swords met head-on, and for a moment they were indistinguishable. He. I haven't lost any of my domineering power, fruits, and swordsmanship. I'm practicing all the time. Shiryu. It's time to change your arrogance. Stop rambling. With a bang, the two bounced away. Moriya is not weak in the first place, but lacks the training of domineering, so in the first battle with Shiryu, he looked very stupid. Just like Luffy met Enel with the sight color for the first time. The disparity is no less than that of a person who doesn't know how to arm himself and a person with Logia ability, who can't hit him anyway. He. If it's just to this extent, Shiryu, you're going to taste the taste of failure. Multiple shadow clone. On the ground, the shadows of the forest were flowing one after another, converging towards Moriya. Around Moriya, 10 more black shadows that were exactly the same as Moriya appeared. The difference from the shadow mages was that in their hands also holding the knife. This is an offensive ability. It's not over yet. Shadow box. Another shadow turned into shadow bats and gathered together to form a huge black rectangle, surrounding the area where the two of them were. The outside world lost their presence. Chapter 35 The Heart of the Strong. Shrouded in darkness. No one can see what's going on inside. Hey? Can Lao Mo's trick also block out the probing of Jian Wensen? There is something. Captain Xianyo originally wanted to observe the battle situation with his sense of sight, but unexpectedly he couldn't sense it. Sure enough, the ability of Devil Fruit is not that simple, and it is inseparable from the developers. Without the live duel performance, the giants continued to work hard. Only after they were full could they regain their strength. You can continue practicing after recovering your physical strength. Bragi and Dongli had already put aside their spiritual practice for decades. The two of them were in the small garden and did not come into contact with enemies from the outside. Their moves were inherited from the same lineage, so they could not break them at all. Therefore, in the nearly 100 years of duel, the strength of the two people has not improved much. But after they started teaching the three Vaidras to practice, Dongli and Bragi couldn't sit still. The talents of these three guys are so abnormal, they can quickly learn what they teach, and they can also draw inferences from one example and draw analogies from others. Dongli and Bragi both began to doubt their abilities. Obviously, among the giants, their talents are considered to be at the top. Why does it seem like my qualifications have become mediocre compared to them? Bragi and Dongli rarely gave up their duel and spent more time practicing. As for breaking the contract? No, they have their own methods. For example, let martial and sword duel, and the two Vajras are taught by Bragi and Dongli respectively. The two Vajra can also be regarded as direct apprentices. The apprentice duels on behalf of the master. This is not a way to compare the master's abilities. It's just that the two King Kongs are equally matched in strength, and it's difficult to decide the winner, so the contract will continue. Hey! Bragi! And Dongli! What do you think of the talents of the three of them? Are there any who don't practice hard? Captain Xianyo inquired about the learning status of the three big animals, much like an old father holding a parent-teacher meeting. Captain Xianyo. They are the most talented giants I have ever seen. Oh! It's a pity that they are not a giant race. It is such a pity, otherwise I will definitely bring them back to El Bafu. Bragi laughed and replied sincerely. Quack, quack, quack. That's right. Captain Xianyo. His talent for swords is definitely the best in the sea. Even the swordsmanship of the giants was learned by him in just a few days. This was passed on to Elbaf, they will all think I'm bragging. Dongli also echoed from the side. Ha 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 ha. Ho 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 ho. Captain Xianyo's laughter and King Kong's roar spread throughout the small garden. From daylight to the moon hanging high, Moria's dark side also disappeared. Everyone looked again, looking forward to the outcome of this duel. I saw a huge knife incision on Moria's chest, extending from his left shoulder to his right waist. Moria was also breathing heavily. Shiryu's situation is not optimistic either. There are many wounds on his body, and there is even a wound across his waist, which means that he was almost cut in half. He. Shiryu. You lose. Moria's breath was uneven. But she couldn't hide the joy in her heart. Because he was holding a shadow in his hand. That's Shiryu's shadow. Shiryu, on the other hand, is silent, deathly silent. Although this is not a life and death battle, it is dark at the moment, and even if there is no shadow, he can still make a comeback. But he didn't expect that the unknown person he once played with so wantonly would defeat him in such a short period of time. What a shame! His heart was in turmoil, but he gradually calmed down. Shiryu said calmly. Ah, we actually lost. This kind of thing will never happen again. Shiryu didn't do anything unnecessary or say anything unnecessary, and turned around and left. If you lose, you lose. There is nothing to defend. A strong person does not necessarily have to have never suffered a defeat in his life. But every time after defeat, you can learn from shame and then be brave, learn new things from failure, and failure brings tempering of the mind. It is obvious that Shiryu has the potential to become a strong person and he has a strong heart. He. Moria's unique laughter reached Shiryu's ears, but he did not look back. Moria also let go of the shadow in his hand. The shadow also returned to Shiryu on its own. Shiryu, who went to sea with Captain Shano, was not intoxicated by the low-level pleasure of killing prisoners. In this way, he wasted his talent and sunk his heart. When he was most energetic and ambitious, Captain Xianyo appeared, letting him see the real strong man. He also told him that only by drawing a knife against the stronger can he continuously break through his own limits. This is also the only way to become stronger. You cannot become strong by killing the weak. So the failure at this moment is of course a big blow to Shiryu. But he will not sink because of this, but will practice even harder after that. Because he discovered that this world not only has strong men like Whitebeard and Roger waiting for him to challenge. There are also new generations like Mariah who are equally talented and are working hard to climb the ladder. If you are still arrogant about everything, then you will be surpassed by more and more people. Shiryu absolutely couldn't accept the thought of such a result, so he had to practice hard. As for Moria's defeat of Shiryu in such a short period of time, it was within Captain Shano's expectation. Moria himself has great potential and talent. And just a year later, he led his own pirate group to Wano country to challenge the Beast's pirates, and even faced Kaido directly. Although the result was a disastrous defeat and his partners were killed, Moria had only been out to sea for a short time at that time, and Kaido had already been struggling with the Rocks pirates for many years. The two people are not at the same level at all. It is Kaido's strength that can highlight how talented Moria was when he was young. And they are reckless enough. There are two types of reckless people. One is the reckless person who is incompetent and is the kind who seeks his own death. Then there are those like Luffy and Kid. If they fail, they will be reckless. In the past, Moria only had talent, but he didn't have the patience to develop it. Now it's different. Not only does he have professional guidance, but he also gives him a little help. As we all know, a small hang-up does not count as a hang-up. Without the reward of 90 loyalty, Moria would definitely not be able to defeat Shiryu at this moment. As for waiting until Shiryu is 90, that depends on their own efforts. He. Captain. Did you see it? I defeated that guy Shiryu. Your next target is you, Captain. Moria said with overwhelming confidence. Well. Don't worry, old Mo. It's still early for you to challenge me. Shiryu will catch up soon, as well as Mihawk, the three King Kongs, and Crow. Keter. Captain Zayano said that he had definitely not forgotten his existence, but was just taking advantage of his coma to gain loyalty. Poor Crocodile, after being attacked by Conqueror's entanglement, his body was close to collapse. With such an injury, he was left aside for nearly half a month. Only a serious and responsible ship's doctor still remembered this seriously injured patient, but his skills were limited and he could not treat such an injury. So Crocodile has been in a coma, but it can also be seen that Crocodile's physical talent is also very strong. Chapter 36, Heading to Winter Island. Somewhere in the sky above the Grand Line. Two islands float here. This is Captain Chiano's little garden and war fortress. There are not many people on the island, and most of them conduct special training in the small garden. The dinosaurs in the small garden are also part of Captain Chiano's ship, and they no longer fight with each other. Regarding the food issue, Xianyo left it to Shield, Wu, and Sword often replaced Bragi and Dongli in duels. But Shield didn't seem to be busy with anything, so Captain Zayano decisively assigned him this important job. A whole island of dinosaurs. Feeding them is a big project. Shield spends most of his time in the sea every day, fighting and killing Poseidons, and then bringing them back to the small garden to feed the dinosaurs. This is also very effective for Shield training. After all, as a land creature, being soaked in water every day is still a high test on physical fitness and body. Shield in this case, the physical changes are also visible to the naked eye. It is indeed a top physical talent. In a short time, he has adapted to fighting in the sea. If he continues to practice like this, the power of the shield in the sea may become as powerful as the fishman, as long as he can learn the fighting skills of the fishman in the sea. He is making waves in the sea. He has wings that can fly and can fight at sea. Isn't this a good example of the strongest creature on land, sea, and air? Captain Xiano has even thought of a future nickname for Shield. It's a pity that Captain Zayano flies in the sky every day and doesn't bother Marine. Therefore, after Marine issued the wanted notice for the first time, it never discovered the whereabouts of Captain Zayano again. Some people in Marine believed that Xianyo and Shiryu had agreed to defect and live in seclusion without paying attention to worldly affairs. Some people actually support this ridiculous view. If Captain Xiano knew about it, Marine would actually go as far as to cuckold him behind his back just because he didn't cause trouble. He must throw a few islands to the Marine headquarters to let them know what a real pirate is. The group of dinosaurs in the small garden were also forced by Captain Xianyo to start dinosaur training. As for how to train dinosaurs, that depends on the understanding of these dinosaurs, because Captain Xiano doesn't know either. Of course, there is no need to worry about this. When the battle starts, put them on the battlefield. The weak will naturally die on the battlefield, and only the strong can survive. This is survival of the fittest, the best way to select qualified battle pets. Now that I have become a member of the pirate group, I naturally cannot support them in vain. Fighting is one aspect. On the other hand, it is training the crew. Although to Moria and others, these dinosaurs are just a group of moving food. But for ordinary crew members, it is very difficult to defeat a dinosaur. Therefore, Captain Xianyo specially moved the training venue to a small garden, and use Conqueror's domineering power to shock the small garden and summon all the dinosaurs on the island. Use the experience of listening to the voice of all things to explain to them how to become a qualified NPC and a qualified training target. They are not allowed to fight each other or kill crew members. As for the love and hatred between dinosaurs, Captain Xiano doesn't care. If they go against his will, just kill them. In the small garden now, battles are happening one after another. Most of them involve a few people forming a team to challenge a dinosaur, and most of them are herbivorous dragons. Because just a month or so of training does not allow them to become capable of challenging dinosaurs. And it is human nature to think that herbivorous creatures will be gentler. But they also ignored one thing, that is, herbivorous creatures, when angry, are no worse than carnivores in combat effectiveness. Moreover, most herbivorous dragons are not small, which makes it difficult for the crew to capture a dinosaur. It can be seen that in the forest, crew members are in groups, some are discussing tactics, and some are fighting. The small garden also became lively. Hey! Evan! It's very dangerous here. Do you really want to go alone? Somewhere in the forest, several crew members called out to a male crew member. Ah! No problem. Believe me, after receiving the fruit personally gifted by the captain, I am very strong now. I saw that this crew member was about 4 meters tall. You must know that except for the 5 giant creatures on the previous ship, the tallest one is Moria, with a height of nearly 7 meters, making him always the most prominent presence in the crowd. Further down is Shiryu. He is about 3.4 meters tall, which is the height of a marine general. He is slightly taller than a general. The rest are all within the normal human range of height, and have never been over 4 meters tall. This is Evan, who ate the cat fruit, the ancient species, cave lion form. After the captain gave him the fruit, he decisively ate it and gained his own abilities. Moreover, animal fruits enhance physical fitness and change the body's talents and abilities, causing his height to skyrocket. It directly grows to about 4 meters, which can be regarded as a brilliant achievement in the history of height increase in the world. At this time, Evan was already planning to act alone. He wanted to see what his strength was. I saw Evan walking alone into the depths of the forest. When he was about to lose sight, a ring of mane seemed to grow on his neck. The muscles of the body also become larger, and the edges and corners become more distinct and powerful. The temperament on his body also suddenly became fierce and cruel. Evan's figure slowly disappeared deep into the forest. System, it's been almost a month. Ding! Yes, host. Number of draws +1. Since getting the lottery function, Captain Xiano has been counting the days on the calendar every day. After 1 month, I couldn't wait to check the system's lottery results. Whether to draw a lottery. Tap, pump, pump. Ding! Let's start the lottery. A huge turntable emerged, and the pointer slowly rotated on the turntable. Captain Ziono's heart skipped a beat every time he passed a grid. Buzz. Buzz. As time passes, the needle slowly points to the final goal. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtain Shasheo fruit, no side effects. Burn the fruit. In the Logia fruit, the attack power is also online. Even though he said that dogs won't eat Xiao Xiao fruit. But if someone really gets the Xiao Xiao fruit, they will most likely eat it directly. They are handsome and strong. Most people will start a fire in the later period. But can it be the same? It is definitely different. It's just that Ace didn't last until the later stages. After Sabo inherits the Shasha fruit, he will definitely rectify the name of the Shasha fruit again. Captain Ziono is very satisfied with the result this time. He is indeed satisfied. Who doesn't love one more Logia fruit? Speaking of which, it's been a month. Crocodile has been lying down for a long time and he still doesn't wake up? He thought he would wake up without treatment. Then go to Winter Island. Just happened to catch up on the way, to recruit a group of excellent doctors. Gee ha 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 ha. Captain Xianyo was possessed by the golden lion and laughed wildly. Chapter 37 Finding the Record Pointer. Grand Line. Somewhere in the sea in the first half. A pirate ship is sailing on the calm sea. Captain. The previous island was too scary. There were ferocious creatures and giants. The next island won't be like this. On the deck of the pirate ship, a group of people were gathering together, discussing something. Idiot! How can an adventure on the sea be smooth sailing? The previous island was just an accident. There will definitely be a town on the next island. Then we can get new treasures. All I saw was a hunky-backed man with a sinewy face. There was a ferocious scar that split down the middle of his face, almost splitting his head in half. Wearing clothes made of tiger skin, he is the captain of this pirate ship. The pirate captain yelled at the crew member who had raised the question before, and slapped the crew member who had just raised the question with his hand. Captain, there are already 3 sick crew members on the ship. Their symptoms are the same, but I don't know the cause, and they are not getting better. At this time, a ship's doctor walked out of the cabin, wearing a white coat, a medical mask on his face, and protective gloves. He seemed to have just walked out of the operating room of the ward. Hey? Why are there 2 more? Is this disease still contagious? The vicious pirate captain widened one eye, quickly approached the ship's doctor, grabbed the ship's doctor by the collar, and asked loudly. Ship, Captain, I don't know. I have never seen this kind of disease, but, since there are new people getting sick, it must be contagious. The ship's doctor was also frightened by the ferocious-looking captain, and was so nervous that he couldn't speak clearly. What a damn bad luck! Hey! Everyone heard it. That disease is contagious. You guys go and throw the 3 of them into the sea. The captain spat, the flesh on his face twisted and trembled, and he loudly ordered his men to do something. Captain, this is not good, the 3 of them have been on the ship from the very beginning. A&D. The captain turned around suddenly, grabbed the crew member who was speaking, strangled him by the neck, and lifted him up. Lao Zi doesn't want to get this disgusting disease. If I say one more thing, you can just stay with them. Silence fell on the ship. Bang! A huge noise. The sea in the distance suddenly exploded. The pirate captain's eyes widened. His brain couldn't comprehend what was happening. Wait until the water drops fall and the waves surge away. A rock that could only accommodate a few people's feet appeared at the location where the sponge exploded. There was also a tall man standing on top, with long brown hair hanging on the back of his head. The white shirt on his upper body was slightly open, revealing his solid and huge chest muscles. The muscles on his arms were also carved like a knife and an axe. wearing loose black trousers on her slender legs. The man suddenly raised his head and looked here, his sharp eyes like those of a ferocious beast, and the tiger teeth exposed in his mouth revealed the surging murderous intent. I saw the man's legs slightly bent, and with a fierce exertion, he was rushing straight towards the pirate ship even though he was still so far away. What a joke! The pirate captain shouted. But, with a bang, the man accurately landed on the deck of the pirate ship. Hand over all your charts and record pointers. The man spoke calmly, as if he were borrowing an eraser from his desk mate. Good dong. The pirate captain swallowed, thinking that based on his actions just now, this man must not be a weakling, and looked up at the man in front of him. However, charts and recording pointers are necessary for navigation on the sea, otherwise it will be like asking for death. Are you kidding, Laozi? If you think so, that's it. Seeing that the other party did not intend to hand it over, the man had no extra words to say. Base. I saw sharp claws sprouting from the man's hands. Die. Looking at the ship sinking into the sea, Evan took the chart and record pointer in his hand and returned to the stone. Captain Xianyo made the stones start to rise after sensing the color. Fortunately, Captain. Evan came to Captain Xianyo and handed over the chart and recording pointer in his hand. Well done. Your strength has improved quickly. It all depends on the fruits of the captain's gift. Like a fanatical believer, Evan replied to Captain Shano devoutly. Don't underestimate your efforts. Go ahead, you will definitely be a coder in the future. Never let down the captain's expectations. Evan is gone. Captain Xiano said that it was great to have someone to work with. He lay in the room and all the work was done by his subordinates. Even if it is just to be lazy, we must make our power bigger and stronger. Ding! Chart and record pointer detected, scanning. Scan completed, map updated. Captain Xiano clicked on the system's map and lit up a larger area, including part of West Blue and the sea area from Upside Down Mountain to Drum Island. It seems that these pirates are from West Blue. Now that I have a map, Captain Xiano can sail directly to Drum Island. For Winter Island, you also need to prepare some winter clothes. There is no shortage of such basic support materials in the warehouse in the underground city, so there is no need to worry at all. Just send a few crew members to pick their own suitable numbers. When the time comes, just arrange for Evan to go and coordinate. Now Evan is the direct manager of the ordinary crew members, equivalent to a small coder. Because the other people are obsessed with cultivation and have no time to manage these trivial things. Evan has excellent abilities in all aspects, coupled with his fanatical belief in the captain, which makes him passionate about any task assigned by the captain, and he is fully qualified for this position. As for the future coder framework, Captain Xianyo has not thought about it yet, because he still has many people he expected to win, so he is not sure what it will look like in the end. Generally speaking, Captain Xianyo plans to arrange things in the format of the Beast's Pirates, but the specifics will be different. It has to be said that Kaido's personal charm is also online, and his strength is also at the top level of the sea, but it is a pity that he does not have the aura of the protagonist. After thinking about this, Captain Xiano took out a few fruits, which were the fruits the captain got from the system. Currently has Logia, Cloud Fruit, Burning Fruit. Paramecia Golden Gold Fruit, Wine Fruit. Animal type, Canine Fruit, Ancient Species, Dire Wolf Form. 5 fruits. As a strategic fruit, the golden fruit needs to be carefully selected as its user. The most ideal situation is to find T0 to ensure that the golden fruit can be used to its full potential. As for the other 4 fruits, there is no big problem. If there are suitable ones, they can be given out. There is no need to find the original fruit ability person. Who should I give it to? Chapter 38 Shiryu's Choice. Shiryu, come to me. Shiryu, who was practicing, suddenly noticed that the stone in front of him trembled, then floated, moved around in the air, and finally formed these words. Looking at the characters made of stone blocks in front of him, Shiryu also frowned. Of course he knew that this was Captain Shano's ability, but the ability to be used like this left him surprised and speechless. Surprisingly, he is currently practicing in the small garden. Xianyo should be in the Lord's Castle of the War Fortress at this time. There is an airspace between the two islands. With such a long distance, he can activate his ability in such detail. Shiryu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Captain Xianyo's methods were too scary. If you have no choice, with such a strong fruit control ability, it would be a bit of a waste to use it instead of fighting, but as a microphone. The thoughts in his heart were complicated, but it did not affect the speed of Shiryu's feet. In a few seconds, he had left the small garden, flashing in the air, and his movement skills improved a lot. Captain! Oh, Shiryu, you're here. Shiryu came to the hall of Lord Shano's castle. I saw Captain Xiano sitting on the luxurious and elegant animal skin sofa, frowning and wondering what he was thinking. Captain Xianyo looked at Shiryu's arrival, his brows widened, and he motioned for Shiryu to sit down. Then he took out a box from his back. Shiryu looked at the box in confusion. He guessed that the things inside must have given Xianyo a headache, which made him full of curiosity. After all, he and Xianyo have never seen Xianyo in such a difficult situation since they went to sea. Bang! The box landed on a coffee table studded with diamonds and dotted with gold and jade. Shiryu's eyes widened in disbelief. Devil fruit! So many devil fruits! Could it be? Could it be that Captain Xiano looted the Celestial Dragon's treasure house? Or robbed some great country of its heavenly gold? Yes, if this is the case, then judging from the current strength of the pirate group, they really do not have the capital to take a chance on the world government. Trouble, the captain is still sloppy, but if the enemy is the world government, it should make the world very lively. Shiryu was thinking crazily, and the picture was about him entering the power room and fighting against the 5 elders alone. Captain Xiano's words interrupted his thoughts. What's wrong, Shiryu? Look at your frown, don't you know how to choose? That's right, I don't think there is a fruit that is particularly suitable for you. Captain Xianyo looked at Shiryu and frowned, and said smoothly, if Xianyo used mind reading to perceive Shiryu's inner thoughts at this time, his expression would definitely be wonderful. Hey? What do you mean? Choose fruit. Shiryu was also brought back to the scene by Captain Shano's words. Listening to Captain Xianyo's words, he also expressed doubts. That's right. I called you here this time just to see if there is any fruit suitable for you. It's really difficult to choose. Captain Xiano sighed. Shiryu was speechless and choked for a moment. He thought that Captain Xiano was worried about something, but it turned out that he didn't know what fruit to choose for himself. Oh, damn, he was actually a little touched. Damn it, this corner of his mouth is really hard to suppress. And the character can't be flat. Looking at Shiryu with the corner of his mouth twitching crazily in front of him, Captain Xianyo was also confused. If you don't like it, you won't be so angry, right? Captain, were these fruits stolen from the world government? After all, the will defeated the body. Shiryu lowered the corner of his mouth and asked the question he originally guessed. Well, it's not true. I got it through my own channels, Captain. Don't think about the rest. Just see if there is anything you want from these fruits. Captain Xiano waved his hand, indicating that the source was not important, and then pointed to the devil fruits in the box and introduced them one by one. Shiryu fell into silence again. When can he put devil fruits in a row and pick them at will? This is too heroic. Except for Tianlong, he never thought that anyone would be so rich. However, when it comes to his future development, Shiryu still seriously considers the compatibility between himself and several fruits. I wonder if I really eat a devil fruit, will I get a positive improvement or will it limit my original abilities? The Logia fruit is an existence that many people dream of, because it can be elementalized. Before the New World, it could be said to be an invincible existence. In Paradise and the Four Seas, there are very few strong people who are skilled in the use of domineering, and halo stone weapons have not been widely spread throughout the world. Therefore, if an ordinary person eats a logia fruit, he will reach the sky in one step. The logia fruit also means that espers can possess the ability to cause mass destruction, which is an exaggeration. Purely domineering warriors, their attack power is very high, but their attack surface is far less powerful than logias. In the future War on Top, it can be seen from the actions of Sakazuki and Kuzan that the situation on the battlefield was changed in the blink of an eye. During the battle between the two for Fleet Admiral, the climate of an island was permanently changed. It can be called a natural disaster level existence. But Shiryu doesn't think logia fruit is suitable for him, because his main ability is still on the sword. If you eat the logia fruit, you must devote part of your energy to developing the fruit, and logia's attack methods are still inconsistent with the knife. So Shiryu ignored the column labeled logia fruit. Paramecia, juju fruit? What is this? Eat it to open a tavern? Shiryu simply ignored the fruit. Shiryu is indeed more inclined to paramecia and animal type, because these fruits can bring improvement and extension to himself. It won't affect his fighting mode with a sword, but this wine fruit is completely invisible to Shiryu. Then look at the last one, the animal type fruit, the dog fruit, the ancient species, the dire wolf form. It seems to be a good choice. Shiryu, who works in the world government and is well informed, certainly knows the preciousness of ancient species. So he was a little excited. The animal system's strengthening of physical fitness was immediate and would become stronger with development. New World's first outstanding 100 Beasts Kaido is a master of animal abilities. Just standing there, most of Marine couldn't break through his defense. This is very scary, and it means that he has become the kind of person at the top of the sea. Without General Marine, it is impossible to take him down. And recently, a lucky guy in his pirate group was rewarded with an animal-type fruit by the captain. The improvement in combat effectiveness was visible to the naked eye. So with all kinds of vivid examples in front of him, Shiryu decided to choose this animal-type fruit. Captain, I choose this animal-type fruit. Shiryu looked at Captain Shano and said seriously. Well, the one given to Evan was planted in ancient times, but Evan is positioned as a middle-level coder, but Shiryu will definitely be the highest coder in the future, at least a senior coder. The same fruit seems to restrict him a bit. Captain Xianyo suddenly hesitated, wondering if he was too anxious. With Shiryu's talent, there was no need to rush to eat a fruit to improve himself. Animal type, okay. The captain knows it. I thought about it carefully, these fruits are not worthy of you. Just wait. The captain will find you a fantasy beast species. Ha! Phantom beast species. Shiryu said in disbelief. This means you can have it if you can, the fantasy beast species is even rarer than Logia. But if it's Captain Xiano, it's also possible. He is full of mystery and miracles. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Captain. Shiryu replied with a grin, as if he had successfully obtained his phantom beast species. Chapter 39 Marine Action. Grand Line. Marine Headquarters, Marine Land. Buzz buzz buzz. Drop. 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 The harsh and urgent siren quickly spread throughout the Marine Headquarters, awakening the war machine that had been sleeping for a long time and suppressed the entire sea. In the residential area of Marinvondo, many family members of Marine officers and soldiers live here. When the alarm sounded, the children playing on the street fled in all directions and hurried back home, with unconcealable fear on their faces. The adults also stopped what they were doing and quickly returned home, or hid in nearby buildings. Fear permeated the air, and nightmare memories were awakened again by the sound of sirens. In this heavily guarded Marine headquarters, more than a month ago, the legendary pirate Golden Lion broke in alone and wreaked havoc. Many officers and soldiers who participated in the war never came back. In the square of Marineland, corpses piled up like mountains, blood flowed into rivers, broken arms and limbs flew across the sky, and ships turned upside down in the sea. This kind of catastrophic attack made the citizens living here unforgettable forever. Just over a month later, the sharp siren sounded again. When the Marine officers and soldiers who were resting at home and on vacation heard the alarm, they immediately put on their military uniforms, said goodbye to their families, and rushed to the port without looking back. Only women, children, and the elderly were left, leaning against the door. Their concern and worry for their loved ones overcame their fear at this moment. Marine Headquarters Conference Hall. An emergency meeting was being held. No documents were conveyed, and there was no telephone bug projection. There was just a reward order posted on the whiteboard that had witnessed countless key events. The Devil's Spawn Douglas Bullet. Bang! I saw Sengoku standing at the front of the long conference table, slamming the table and speaking to the Marine generals who came to attend the meeting. The situation is urgent. Bullet, who has disappeared for a long time, has appeared in the first half of the Grand Route. He has attacked 5 World Government Alliance countries and defeated and destroyed the armies of each country. 2 Marine branches have been attacked. The base where they are stationed, all the officers were killed. Have the remnants of the Roger pirates started making trouble? A lieutenant general expressed his opinion. Warring States gritted his teeth and spoke about the information coming from the front, his eyes full of anger. The bullet is moving towards the exit of the Grand Line. The target may be the East Daxia Sea, which is where Roger died. Judging from the speed of the bullet's movement, if we attack now, we will encounter the bullet in the waters outside the Kingdom of Alabasta. Staff Officer Crane added after the Warring States period. Bullet will never be allowed to log into Alabasta. 5 warships are now dispatched, and Garp leads 4 lieutenant generals to arrest him. After the Warring States period announced the order, they were about to organize their troops and generals to go out to attack Bullet. A phone bug suddenly rang. Brew brew brew. Click. Warring States took out the phone bug from his arms. I am Sengoku. The phone bug turned into an image with a curly beard, which was none other than one of the 5 elders. The god of legal affairs, Saint Topman Vashuri. This is the place between powers. An indifferent tone came from the phone bug. In response to Bullet's attack on the franchised countries, the impact has been very bad. More than a dozen franchised countries have reported that they need marine protection. After our discussion and decision, Marine must arrest them. If necessary, we can launch a buster call. Nanny. Buster call. This will accidentally injure civilians. Warring States. You must learn to take into account the overall situation. If you Marine has the ability, trap him in the sea and capture him. If not, sacrifice a little civilians in exchange for the peace of more franchise countries and people. Such sacrifices are necessary. Warring States. This is an order from the world government. Don't think you must be the future Marine Fleet Admiral. The 5 elders' scoldings came from the phone bug. I see. Listening to the red-faced and pale-faced person opposite. The Warring States period accepted the order from the highest authority in the world and will carry out the highest level arrest operation of Bullet. Buster Call. Buster Call involves 5 lieutenants and 10 giant warships, attacking the target or area indiscriminately until the target is eliminated. The 5 lieutenant generals may not seem to have strong combat effectiveness, but what you need to know is that General Marine is already at the top of the world. The strength of the lieutenant generals can also suppress most pirates on the sea, and they also have unlimited artillery fire and blanket strikes, which are enough to sink the island. Without a foothold on the sea, they will eventually drown in the sea. Even so, Buster Call doesn't seem to be scary to the top experts. After all, at their level, a high-level combat force can make up for the gap in numbers and firepower. But once the Buster Call is launched, it will only stop if the target is completely destroyed. After the lieutenant generals fail, the generals will follow closely and will not stop until they achieve their goals. Adjust the plan. Inform ZE, forget it. I will lead the team myself. Warring states decisively adjusted their strategies, and since they had to do something, they had to be thorough. In this era, both GARP and warring states were at their peak. The warring states period is confident. There is no enemy in this sea that two people can't defeat together, not Roger, not Golden Lion, not Whitebeard, not to mention he is a bullet. Stable. The situation in New World is relatively stable. It is enough to wait for Fleet Admiral to return to the headquarters in 2 days to guard it. Tsuruya is also analyzing whether the dispatch of the general will lead to the New World's forces attacking Marine headquarters. The answer is no. The Whitebeard pirates live in a corner and have no large-scale movements. According to the World Government Intelligence System, Kaido, who is seeking to conquer the country of Wano, will not have the energy to fight against Marine. Charlotte Linlin is also aggressively attacking the Totland Sea area, and the battle with several large-scale old pirate groups entrenched here is fierce. The remaining established monster forces are desperately encroaching on the legacy of Golden Lion and Roger, and the island under their protection is experiencing war. Several pirate groups fought fiercely, just to seize territory and expand their influence. Then, let's go, everyone. Warring states turned around and took off the wanted notice on the whiteboard, grabbed it in his hand, squeezed it into a ball of waste paper with a little force. The figure walked out of the conference room, with the word justice flying behind him. The people behind them also followed the warring states period and filed out. On the battleship, the lower-level Marines who had finished the finishing work saw Sengoku and others walking out of the headquarters building. Warring States was walking in the front, with a group of major generals and lieutenants behind him, shining stars and gathering justice into the sea. Everyone had firm and sharp eyes on their serious faces. At this moment, Sengoku seems to have the momentum of the future Marine Fleet Admiral, and at the peak of his power, the justice he insists on is the hottest in his heart. It must be implemented no matter what. Justice that rules the world. Chapter 40 Log into the Drum Kingdom. On the sea, an island is in winter all year round. Heavy snow and severe cold are the main themes of this small world. Several high and protruding mountains, covered with thick white snow, look like magnetic drums from the air, which is why they got their name. This is Winter Island. What a magical climate! In the sky above Sigu Island, Captain Xianyo looked at the island below and found it very interesting. Don't go there in a big way. We are just robbing a few doctors. We can just go there by boat. Xianyo said to the surrounding crew members. I saw a wooden sailboat flying out of the castle complex on the fortress. It was the same ship that Moria used to go to sea. Moria's pirate ship docked at the port of the Drum Kingdom. Everyone walked off the deck. He 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 he. It's so cold. Mariah breathed a sigh of relief. Because of his tall body, the winter clothes in the warehouse did not fit Mariah, so he still wore his original dark-style summer clothes. With his physical condition, he would not freeze to death, but after all, he underestimated the island that was frozen all year round. As soon as he got off the boat, he felt that his blood flow was slow. Shiryu still has the uniform of the warden that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, and added a black coat that is similar to his prison style, making him look stronger. The figure is more vigorous and majestic. Mihawk is wearing a taupe gentleman's jacket. This is Mihawk's own clothes, so it is very slim and still looks full of style. Captain Xiano was wearing whatever he wanted. He wore a thick velvet hat on his head, too large and thick ear protection, covering half of his face, a cotton coat and a sweater, and a pair of velvet underwear. Very thick, and feels like it has turned into a barrel. This is Captain Xiano's offer the Antarctic in his heart. There is no such thing as being afraid of the cold. Hey, Lao Mo, my suggestion is to find a tailor shop and make some clothes to keep out the cold. Otherwise, if there is a sudden avalanche, you will be frozen in the snow. Captain Ziano reminded kindly. He. No, Captain, I can fly. It's impossible for me to get buried in the snow or something like that. Moria spoke confidently. Captain Ziano shook his head when he heard this. If these words are spoken, they will definitely come true next. He thought about splitting up with them later. Although Captain Ziano could fly, he didn't want to try. After everyone finds the town, remember to replenish supplies. After replenishing, you can go shopping and play by yourself. Remember, we are quality pirates. If problems can be solved with Bailey, don't do anything. Pay attention and pay attention. Here are some of the better doctors, waiting for the captain's signal. We will snatch them aboard directly. Captain Ziano shouted to all the crew members. My hawk. Captain Ziano turned around and looked at my hawk wrapped in a coat and said, Captain, what's the matter? My hawk's eyes were as sharp as a falcon, and he turned to look at Captain Xianyo. Well, please take Crocodile with you and go to that high mountain to find a doctor, a female doctor named Kulha. With her medical skills, Crocodile should be able to cure him. Captain Shano pointed to a high mountain. Dr. Kulha's castle was over there. That was what he sensed through his powerful knowledge. He then pointed to somewhere in the cabin, where Crocodile was unconscious. The infirmary in the fortress. In order to prevent him from waking up and being confused about the situation, I asked you to take him there. If he wants to cause trouble, just knock him out. Understood, Captain? My hawk's face was still as expressionless as before. He had heard of Crocodile and had fought against Bullet, the descendant of the devil, without deciding the outcome. He didn't know what level Crocodile was, but Bullet knew it all too well. Bullet became famous at a young age and is a born warrior. He challenged Roger several times and drew with Pluton Rayleigh. His strength is unfathomable. Captain Sciano has reservations about being able to draw a tie with Rayleigh. He is not sure whether Rayleigh will let him go or not. After all, when Bullet was arrested, he was facing the top version of Buster Call, with Sengoku and Garp in charge, which proved that Bullet was no ordinary person. Being able to fight such a man without losing shows that the young Crocodile was also a very strong newcomer. In fact, generally speaking, the new generation of monsters will experience the peak of challenges and fail. Then they became polarized, some degenerated, their talents and courage were exhausted, and their strength stagnated. For example, Crocodile challenged Whitebeard, and Moria challenged Kaido. Some people realize their shame and then become brave, accumulate a lot of experience, and reach a higher level. For example, Bullet challenged Roger, and Luffy, Kid, and Luo teamed up to challenge Kaido and Big Mom. Of course, it doesn't mean that knowing one's shame and then being brave will definitely lead to a strong man. Luffy is a cheater, and Bullet has accumulated 20 years of experience. For example, after defeating Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, Luo still lost miserably to Blackbeard, who was also a member of the 4 emperors. When Kid first entered the New World, he challenged the Redhead, but was killed instantly and lost an arm. After the Wano Country incident, I challenged the red-haired man again, but was defeated again. It can only be said that it takes time to realize talents, unless there is a glitch. Letting my hawk, who is currently the strongest among the trio, keep an eye on him is the safest way. There is no doubt about my hawk's strength. Shiryu and Mariah are in love with each other, but they rarely flirt with my hawk. They only go to my hawk for advice when they practice swordsmanship. My hawk's combat training is directly against Captain Shano himself, who can be said to be the first person under the captain. If it weren't for the fact that my hawk was more stoic than Captain Sciano would have arranged for him to be the deputy captain and then become the boss himself. Moreover, my hawk's loyalty has reached 89, and he will soon receive a new wave of improvements, taking his strength to the next level. As for why Captain Ziano didn't go to find Kulha himself? Captain Ziano couldn't arouse much interest in an old woman over 100 years old. Hey! What are you doing here? Outsiders are not welcome here. When everyone had assigned tasks and was about to leave the port, a group of people suddenly came. There seemed to be 100 or 200 people, holding swords and other weapons, and surrounded Captain Ziano and the others at the port. Listening to their words, it was obvious that they were going to drive them back to the sea. It's strange. It should be when Walpole's father is in power. The people's lives are relatively prosperous. I don't fly the pirate flag. Why are I still being expelled? Captain Xianyo thought, very puzzled. He couldn't figure out where the source was. Hey! Hey! We don't mean any harm. We are just explorers passing by, looking for a doctor to treat our friends. Captain Ziano raised his hands in the air to show that he was not a threat at all. Whether you are adventurers or pirates, you are not welcome here. No one is allowed to go to the island now. Well, it's really difficult. Captain Xianyo was also helpless. Why are you talking so much nonsense to them? Just let me cut them all off. He. I haven't added any zombies for a long time. They just arrived. The weak will not win the mercy of the strong by showing off. Captain Ziano covered his forehead with a headache. The trio are all violent men, and if they were put on the sea, they would also be notorious pirates. But they are a quality pirate group. But pirates are pirates. As a villain, you still need to do some things that villains should do. Captain Xianyo's eyes flashed coldly. Then kill them all. Wait a moment. Chapter 41 Dalton. Wait a moment. Just when Captain Xianyo was about to go on a killing spree, a shout interrupted Captain Xianyo's unfinished words and caused the threesome who were preparing to go to stop and look at the position of the person who made the sound. I saw the people holding weapons on the coast disperse to make way for a passage. The crowd also turned their heads to look. It seemed that the prestige of the visitor here was not low. Captain Ziano's eyes changed, and he looked harmless again. It seemed that the cold light that flashed in his eyes just now was just a reflection from the sun. Feeling the change in the captain's breath in front of me, my hawk also stared at the back of Captain Shano. The aura just now was very strong, very violent. Shiryu laughed silently and sheathed the slightly sharper thunderstorm sword. He smelled the scent of the same kind. Captain Ziano was the same kind of person as himself. At least people who have something in common. Moria grinned. His boss was not someone with a good temper who could be bullied by anyone. While the trio were still thinking about what was on their minds, the person calling had already walked to the front of the crowd. Captain Ziano looked around and saw a square face with 2 scars crossing the left side of his face. He was tall, with his well-developed arms holding up his thick winter coat, and a green plate armor hanging on his body. There was a weapon on his back, and his generous body blocked his true appearance. Travelers who have come from afar, please forgive their rude behavior. There is a reason for this. Please don't worry about it. I am the captain of the Drum Kingdom Guards. My name is Dalton. If you are willing, I can take you to visit the Kingdom of Drums. The visitor had a sincere attitude and humbly apologized to Captain Xianyo, and invited Captain Xianyo to visit the Drum Kingdom. Young Dalton? Having become the captain of the escort team so early, he has certain strength, but it is a pity that Captain Ziano does not like him. Moreover, this person is too decent and does not fit in with the temperament and style of the pirate group. This kind of person joins Captain Xianyo's pirate group. Even if his loyalty is full, he may become like Wei Zheng. He gives advice every day. Captain Xianyo doesn't want another fly around him. Mr. Dalton, we don't mean any harm, we are really just businessmen passing by, and we are here just to do some business. Captain Ziano opened his mouth and said, Hey, lying is just stupid. Just now you said you were an adventurer. Isn't this person not very smart? Captain Dalton is still too young. There are so many of us, so just drive them away. These people have bad intentions at first glance, don't fall into their trap, Captain Dalton. If Dalton believed them, he wouldn't be worthy of being the captain of the escort. I should be the one to do it. Now is not the time to talk about this. Captain Xiano's explanation caused the voice that Dalton had suppressed to buzz again. Captain Xiano doesn't care what he just said or what he said before. With his strength here, everything must obey his own will. He. These idiots really can't figure out the situation. Moria also said to Captain Xiano in front. Captain Xiano smiled and said nothing. No one knew what he was thinking. Moria, who has a sense of knowledge, can easily hear what the people on the coast are discussing. Among them, some are angry, some are laughing, some are scheming. The only thing missing is awe and fear. I really want to turn them all into zombies. What about Dalton? This guard captain is really capable of bad things. Mariah thought sadly. Stop arguing. Their aura is very powerful, we will not be their opponent. Dalton lowered his voice and shouted in the crowd. His expression was tense and anxious, and he seemed to have some hateful expression. This feeling of being sober while everyone else is drunk also depends on the occasion, but this kind of occasion can't make him feel sober and happy at all. From the moment the ship docked, Dalton felt inexplicably flustered. He didn't know what the situation was, so he didn't come forward. But when the escorts met Captain Xiano and the others, Dalton's heart began to beat crazily. Until that moment, Dalton's inner instinct told him that if he didn't do something, the Drum Kingdom might cease to exist. He immediately realized that the feeling of panic came from the ship docking, or the person on the ship, the seemingly harmless captain. So he hurriedly ran over and shouted. Fortunately, he arrived in time and seemed to have saved the situation. The fear of being targeted by an ancient behemoth also suddenly disappeared, which made Dalton relax. In one breath, he quickly apologized to the visitor. But the members of my own escort team are completely confused about the situation. I thought I could rely on the large number of people to drive the opponent back to the sea when they were not yet firmly established as before. Dalton knew that he became the captain of the guard at a young age, which made many old men in the guard very unhappy. The reaction of the crowd just now was not because he was really highly respected, but because some people respected him and some were waiting for him to make a mistake. After all, the captain came forward, and no matter how big the problem was, it was all the captain's dereliction of duty. Therefore, in a team with complicated interpersonal relationships, and at a desperate moment when death is imminent, he cannot explain too much at all. I can only tell them that these people are very strong, but how strong? He doesn't know. Intuition. No one will believe it. Dalton was screaming crazily in his heart and his brain was running wildly. What should he do? What should he do to break the situation? Captain Dalton, your subordinates don't seem to agree with your decision. After the crowd buzzed for a long time, Captain Xianyo felt really upset and said, No, that's not the case. Dalton was about to explain something. What nonsense are you talking to him? Just beat them out. Captain Dalton, you are nothing like you today. Captain Dalton, since the king has ordered the port to be blocked, there is no need for us to go against his will. Dalton. Don't think about making mistakes and eventually blaming us. Dalton's opponents began to shout loudly that if there were too many wild dogs, they would not be afraid of people. When people who bully others and fear others get together, they will become extremely arrogant. At this moment, Dalton's heart went crazy and warned. Maybe Captain Xianyo didn't expect that his presence would make the young guard captain awaken so early. Of course, if Captain Xianyo uses mind reading to perceive, of course he can know. But he is not interested. Captain Xianyo is very annoyed now. Hey! Are you playing tricks on Laozi? With Captain Xiano as the center, a terrifying aura brewed suddenly, and then suddenly burst out. The sky became dark, and streaks of black and red lightning penetrated the clouds. The snowflakes that fell halfway were evaporated by the wandering black and red lightning. An invisible aura began to spread rapidly around Captain Xianyo. Buzz. The world seemed to be still, and the crowd lost their noise for a moment. World. It was finally quiet. Chapter 42 The Weak Retreat. The terrifying Conquerors was swaying freely without any restraint. The Conquerors, which was like a real thing, stirred up the entire port, the waves began to surge, and the snow-capped mountains began to collapse. At this moment, Captain Xianyo is the only master of this world. When the first wave of Conquerors' domineering power swept over them, the crowd that had been clamoring just now rolled their eyes white like waves of wheat blown by the wind. They lost control of their bodies and fell over. After falling to the ground, they were still foaming at the mouth. Looking at the terrifying scene in front of them, everyone in the pirate group swallowed their saliva. No matter how many times they saw such a scene, they could not help but control the fear in their hearts. The target of Captain Xianyo's Conqueror's release was in front of him. The people behind him only saw the terrifying sight of black and red lightning intertwined, and the violent wind whipped up by the substantial shock wave of Conqueror's domineering power. He 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 he. No matter how many times I watch it, I can't help but feel scared. Even though I have become so much stronger, I didn't expect that the gap is still so big. Mariah felt the strong wind blowing from his face and looked at the black and red lightning that cut through the air. The stronger the person, the more clearly he could feel how terrifying the power of this Conqueror's was. My hawk is also feeling the impact of Conqueror's domineering power. Some factor in his body seems to be awakening under the influence of Conquerors. Among the people behind him, Evan looked at the wanton and crazy Captain Xianyo with a fanatical look, and his awe for Captain Xianyo increased to a new level in his heart. The members of the escort team on the coast didn't even last a second before they fainted. There is only one Dalton left struggling to support him, but he is still at the end of his strength. Such Conqueror's domineering power cannot be resisted by willpower alone. Dalton felt infinite regret in his heart. If he had worked harder and convinced others of himself, maybe things wouldn't have developed to the way they are now. If Captain Xianyo knew that Dalton would still think like this when facing death, he might not be able to help but cut open his head and see what was growing inside to make him look like this. Just when Dalton couldn't hold on any longer, the power that hit him like a huge wave suddenly disappeared. After suddenly disappearing, Dalton, who was struggling to hold on, felt as if he had hit cotton with too much force. After exerting too much force, his brain suddenly shut down, his vision went dark, and he knelt on the ground, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. The air became calm, the sky no longer shattered, and the earth no longer trembled. Only the huge waves that had rolled far away, the mountains that were avalanching, and the convoy members who fell to the ground foaming at the mouth reminded Dalton that the experience just now was not an illusion. Dalton, you should thank me. If I hadn't taken action, I'm afraid none of them would have died intact. My men are not trash who can only talk. Captain Xianyo took back his Conqueror's domineering attitude and became a good gentleman again. Dalton didn't say a word and knelt there motionless. For those who didn't know, he thought he had also lost consciousness. However, everyone present with knowledge and knowledge can know that he did not faint, he just didn't want to talk. Under the current situation, no matter what he does or says, it is impossible to change the situation. The survival and destruction of the Drum Kingdom, and the life and death of its citizens are all determined by the man in front of me. The convoy has been defeated, and nothing can stop them. Marine? Several nearby marine bases have all come over, and Dalton doesn't think they can stop the man in front of him. Ask him? The weak are not even qualified to pray. This is the rule of the sea. Although Dalton is still young, he has already understood this truth, otherwise the king would not trust him so much and entrust him with important tasks. I originally thought that strengthening coastal defense would be able to stop the rumored monster. Unexpectedly, before waiting for the monster, Captain Xianyo, a monster from another direction, was greeted. Could it be that the Drum Kingdom is destined to perish? Don't say anything. Then let me see your heart. Ever since he acquired the haki from Redfield, which allows him to read the inner thoughts of others, Captain Ziono has always kept it in a closed state, rarely activating it to explore someone's inner thoughts. If it were omniscient and omnipotent, it would be too boring. This is also one of the few times that Captain Ziono has used mind reading since he went to sea. Dalton, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly felt a sense of peeping, as if something in the void was watching him. And he seemed to be completely transparent in front of this power, with nothing to hide. Is this his power too? Dalton was thinking in his heart. What he didn't know was that every word and picture he thought in his heart had been intercepted by Captain Ziono. After experiencing the Conqueror's baptism just now, Dalton doesn't find it strange that Captain Ziono knows anything. People are always like this. When they encounter a being that breaks their own understanding, it seems that it doesn't matter if they break some more. A damaged mental state. Oh? Is the closure of the port because of Bullet? Bullet can no longer hold back, and Marine has launched an encirclement and suppression campaign? It seems that in order to appease the various participating countries, the world government has also put a lot of pressure on Marine. Feeling Dalton's heart, Captain Ziono got a lot of useful information, such as Bullet. Bullet attacked the world government's franchised countries everywhere in the park, causing people to panic. The world government ordered Marine to send out heavy troops to encircle and suppress it, and notified each franchised country to let them feel at ease and collect the heavenly gold with peace of mind. He also specifically mentioned that this time Marine launched a heavy military attack and the military expenditure was huge, which needed to be shared by the various participating countries of the park. It's interesting. If Bullet is in the park, you can't miss it. Captain Ziono murmured to himself. Captain Ziono is not going to let go of such a high-quality potential stock as Bullet. If the guess is correct, this encirclement and suppression will also trigger Marine to launch a buster call, and it will be a high-level one, led by Sengoku and Garp. This is the treatment of a golden lion. Being caught by Marine is not a matter of Bullet's strength. Buster call plus 2 top combat powers, and Whitebeard doing it himself, is probably the same result. Hey! Kids! Hurry up and replenish supplies. There is a big battle waiting for you later. Captain Ziono shouted loudly, causing everyone who had been silent for a long time to move again. Mihawk tilted his head slightly, indicating that he was very interested in the battle the captain mentioned. He. What kind of enemy would make the captain call it a war? Moria accurately grasped the words spoken by Captain Ziono. Finally I can kill people again. Ouch. Captain. We can't wait. Seeing the excitement of the crew, Captain Ziono was very satisfied. As for who the opponent is, Captain Ziono is not sure. After all, there is a butterfly effect, but at least there will be one on the scale of a buster call. Chapter 43 Kulha. Grand Line. Drum Kingdom. Blizzards have been falling. Even a winter island with snow falling all year round has so-called 4 seasons, which are roughly divided according to the periodic rules of snowfall. Looking at the blizzard in front of me, and reading Dalton's heart, the Drum Kingdom is now in the coldest season of the year, and the blizzard is as big as a goose feather and will last for 2 months. Even if the king is benevolent and loves his people, some families will be broken up in the cold. The world is like this. The brighter the place, the harder it is for people hiding in the darkness to survive. Ha! Captain Ziono breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the mist floating in the air, and thinking about something in his mind. Looking at Dalton who was still dazed and frustrated. Captain Ziono also had no interest in talking to him, he was too weak to see him. Moreover, the next thing we may have to face is a buster call level marine fleet. Even Ziono has to pay attention to it. Do we have to rescue Bullet? Of course. Captain Ziono has been craving Bullet for a long time. The intensity is explosive. No matter how you think about it, Bullet was killed by the plot. His strength is far from the intensity shown in the plot. No, in the theatrical version, Bullet's final form, a super-large synthetic giant, is already nearly invincible, but he just doesn't understand why he was easily defeated by Luffy. Putting aside Bullet's original strength for the time being, Captain Xayano has absolute confidence that he can push Bullet to the level of 4 emperors, or even higher. Such a powerful subordinate is certainly worth fighting for. Besides, if just Buster Call and Marine Admiral can make Captain Shano flinch, then all the bullshit talk of overturning the world is nonsense. However, Captain Xayano was confident, but he did not tell the crew members about the situation he had grasped in advance. After all, to them, Marine Admiral and Buster Call still sounded scary. Just let the crew get through this trip to Winter Island easily first, and their role in the subsequent battle will not be too big. Let these dozens of people plus 200 artificial human clone soldiers? Marine soldiers can't even score 3 against 1, so it's better not to let them participate in the battle. They all have a lot of potential that can be developed. It would be a waste to die early. Seeing the big scene in advance can also improve their understanding and enhance their absolute trust in the captain's strength. The lack of strength at the bottom level is also a limiting factor that seriously affects the development of the pirate group. There are only codders and no subordinates. The codders have to do everything by themselves, which is really unsatisfactory. He. Captain. Can I make them zombies? Moria looked at Captain Xayano, who made no next move, and asked tentatively. After all, the captain of the escort team named Dalton seemed to be in very good physical condition. Ah, it's up to you. When Captain Xayano heard Moria's words, he withdrew from his inner world and didn't care at all about the life or death of the group of people in front of him. He. Moria opened his mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, pale skin, and a ferocious expression, like a devil from hell. Stop! Another shout came from the distance. Moria's movements were interrupted again, which made him very angry. He was interrupted from casting spells twice in such a short period of time. It's so annoying. Am I not a human being? Am I a human being? I saw a girl wearing purple tights. Even in such a cold weather, she opened her clothes to reveal the short sleeves underneath. She also had an online figure. She wore sunglasses on her face and her grey hair was draped behind her head. She looked hot. But a woman whose appearance was already as dry as tree bark appeared in mid-air. Captain Xayano looked up and saw that this was Kulha, whom he had arranged for Mihawk to find. Unexpectedly, he had sent her to her door. He. You have to show some strength even if you ask me to stop. Moria didn't know how to cherish the existence of beauty, so he was angry and took action directly. Shadow horn gun. The black shadow soared from the ground into the sky and headed straight for the slender figure in the sky. Little devils! Don't underestimate me, who is eternally young! Kulha shouted in mid-air. Then he saw that she took out a knife from nowhere and slashed it in the air. The moment the knife came into contact with the black shadow, it made a violent sound. After a few seconds of stalemate, the shadow horn gun shattered and turned into a black shadow, falling to the ground. Damn it! This old woman actually has some strength. Moria also spoke out angrily, but there was no other action. It was not that he was scared, but that he was waiting for the captain's words. Just after logging in, things turned out to be very different from the captain's expectations. Captain Xianyo was also very unhappy when he thought about it. If anything happened at this moment, it would naturally be up to the captain to make the decision. As for the attack just now, it was naturally to test the strength of the person who came. If you can't even block his casual blow, then you are not qualified to stand in front of the captain and negotiate terms. Moria's series of actions also made Captain Xianyo very satisfied. The more he looked at Lao Mo, the more he liked him, and he thought that he must help Moria increase his upper limit. Bang! Kulha landed firmly on the ground. He took off his sunglasses and looked at the scene in front of him, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Everyone in the escort fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, but their lives were not in danger. Dalton fell to his knees on the ground, his eyes were empty and blank, and his psychology was severely damaged. Looking towards the port, we saw a group of villains sharpening their swords, including Mariah, who was as tall as a demon, Shiryu, who was equally tall and filled with murderous intent, and a silent swordsman with fearful eyes. And the man who just showed off Conqueror's dominance. With such a lineup, even if I am eternally young, there is nothing I can do. Kulha shook her head, thinking bitterly that although she couldn't live in seclusion, she didn't want the Drum Kingdom to be destroyed like this. Just when Captain Zayano was displaying Conqueror's domineering force, Kulha, who was far away in the mountain castle, also felt the terrifying and destructive Conqueror's aura. She felt that the situation was not good, so she quickly set off to see if there was anything she could do. There should be a patient on your ship who needs my treatment. I'll help you cure that person. And you just let the Drum Kingdom go. How about this pirate captain? When Kulha first appeared on the stage, she felt that the young swordsman suddenly noticed her and kept watching her. If he was not attracted by her beauty, he would have known about her existence. So I boldly speculated that there were seriously ill patients on their ship who needed her treatment. If this could be done, this disaster should be avoided. Oh? With such a keen insight, you also hide your strength, right? Captain Zayano asked with interest. Kulha shook her head. In this case, unless she had the strength to match the Marine General, it would be a useless struggle. Come to the point, Captain, is a deal possible? Of course, you can trade a bunch of rubbish for one of my capable subordinates. Your decision is very correct. Kulha breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. But I want to recruit people in the Drum Kingdom, so I won't just leave. Chapter 44 Making the Deal. Recruiting subordinates? I hope it's really just recruiting. Kulha murmured to herself that she did not have any right to choose because the imbalance of strength was here. The Drum Kingdom has no power that can resist Captain Zayano and the others. It has become a piece of fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. As you wish, young pirate captain. Kulha said with a free and easy smile. After all, she only had good intentions. To her, the Drum Kingdom was more like a neighbor who had been with her for a long time. If something happened to her neighbor, it wouldn't have much impact on her. Ha 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 ha, okay, but Dr. Kulha, as far as I know, you are not a member of the royal family of the Drum Kingdom. Will your promise work? Also, I prefer others to call me Captain Adventurer. Captain Xianyo looked like that nonchalant look again, joking and not forgetting to ask what he was thinking. In fact, it doesn't matter to Captain Zayano whether the royal family agrees to this deal or not. Does he still need to get the royal family's consent? So in order to ensure that our deal works, Dr. Kulha, please treat my partner first. As an honest and trustworthy captain, I will definitely fulfill my previous promise. Captain Zayano did not give Kulha a chance to explain, and directly made his request. Crocodile has been in a coma for almost 2 months. As his future leader, Captain Zayano sees this and feels pain in his heart. I can't wait to let Kulha treat him. When he wakes up, he will be very happy to find that he has joined such a big family that loves each other. Okay, Captain Adventurer, but I'll wake up the guards first, and then ask them to tell the royal family about our deal. The old king loves his people like his own son, and I believe he will accept it. Kulha looked at the people who fell in the snow. In just a moment, the blizzard was almost burying them. After such a delay, these people may fall asleep here forever. As a doctor, I still can't bear to see this kind of thing happen, and if I don't do this, my efforts will seem to be in vain. So Kulha said to Captain Shano. Please do it. Captain Zayano shrugged and said indifferently. Kulha received permission, nodded, and then walked towards the crowd on the coast. I saw her taking out a medicine bottle from her pocket, with green viscous liquid in it. Captain Xianyo just watched from a distance and felt a physical discomfort. It should be said that it is indeed a witch's potion. Kulha took the medicine bottle and placed it under the nose of each member of the escort team who had fainted on the ground and turned it around. After a while, everyone slowly started to move, and then suddenly bounced on the ground with a bang. Everyone's face turned red, as if they had been poisoned. The guardsmen pinched their necks and seemed to want to shout out the pain, but something inexplicable choked their necks, making them unable to speak out. Seeing the crowd twisting like clowns performing acrobatics, the members of the pirate group burst into laughter. This made everyone in the escort team feel ashamed and angry, but they dared not speak out. The scene they saw before they fell into coma will never be forgotten in their lives. As time goes by, their blushing symptoms gradually lessen and they no longer show their teeth and claws. Everyone went to lift Dalton up. In fact, when Kulha appeared on the stage, he had already come back to his senses. However, Captain Shano's conqueror's dominance was too terrifying and could cause substantial damage. As a result, Dalton, who had been resisting, had his legs weak, making it difficult to stand up. Kulha told Dalton some things, and then saw everyone in the escort team supporting each other and walking towards the island. He. Captain, they are not trying to be clever, they are all things that have been discussed before. Captain Xiano didn't care at all about what they were discussing. Even if they reported it to the world government, he didn't have to be afraid. So I didn't use my sense of knowledge to listen to what they were saying. Although the captain doesn't care, the crew as subordinates cannot and do nothing. The Mihawk trio, including Evan, were using their knowledge and haki to investigate their every move. Moria also spoke up to report to Captain Xiano. The other people were all taciturn, so no one answered Moria. Now that everything has been arranged, there is no need to waste time at this port. Captain Xiano said aloud. Shiryu, you take the android team to the royal castle to borrow some supplies to replenish our inventory. Got it, Captain. When Shiryu heard Captain Shano's order, he accepted the task with excitement and borrowed supplies from world government's participating countries. For someone who has served in world government, it is still a bit exciting. If Shiryu is sent, it is naturally because Shiryu can distinguish between priorities. For a world government member country, Shiryu knows much better than Moria about who can and cannot be killed. Thinking this, Shiryu was very proud and glanced at Mariah, this stupid big guy. His status in the captain's heart is definitely not comparable to that of his well-informed self. If Moria were sent there, the most important members of the royal family might be accidentally killed. As a result, the world government launched a buster call on their pirate group out of shame. The more Shiryu thought about it, the more he realized that Captain Shano sent him because he was smarter than Moria. But Shiryu didn't know that. He thought that he needed to think carefully to avoid the buster call launched by Marine. They are about to take the initiative to interfere with the buster call plan, and it is the top version. As for why Captain Shano arranged for him to go, it was very simple. Mihawk had already arranged the task of guarding Crocodile. Moria had other plans to dig and rob graves and collect some useful shadows. Evan needs to lead many ordinary crew members to act together. So everyone has their own mission, not what Shiryu thinks, this mission must be his. Whether you should say it or not, it is the most fatal thing to make up your own mind. Just thinking about it, Shiryu's loyalty exceeded 90 before Mihawk. Shiryu felt comfortable all over, and his domineering power also broke through the bottleneck. Both quality and size were greatly improved. So if you have inner understanding and are confident enough in your own strength, you will become stronger and stronger. Shiryu murmured. At this moment, the depression after being defeated by Moria disappeared, and the confident and unruly Shiryu was back. Overhearing Shiryu's casual thoughts, Captain Xianyo also shed cold sweat on his forehead. What's going on with Shiryu? Why are there so many inner dramas? Snort. When passing by Moria with the android team, Shiryu raised his nose and snorted, with a disdainful smile on his face. Mariah, who was tall, heard Shiryu making a noise beside him. He looked down and found that Shiryu was still looking up at him. Moria thought he was greeting her. He. Moria smiled and waved at Shiryu, responding to Shiryu's greeting. Damn it! You don't take me seriously. Shiryu was angry again. Chapter 45, Travel to Winter Island. Shiryu was angry. But obviously this is not the time to be angry, so Shiryu can only get angry and complete the task ordered by Captain Shano. He led his soldiers and walked towards the royal castle without looking back. Moria was in a good mood. He had never thought that since being defeated by him, Shiryu and he could be said to be incompatible with each other. It's not that the two of them are at odds, it's just that they are competing with each other overtly and covertly, and they have to be better than the other. But what he didn't expect was that Shiryu took the initiative to greet him today. Although he still looked a little shy, Moria was also a casual person and didn't care about Shiryu's little tsundere at all. He. Moria laughed again. Captain Xianyo still doesn't have the habit of using mind-reading and domineering peeks at his subordinates. Otherwise, Captain Xianyo might have laughed over it at this moment. Old Mo, just take your zombies and do what you want. Looking at the smiling Mariah, Captain Xianyo didn't know why Mariah, who had been upset by Kurha just now, suddenly became so happy again. I don't understand. The young monsters under my command are all worse in character than the last. As a three-good captain in the new era, I feel very tired. I am surrounded by violent elements, and I just want to be a good person. Kulha watched the escort go away, then turned and walked towards Captain Xianyo. Captain Xianyo ignored her and directly used the power of the Piao fruit to levitate and fly towards the drum-like mountains in the distance. Kulha looked at Captain Xianyo who was leaving and couldn't figure out what happened. Why did he leave like this? My hawk doesn't know what happened, but the captain must have a reason for doing this. Since the tasks have been arranged, just follow the steps. My hawk looked at Kulha who was looking up blankly and said, Don't disturb what the captain is doing. I will take you there with the patient. You'd better cure him, otherwise the captain will be unhappy. His tone was cold and emotionless. Something like this didn't interest my hawk. If anything, my hawk is very much looking forward to Crocodile waking up and having a big fight with him to see if this man who's so-called a draw with Bullet is actually a parallel import. Thinking of this, a fighting spirit emerged in my hawk's eyes. It's really troublesome. Are all the young brats nowadays monsters? The old witch Kulha felt the aura exuding from my hawk and couldn't help but sigh. She had already vaguely seen a corner of the turbulent waves of the new era. Captain Xianyo was flying in the air, and the blizzard still showed no signs of fading, and was getting heavier and heavier. Only when you were flying in mid-air could you understand how poor the visibility at high altitudes was in such weather. Moreover, Captain Xianyo's handsome face was feeling the cold ice and snow being hit randomly on his face. Damn! I really want to eat the xiao fruit, so that I can be covered in flames and melt the wind and snow around me. Unable to endure it any longer, Captain Xianyo hurriedly lowered his altitude and successfully landed in a snowy forest halfway up a hillside. Why do you want to come here? Captain Xianyo said that he just wanted to travel and visit. After all, the environment here should be almost the same as Antarctica on Earth. Just think that you are traveling to Antarctica, and it can satisfy some of your inner feelings. As for saying she doesn't want to have contact with Kurha? How is that possible? Even though she has never spoken to a woman since she came to this world, it's definitely not because Kurha is an old witch who is over 100 years old. Captain Xianyo would definitely not say that he would mind if his first contact with a woman was a 2-cup level existence. Impossible, definitely not for this reason. Captain Xianyo shivered and wrapped his animal fur coat tighter. The weather was still a little cold. Captain Xianyo was walking alone in the snowfield in the blizzard. In the shadow of the forest behind him, a pair of blood-red eyes opened, as if he had discovered some interesting target. How did this hurt? Kulha looked at Crocodile lying on the bed. His injuries really shocked the doctor who had lived for more than 100 years. The body was in dilapidated state, every piece of flesh and blood had scars, and the terrifying aura remaining on it made her feel frightened. And such horrific injuries were only superficial wounds. Inside Crocodile's body, all the organs were severely damaged, and there was also a similar aura of destruction attached to them. The most outrageous thing is that after suffering such a serious injury, this guy is not dead yet. Moreover, his own organs are still working hard to absorb the remaining destructive aura, which makes Kulha very surprised. It is really the first time he has seen such an injury after living and learning for so long. Can it be cured? Mihawk asked aloud from the side. Although I am surprised what could cause such an injury, and I don't understand why he can survive, but with my medical skills, there is no problem in curing him. Kulha recovered from the shock and confidently answered Mihawk's question. Then let's get started. Brother swordsman, you should know how to use a sword. A doctor's special skills should not be seen by outsiders. Kulha turned her head and didn't look at Mihawk. She took out a bottle of wine from somewhere and started drinking it. When Mihawk heard this, he didn't say a word, nodded to express his understanding, and then turned and left the room. Watching Mihawk leave the room, Kulha raised her head and drank the wine in the bottle. She tossed the bottle casually and took out 2 white surgical gloves and put them on her hands. Her eyes could not be seen clearly under her sunglasses. Void shook his gloved hands. Then let's get started, you tough kid. Sneeze. Damn it, why do you still sneeze from the cold? You can be called a monster. Captain Ziono wrapped his coat tightly, put his hands in the cuffs on both sides, curled up his neck like a frightened turtle, and sniffed hard at the long snot flowing out of his nose. Originally he looked like a lost child, but suddenly his aura became heavier. This was the reason why Captain Ziono deliberately restrained his murderous aura. Labrab rabbit. With his keen sense of knowledge, Haki sensed the figures appearing around him. They were huge, brutal, and extremely aggressive. Later, he also served as a guard after the Drum Kingdom was changed to the Sakura Kingdom. It shows that their combat effectiveness and IQ are at a high level. It would be a waste to kill such high-quality creatures and eat meat casually. Bang! 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 A group of Labans emerged from the forest and surrounded Captain Ziono. Their tall bodies, scarlet eyes, and sharp claws were a particularly terrifying scene in this desolate snowfield. But Captain Ziono was too lazy to take action because the weather was so cold that it felt like his sleeves would freeze if he stretched out his hands. So Captain Ziono plans to shake people off. Shield is coming. Well, Shaker. Chapter 46, Beating Up Xiao Bang. Shield is coming. Captain Ziono looked up to the sky and roared, shouting straight into the sky. The loud noise startled these Labangs. A few of the more cautious ones even changed directions and crawled on the ground with all 4 limbs. If something unexpected happened, they would escape immediately. It was just that the air was stagnant for a while, and the Labans found that nothing happened, and the man still stood there motionless. Yeah. This gang of Labangs are angry. This guy who deserves a beating actually scares them. The key is that they are really scared. Shame. The Labans stood upright one by one, their claws clenched, and they were about to take action. Buzz. 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 There was a sudden fluctuation in the sky, as if something was falling at a very fast speed, and the violent sound of cutting through the air reached the ground. The Labans looked up and saw that the blizzard had obscured their sight. The clouds were all over the sky, so thick and wide that it was impossible to see what was behind the clouds. The leader of Labang widened his eyes, trying to see through the clouds. Suddenly, the pupils shrank sharply. Appeared a huge fireball. It's getting bigger at an extremely fast speed. It's landing at an extremely fast speed. Fireball falling from the sky? This is a bit beyond Labang's cognitive limit. Yeah. The Labans were surprised to find that this great fireball was actually aimed at their location. The Labans scattered in fright, but because of their ferocious nature, they did not escape, they just stayed away from the place where the fireball fell. Buzz. 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 Boom. The great fireball hit the ground hard. Violent shaking began to spread throughout the island. Several surrounding snow-capped mountains triggered avalanches due to violent vibrations. A huge deep hole appeared in the snow, and snowflakes and dirt buried for many years flew across it. The Labans looked at the falling fireball and were filled with questions. Could it be a stone falling from the sky? The smoke and dust dispersed, and a huge black-red ball appeared in the crater. If you look closely, you can see that it is not a meteorite, but a living thing. What kind of existence can fall rapidly from such a high altitude and still survive? The Labans showed what it means to be reckless. I know it's dangerous, but I still have to give it a try. The tall male Labans gathered around him. I saw the black and red ball suddenly moving. A pair of huge red and black wings suddenly spread out, with a terrifying wingspan of nearly 40 meters. Compared to humans, the Labang rabbit is already huge, but it is also insignificant in front of these spread wings. Bang! Ho 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 ho! The roar of shield came from the pit. While practicing, he heard the captain's call and wanted to use the flame inherited from Lunaria's bloodline to make a gorgeous appearance in the ice and snow. In the end, I still overestimated my physical fitness. The moment I jumped from such a high place and hit the ground, he felt like he was reincarnated again, with stars in his eyes. This is also the reason why he has not come out of the pit. It is not to enhance the aura of a master, but simply because he is knocked unconscious. Now that I wake up and look at the pile of Laban rabbits around me. The Laban rabbits who see themselves in embarrassment without Captain Chiano's orders must also look at stars. The furious shield jumped out of the pit, already nearly 40 meters tall, and looked like a god in front of the Labang rabbits. The two big hands grasped the two Labang rabbits in their hands. When the Labang rabbits saw how big the guy jumped out, they were already planning to retreat. Unexpectedly, the big guy was also incredibly fast. After jumping up, before they could escape, two of their companions were caught. Seeing their companions being caught, the remaining Labang rabbits stopped running away and all turned back. He yelled, "Yat, yat, yat," and rushed towards the shield. Shield was in a state of embarrassment and anger. Seeing that they dared to fight back without running away, he was determined to beat up every rabbit present. Ho 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 ho! The two big hands slammed together in front of the chest, and the two Labans were still struggling in the hands. With a bang, the two big heads hit each other. Suddenly, Venus surrounded them in front of their eyes, and they fainted. The shield threw aside the two fainting Labangs, and looked at the rushing Labans without panicking at all. Bang! Shield clenched his fist with his left hand and slammed it on the ground, smashing a Laban directly into the thick snow, leaving only a head, and his eyes were wandering, and he had lost his combat effectiveness. A Labang took the opportunity to bounce up and tried to climb up the body of Shield. Shield swiped its right hand and knocked it away. It flew into the forest in the distance and broke several big trees. The remaining Labangs had no intention of retreating at all. Instead, taking advantage of the time gained by knocking down two of their companions, several of them had already climbed onto the shield. The Labans scratched it with their claws and bit it with their teeth, but found that it was impossible to break through the defense. This huge creature was like an iron lump. Feeling the little rabbits tickling his body, the shield was not used to it at all, and directly activated the bloodline of the Lunaria clan, and his body soared and ignited a raging fire. Yeah. The Labans who were originally attacking the shield were suddenly attacked by flames. They couldn't stand the high temperature. One by one, fell off the shield's body, and hurriedly rolled in the snow. Roll out the flames on your body. The originally snow-white Laban rabbit has two new colors of gray and black after it climbed up on the snow again. The rest of Labang, who was still attacking on the ground, found that they could not get on the body and did not know what to do for a while. Yeah. At this moment, the leader of Labang Rabbit shouted, which probably meant that he would withdraw his troops. All the Labang rabbits started to pull their injured companions. Then the powerful hind legs began to exert force, and in just a few seconds, he retreated a long way. The shield had no intention of letting them go. The wings on its back spread out again, and its huge size covered the sky and the sun, which was very terrifying. The black and red wings ignited with flames and flapped forward violently. A strong gust of wind blew up, and some of the Labans who were jumping on the ground were swept away in mid-air, and some were smashed directly into the snowdrift. Then the shield figure dodged again, swooped over with its huge wings, and while the Labans were unstable, punched them one by one, knocking all the Labans who were still standing into the snow. Looking at the rabbit heads all over the ground, Shield laughed with satisfaction. Ho 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 ho! Captain Xianyo was also eating melon calmly on the side. He borrowed a handful of flames from the shield and built a bonfire in front of him to keep warm. The shield found a particularly thick and long rope from somewhere, caught all the Labangs, raised their ears, and tied them to the rope one by one. Looking at the long list of Labang rabbits, Captain Xianyo expressed that he was very satisfied, but it was not enough. There must be more Labang rabbits on this island. Now that you have decided to develop a fighting team of Labang rabbits, you cannot just capture one group, as this will not be good for future reproduction. So Captain Xianyo plans to catch more. Since the whole island needs to be captured, just a shield isn't enough. Shake people! Come on, Marshal! Here comes the sword! Chapter 47 The Drum Royal Family. At this time, on the other side, Shiryu is climbing a mountain in the wind and snow. Halfway through the climb, I suddenly saw a huge fireball in the distant sky quickly hitting somewhere on the island. Although they were far away, Shiryu immediately knew that it was the shield when he saw the great fireball falling from the sky. Because shield often jumps into the sea to hunt Poseidons in this way, as for smashing it to the ground like this? The shield has two wings, so it shouldn't be stupid enough to land on its head. Ignore the scene over there and continue climbing the mountain in front of me. The high mountain in front is where the royal castle of the Sego Kingdom is located, where the royal family and some important ministers of this country live. Shiryu's speed is not slow, but the android soldiers behind him are limited in strength. Since they are going to borrow supplies, naturally, there are a lot of things to move. It would be too much for Shiryu to do this kind of moving work by himself. So Shiryu chose to move forward at the maximum speed the android soldier could accept. At this moment, the spire of the castle on the top of the mountain can already be seen. They had already surpassed the previous returning convoy. How could a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people catch up with Shiryu and his companions? But they seemed to have truthfully reported what happened on the coast through some means of communication. And Shiryu doesn't care about the royal family's attitude. When your fist is strong enough, you have the final say in all truths. At this moment, Shiryu truly felt what kind of military confidence the world government must have to rule the entire world in order to rule for 800 years. Even if they are as powerful as Roger, Golden Lion, and others, they still cannot shake the world government at all. But even so, Shiryu still has full confidence in Captain Shano. His intuition tells him that trusting that man is the greatest opportunity in his life. No longer looking forward or backward, Shiryu stepped onto the top of the mountain and came to the square of Seigyugu Castle. In front of the castle of the Seigu royal family, there were many guards standing. Although they all wore weapons, they did not hold the weapons in their hands. And they are also divided into two rows, standing in line at the intersection entering the castle. This is not to resist Shiryu's arrival, but to welcome him. And at the end of the team, that is, under the city gate, there are two figures. One of the figures is the current king of the Drum Kingdom, and the other is the first minister of the Drum Kingdom. Haha, you are a courageous king. Shiryu looked at the battle in front of him and admired the king's approach very much. Even if he turned into fish on the chopping board, he didn't lose his composure at all. He even welcomed his arrival openly, and Shiryu couldn't help but feel a little admiration for him. It is a pity that the country is too weak. It has a mind and courage but does not develop the country's military force. In the end, it will not be able to stand in this chaotic new era. Shiryu also walked to the front of the array with square steps. The 200 android soldiers behind him were also lined up in a row. The long formation spread out to the entire square, looking very impressive. Welcome all the heroes of the sea. On behalf of the Drum Kingdom, I would like to express my heartfelt welcome. The old king spoke words of welcome sincerely, with no resistance or dissatisfaction visible on his face. Stop talking nonsense, old man, we need to replenish some supplies for our voyage. Your royal family's warehouse should be full, so why not lend us some? Shiryu said unceremoniously that looting the royal family's treasure trove was something he was looking forward to very much. As you wish, sir. The old king turned back to signal, and saw the first minister walking forward, saying that he would take Shiryu to the king's treasury. Shiryu, an expert in art, was bold and not afraid of fraud, so he followed him generously. Buzz! A long dusted door was opened. This is the royal treasury of the Drum Kingdom. It contains the wealth accumulated by successive kings. Because the current king is benevolent and loves the people, and the taxes collected are just enough to pay the heavenly gold, there is basically no remaining wealth left to the royal family. Therefore, this treasure house has not been opened for decades. Now that it is opened again, it is not that there are new treasures to be put into the warehouse, but that there are new owners of the treasures in the warehouse. Shiryu looked at the mountains of treasures in front of him: gold, diamonds, jewelry, jade. All kinds of treasures are piled up in the treasure house, which is so dazzling that it is overwhelming. Even Shiryu, who is used to big scenes, was momentarily confused at this moment. The big scenes he had seen were either ferocious pirates being killed or battles between strong men. But these scenes have nothing in common with the scene in front of me. Therefore, Shiryu is completely a layman when it comes to treasure identification. The first time I saw so many treasures, I couldn't help but feel lost. No wonder so many people want to become pirates. What I gained this time is more wealth than I can accumulate in Impel Down City in my lifetime. Shiryu, who has always only liked killing people, fell into the temptation of wealth for the first time. Move them all. Shiryu's cold words rang in the ears of the first minister. The minister's legs became weak and he almost failed to stand and fell down. He is older than the king, has assisted the previous king, is a veteran of 2 dynasties, and is loyal to the royal family. Seeing that the wealth accumulated by the royal family for so many generations is about to be taken away by others, he feels extremely painful in his heart. But no one will feel sorry for him, and Shiryu is even less likely to do so. With such a weak military force, he still has such a fortune. If he doesn't take Shiryu today, someone else will take it tomorrow. This is the sorrow of the weak. In this raging era, it perfectly confirms that sentence. When my neighbor collects grain, I store my gun, and my neighbor is my granary. Oh! Shiryu watched the android soldiers carrying treasures, and suddenly found 2 exquisite small boxes, one of which was not locked, revealing the true appearance inside. It's a devil fruit. Shiryu recognized it at a glance. After all, just 2 days ago, Captain Shano laid out a table of devil fruits in front of him. If he still couldn't recognize it, he could gouge out his eyes. Looking at 2 similar boxes, is it possible? Base. In an instant. I don't know what happened. But I saw that thunderstorm, which was completely in the scabbard, was slowly being inserted into the scabbard at this moment. It shows that at that moment, the thunderstorm had already played its role, and the others did not notice it at all. Click. The top cover of the box was neatly cut off, but the items inside were not damaged. Seeing the treasure inside, it turned out to be a devil fruit. This harvest made Shiryu very satisfied. Not only did he have a lot of treasures, but he also got 2 devil fruits. Thinking about it, Captain Zayano would be very happy. Chapter 48 Evolve. Moria. The task assigned by Zayano to Moria is to go to the cemetery of the Drum Kingdom and steal the corpse. This is a very unethical thing, but for Moria's ability, this is a good way to use it. After all, in the original work, even though Kaido beat him to the point of losing his spirit, his body was deformed by the beating. However, relying on the zombie army and his own stagnant strength, Moria can still sit on the Shishibukai seat. Although he is known as the most incompetent Shishibukai, it is enough to suppress an entire sea area. It shows that zombies are also an important aspect of realizing the ability of the shadow fruit. Only by digging up the corpses of strong men everywhere and intercepting their shadows can the fruits of Moria be utilized to the maximum extent. The arrangement of this cemetery is so convenient. All the past captains of the guard are buried in one area, so I don't have to dig through them one by one. Moria, who was looking for corpses in the cemetery at the moment, couldn't help laughing. There is no other reason. This cemetery is divided into areas according to the positions of the deceased, so Moria found what he wanted right away, a zombie embryo with a strong physique. Moria quickly asked the zombies who came over to start digging. As corpses were dug out one after another, the smile on Moria's face grew stronger. I saw that some corpses were severely decomposed, with less than half of their flesh and blood, and the rest were white bones. There are also some older beings, and their corpses are only white bones, but this does not affect Moria's ability to create zombies. Zombies are inherently immortal. Their only weaknesses are shadows and sea water. So it really doesn't matter whether there is flesh or blood. Just like when Ryoma's body was stolen in Wano country, only the bones were left of Ryoma, but he was still a powerful being among the zombies. Moria was particularly happy today. First, Shiryu took the initiative to reconcile with him, and then he obtained so many high-quality corpses. So Moria was in a very good mood and even took the initiative to help the zombies dig up the corpses. And his loyalty also increased while he was extremely happy. The loyalty level that was already close to 100 is finally full. At this time, Captain Zayano was stepping on the shoulders of Shield, following the pace of Shield, beating the rabbit all the way. Captain Skiano, who was watching from a high place, felt like he was playing whack-a-mole. With each punch, a rabbit's head was knocked to the ground. Then lift it out by its ears, take out a long rope, and tie its ears to it. Captain Zayano was looking at it enthusiastically when suddenly the system beep sounded. Bite. Moonlight Moria's loyalty reaches 100, obtains system rewards, and awakens Conqueror's domineering power. Shadow Fruit removes side effects, including zombies' weaknesses. The fruit's abilities are expanded and can create Shadow Core. Holy shit! Hearing the system's beep, Captain Zayano jumped directly from the shield's shoulders. He knew that Moria's loyalty was close to 100, after all, it was only a matter of time. But the reward this gives is a bit beyond Captain Zayano's understanding. Conqueror's domineering. Since it is rewarded by the system, it seems that the previous Moria did not have Conqueror's potential. Now that I have obtained Conqueror's Haki, and after Captain Shano's special explanation of Conqueror's entanglement later, I may not be able to challenge Kaido in the future. But looking at the physical smoothness alone, not counting Nika Luffy, Kaido is indeed a bit too perverted. With Moria's thin body, I'm afraid it won't last long. His ability to withstand blows needs to be improved. Captain Zayano plans to think about how to beat Moria. Check out the next reward. The side effects of the devil fruit have been removed, and the zombies' fear of seawater and salt has also been removed. This means that the strength of Moria's zombie army has once again improved to a new level. For ordinary people, Zombies are completely unkillable. If you get the corpses of some strong men and stuff them with some powerful shadows, it will be a completely artificial monster. The most important thing is the last one. Create the shadow core. Moria can rely on this ability to form an army alone and create an army of shadows. Not to mention the strength for the moment, it is the ability to appear and disappear, coupled with the endless number. Moria can directly transform into a humanoid natural disaster. And there is another important point. That is to make zombie corpses. Just dig up and kill them. However, it is not easy to get suitable shadows with combat capabilities. It is not that difficult to get, it is just a little bit. It's too much trouble to catch. But if Captain Ziono's guess is correct, the shadow core that Moria can create can be regarded as a kind of shadow. In other words, he can directly produce combat-type shadows himself. In this way, the zombies and the shadow core will develop together and complement each other in both directions. One light and one dark will plunge the world into darkness. Ha 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 ha. Captain Xianyo was just imagining it and couldn't help but laugh wildly. With such a fierce general, there's no need to worry about achieving hegemony. Ho 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 ho. Shield heard Captain Ziono laughing on his shoulder and thought it was recognition of his behavior of smashing the mole, so he couldn't help but laugh too. The intensity of the hand also increased a bit. Bang bang bang, the beating became even more vigorous. He 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 he. It turns out you can use fruits like this. After his loyalty reached 100, Moria was enlightened and suddenly had a new understanding of the development of the shadow fruit. Show up! Mariah's sharp voice shouted. I saw a black shadow suddenly appeared on the surrounding ground where there was no shadow. Then with Mariah's call, the black shadow began to become active, and then it seemed like a fountain surging up, slowly standing up, slowly forming a human form. A group of ninjas wearing black knight uniforms, black hats, and black masks, with only a pair of scarlet eyes showing, appeared around Moria. They stood there, motionless, waiting for the next order. He 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 he. It's so interesting. Enter the bodies of these people and get a new life. As the words fell, the shadow ninjas who were standing still rushed towards the corpses around them. There were still some graves that had not been dug. The shadows escaped directly into the ground and penetrated into the bodies of the corpses sleeping underground. The long dead bodies of the exhumed captains of the guards suddenly began to shake. And pairs of eyes that had said goodbye to the world suddenly opened again. There were no pupils, no whites of the eyes, only a scarlet color. Corpses stood up again. They are a new species, the boundary between life and death. Zombies. Bang! A withered hand broke the seal of the soil and stretched out from the ground. It was ferocious and terrifying. It seemed that it wanted to return to the world. Bang! 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 In the cemetery. Pairs of hands of the dead reappear in the world. Chapter 49 The Awakening Sand Crocodile. In the cemetery of the Drum Kingdom, Moria looked at the huge zombie army in front of him and the shadow ninjas standing among the zombies. Mariah could no longer control the corners of his mouth and grinned. He 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 he. Captain Xianyo will definitely be shocked when he finds out. This is a huge army. With this power, the captain's power against the entire world becomes even stronger. And it's all my credit. He 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 he. Suddenly transformed from a mere commander to a commander-in-chief on the battlefield, Mariah was so happy that he felt at a loss. Originally, digging a grave tested both his moral bottom line and his physical strength. After all, digging a deep pit is very time-consuming. For pirates, what is morality? How many berry is it worth? Normal pirates would not do this kind of thing like digging other people's graves. After all, they are not relatives of the emperor. What valuable things can be found on dead people? Moreover, there are so many people alive, and the treasures are all in the hands of the living people, so why bother doing something thankless? Generally speaking, no pirate group would do such sneaky things that would damage the prestige of a pirate captain. But Moria is different. His fruit ability is displayed here, and he digs up corpses to become stronger, and Captain Ziono is obviously not a thin-skinned person. So the two of them hit it off right away, allowing Moria to maximize his devil fruit abilities and even secretly tricked him. He 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 he. The strange and sharp laughter spread throughout the cemetery, and then spread further afield in the wind and snow. My hawk sat outside the infirmary, found a chair, and sat at the door. Although it was only separated by a wall, my hawk did not use his sense of knowledge to peek into what was going on inside. This is my hawk's confidence in his own strength. He can be sure that he can easily take down the witch, no matter what tricks she plays. Furthermore, as a swordsman, everyone has his or her own moves, which are all special skills. If the moves are understood clearly by others, half the battle has been lost before the fight even begins. Therefore, my hawk will take it personally and understand the witch's approach of asking him to leave. After all, being able to be named by Captain Ziono for her treatment shows that this old woman's medical skills are still at a certain level, otherwise Captain Ziono would not know about it. Furthermore, for him to be a swordsman, peeking at other people's medical skills would have no effect on him, and it would also lower his style and level. So he just pulled up a stool and leaned against the wall to sleep. From time to time, there were sounds of flesh being torn apart by sharp weapons, which made my hawk, who was always expressionless, couldn't help but frown. Crocodile's injuries were also unheard of in my hawk. He was already injured like this, and someone who was only one step away from death was treated like this by a knife. My hawk also felt a little shuddering when he heard this. After all, my hawk, as a normal person, also has the ability to empathize. As time went by, the sounds in the infirmary gradually became quieter until they became quiet. At this time, my hawk also opened his eyes. Bang! The door of the infirmary was kicked open by Kulha from the inside. I saw Kulha holding a bottle of wine in one hand and pouring it into her mouth. She put her other hand in her trouser pocket and walked out of the infirmary with arrogant steps. Well, people who stay young forever can always solve problems that young brats can't. Kulha said coolly. Judging from her confident expression, you knew that the operation was successful, and it was also a big challenge for Kulha, otherwise she would not be so full of accomplishment. When will people wake up? My hawk didn't care about anything else, he only cared about whether Crocodile would wake up, because he was very much looking forward to a fight with Crocodile. Well, this kid's body is really scary. I'm afraid it won't be long before he wakes up. It seems he's already awake. Kulha raised her hands in the air by her side, expressing her shock at Crocodile's physique. She shook her head and said, but midway through her words, she heard movement from the infirmary, so she gave a new answer. My hawk no longer needed Kulha's answer, because he also heard the noise in the infirmary. Bite! My hawk and Kulha, who were communicating inside and outside the door a second ago, suddenly changed their positions. My hawk, who was still outside the door, suddenly appeared behind Kulha who was still inside the door, and pulled out Ye to block it in front of him. I saw an arc-shaped scimitar made of sand in front of me. The collision between the sand knife and Ye made a sharp metal sound. Are you so restless as soon as you wake up? No wonder you attacked the captain directly. Crocodile, who was still lying on the boat, turned his hand into yellow sand, floated in the air, and gathered into the scimitar. If you are deep inside the enemy, of course you have to do something. Crocodile's voice sounded hoarse, after all, he had been unconscious for so long. But it is not as heavy as it will be in the future. Both Crocodile and my hawk at this moment are still young, and of course there will be no traces of the carvings of time. As he spoke, his body shape changed, and his entire body turned into yellow sand, which seemed to be floating in the air. If you want to leave, I'm afraid you can't do it in your current condition. My hawk looked at the yellow sand that filled the entire medical room and said lightly. Ah, Only cowards will run away. Are you ready to be killed by me? If you look away from the infirmary and come to the sky above the ship, you will find that strange creeping movements begin to appear on the coast of Sigu Island. There seemed to be something trying to break through the perennial ice and thick snow. That was Crocodile activating the ability of his shasha fruit and summoning the sand on Drum Island. Sand is found wherever there is ground, even if it is covered with ice and snow. Phew! Phew! Click! Click! Rolling yellow sand rises into the sky. Ever since the sands appeared on this island, they have never seen the sun again, because this is a winter island, a world of ice and snow. But today, the sands felt a supreme will calling them. They responded to the call and finally broke through the damn ice. The sand condensed into a giant desert sword. It slashed towards the cabin. My hawk, who had originally focused his attention on Crocodile, suddenly sensed a danger coming from above. There is no time to think too much, and it will be too embarrassing if you turn sideways and avoid it. My hawk slashes upward into the sky. The moment my hawk swung his sword upward, the yellow sand that was scattered in the room instantly condensed in front of my hawk. Crocodile's upper body appeared in front of my hawk, and the sharp desert knife appeared in Crocodile's right hand. Although the knife was raised, my hawk did not panic at all. He looked at Crocodile, who was attacking at close range. My hawk's eyes, which were originally as sharp as a hawk, suddenly shrank. An overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from my hawk's body. Chapter 50 Hawkeye, Sand Crocodile. The sudden burst of Conqueror's domineering force caused Crocodile's body to stagnate suddenly. It was this brief stagnation that allowed my hawk to complete the upward slash, and a huge and sharp green sword light shot out of the air. After completing the slash, my hawk relied on his astonishing strength and grasp of the sword to pull back in a very short time, then twisted it again and slashed at the incoming crocodile. Crocodile's eyes suddenly shrank. At this moment, he was at the end of his strength. He was just recovering from a serious injury. All functions of his body were at an extremely low level. Looking at the big knife coming towards me, I could only bite the bullet and hit it. Bang! Crocodile flew backwards, hit the wall of the infirmary, and then fell down. My hawk held the knife sideways and stared at Crocodile, who fell on the ground with sharp eyes like an eagle. Recalling the feeling of releasing Conqueror's haki for the first time, I couldn't help but have a deeper understanding of Conqueror's haki. After boarding Captain Chiano's ship, Captain Sciano unleashed Conqueror's haki several times, and my hawk was present. That overwhelming aura that dominated everything and oppressed the world made my hawk feel his scalp numb and his blood pumping. It was a rare thing that could interest him other than kendo. And just before when they had just logged into the Drum Kingdom, Captain Sciano once again released his unique Conqueror's haki, and this time the release of Conqueror's actually caused a response of haki in my hawk's body. Men on the sea have always admired the strong. My hawk's desire to become the world's greatest swordsman does not stop him from being in awe of Captain Sciano. Captain Chiano's powerful display can often greatly increase the loyalty of the crew, and my hawk is not surprised. Therefore, my hawk, who had been close to 90 loyalty for a long time, naturally broke through the 90 loyalty mark. The physique has been improved, and the haki of knowledge and the haki of weapons have also achieved breakthroughs, and this breakthrough in haki is coupled with a certain response evoked by Captain Chiano's Conquerors. My hawk successfully activated Conqueror's haki. Even if I can read the original work, as the undoubted strongest Shishibukai, and being able to become close friends with the most mysterious red-haired one among the 4 emperors. And he didn't bother to duel with the red-haired man with a broken arm, which is enough to show how powerful my hawk is like a monster. And he is the future world's greatest swordsman. A man who can suppress the entire sea in the field of swordsmanship. It's not surprising that such a man possesses Conqueror's domineering spirit. Looking at the fallen crocodile, my hawk did not take it lightly. The trapped beasts are often the most terrifying. Hey, hey, hey! It feels like this again. What a disgusting move. Ahem. Crocodile, who was lying on the ground, propped up his upper body with his hands, then leaned on the wall, looked at the man with eagle-like eyes, and asked aloud, but as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. My physical condition at this time was terrible. You mean, conquerors domineering? My hawk looked at Crocodile, who was sitting slumped, and slowly put away the long knife in his hand. One is absolute self-confidence, and the other is to brave the sea. My hawk can be very keenly aware of the other party's courage and ambition. Just like when he first met Luffy, he felt that the other party had the most terrifying character in the sea. His ability. Let everyone revolve around him. Therefore, my hawk has a very keen intuition in recognizing people. Crocodile only said a few words, and my hawk could conclude that the person in front of him would not bother to make a sneak attack. He had his own pride. Ah, so there is a third kind of domineering? Conquerors domineering? It's really arrogant. The captain appreciates you very much and hopes you can join our pirate group. My hawk replied still coldly. Ha! Laozi is going to become One Piece. Are you kidding me? Cough 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 cough. Crocodile was so angry at the sudden solicitation that he vomited blood. My hawk, on the other hand, had a rare expression of darkness. He raised his hands half in front of him with a disdainful expression, shrugged and said, One Piece? There is no conflict. The captain is a man who wants to become the king of the world. When Crocodile heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly. My hawk agreed with his courage, and of course Crocodile would also agree with my hawk's mind. Heroes always cherish heroes. So precisely because these words came from my hawk's mouth, that captain really has the ambition and courage to become the king of the world. I recalled the situation on that day when the memory was fragmented, the momentum that filled the world, boiled the sea, and disconnected the sky. At this moment, Crocodile suddenly felt that becoming One Piece had nothing to show off. Ha 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 ha. A man with such a mind and courage. Suddenly he feels interesting. Crocodile, who had the top bubble voice, laughed magically. Of course, his laughter was relatively normal. Hey! Swordsman! What is your target? Crocodile suddenly asked about my hawk's goal. Ah, the greatest swordsman in the world, is this difficult to guess? Ha 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 ha! Interesting! So interesting! I'm already excited. Really, the people on the boat are all monsters, so don't be too confident. Ha 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 ha! It's time to call it a day. Too much will affect the ecological balance. On a snowfield on Sigu Island, Captain Ziono transformed into an environmental protection ambassador and sternly condemned 3 King Kong who illegally captured labang rabbits. It means that such rampant poaching will cause serious ecological damage to Sigu Island and small gardens. The 3 King Kongs came together again, and the 3 huge sacks behind them were filled with labang rabbits. King Kong left his parents when he was a child and followed Captain Ziono, so he paid special attention to his family. Every time labang was caught, his whole family would be caught. As for how he recognizes which family member is which, it's simple. Just arrest the entire clan. Hey, hey, hey! You just cram so many rabbits into a bag like this? This is too bad. What are you doing? Triangular trade. Poke a few holes quickly to let them breathe, so they don't suffocate to death. Captain Xianyo recalled his experience of catching rabbits when he was a child, and felt that he had thought very carefully. Ho 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 ho! Sword made several gestures with his giant sword towards the bag, and several holes for ventilation appeared on the bag. Very good. Then hurry up and send them to the small garden. You can go back directly. They won't be able to stay here for long. Remember to practice hard. There may be a big battle waiting for you in a few days. Ho 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 ho! Wu Enqian grabbed Dun's thighs, Dun spread its wings, took 2 companions and 3 bags of rabbits, and rushed into the sky despite the wind and snow.